Kwe Kwe greetings again. Uh, and welcome to another video. Glad you take the time. This weekend, it seems that I feel like I have things to say. And it's just one of those things, you just want to go back and try to narrow stuff down. So I'm here again. I will admit this is all a result of the video that I've been talking about for the last two videos, and that is the re-educated TV video. I just cannot get past this video, y'all. I can't, because I just feel it really explains why America and Americans are where we are. We're surrounded by basically a Moorish world. And we're like the last holdout, because the thing is, I feel like the world is more acquainted with the Moors than we are. And so we're like, when they call us the New World, it's just that this is more like, this is new to us. Like half of us are thinking we are the Moors. And so there's a problem right there. Meanwhile, we're the most ignorant of their dealings. And so that video that this gentleman did, clearly we're surrounded by empires, the Roman was the first, but that is a connection we have with the Moors. The Moors also use empires, right? So there's your connection to the Roman world. The Moors are extending it because they're using that term quite frequently, the term itself, empire. So right there is a big nugget for us to realize, okay, so now we got to stop getting down with empires. And as much as they call any place an empire, we know that that's the Moorish influence. I really think we have to broaden, for those of us who are still worshiping at the temple of the Moor. We really have to see how they fit in, how they factor in, like indigenous American Negroes. How come you were never part of them when they were out there doing their thing? What was going on with us when they were doing their thing, right? And we're looking basically at the 1200s, from the 1200s on, because that's when their shit really took off, right? So we got to ask ourselves, how are we not part of them, although they went around the world and making us think that they were us doing all of that? But yet we're treated like we are, and we're seen like we are. We're the lowest of the low. That is your big red flag. Now, if the Moors chose to give us a higher status, we could maybe say, okay, we see the connection. We are a level of status. But we live in a world surrounded by a Moorish creation, of Moorish empires, and we are the lowest of the low. How is that possible? I'm asking the indigenous brothers out there who are windmilling for Moors. I'm trying to ask you something. When are you going to let it go? When are you going to open your eyes and see what is going on here? They are not your friends. Look at where you are in America today. Now, the next leap we're going to have to make, it's not a leap at all, is to know that if the world was basically run by the Moors, Black North African Moors, then where does the white man fit in all of this, huh? He didn't have much to do with it. Don't say he was Roman, because he wasn't. What they do is put the white man in those seats of power, so they have a finger pointer, a person, someone for the ignorance to point their finger at. So, what happened to us Americans? How did we get left behind? How do the Moors not see our predicament right now? How blind are they to our plight? Where they're looking at us saying we are them, but they're not explaining how we are still, quote unquote, Black, quote unquote, outside of the protections of our very own Constitution. And not to mention being those Indians that the Constitution is talking about. Everybody forgot about that. And the Moors ain't even, now if the Moors were worth the shithole that they come out of, they would try to reconnect us to that Constitution. They wouldn't be talking about some imaginary Atlantis and Mu, taking us further into a fictitious world. If the Moors were worth anything, they would at least try to rear us back to our own Constitution, wouldn't they? They don't give a shit about our Constitution. What do they want? They want to dominate us. That is why we are in the position we are as quote unquote Negroes in America. Y'all need to wake the fuck up. I'm sorry. This got me so riled up that I'm freaking doing videos like, what, 3 in a row? Trying to figure out why Negroes out there are still kissing the ass of Moors and getting mad at you for not wanting to. You are blind. That's what you are. You are blind. You keep kissing the enemy's ass. You keep kissing the enemy's ass. Another thing about the Caucasian, because you know why I'm using the Caucasian? Because so many of our people are still seeing them. That's why. You got to wake up. They weren't even Caucasians when the Mongols was kicking your ass. The Caucasian is very last man on earth. The icing on this fucked up cake the Moors done baked for you. And we can't see the progression of this Mongol empire. No one ever really broke it down to me, right? What this Mongol empire was, right? You look for yourself and then you see for yourself. So, American Negroes, you was being infiltrated by Mongols way before any look of a white man appeared at your shores. This is why I'm so shook by this damn video that this brother graced us with, and probably don't even know how much he graced us with. You're gonna be tired of me saying his name all the damn time. Re-Educated TV. Brother gonna be like, thank God I didn't use my real name, because this nigga done lost his mind over my video. He can't stop talking about me. I can't. I really truly can't. His video just laid it out. Like I was trying to get there, and this brother took a shovel and bonked me over the head with the shit that I was trying to dig up. I had this little shovel trying to dig through this pile of shit, and this brother took a freaking what's that truck? That truck that got the big thing in the front and dig up shit. He took that shit and buried me in the shit. He threw it. He said, Negro, you want the truth? Here you go. Got the shit all in my nose and my mouth. And now I'm trying to spit this shit out in some videos. That brother done buried me in the Moorish bullshit. And that's why I'm trying to dig my way out. Oh my God, he just went there, the Dalai Lamas. The Dalai Lamas? I thought that was a good job. Man, this video is blowing my mind, y'all. It's just God. I don't even know what, but it explains everything, y'all. So let's go back now, because we're going to realize that Sumerians, they've got to be part of this Asian invasion, right? They got to be. That's what we're being told, that it came from Siberia. But how did they get to Siberia? They came from Sumeria, right? Right. So there's your first Mongol thing going on. I'm trying, bear with me, I'm still learning, folks. I'm tripping over myself. But the thing, okay, so we did talk about the Hyksos. Oh boy. That's why I'm back in the video so quick. I'm like, you spoke too soon about the Hyksos, bruh. You spoke way too soon about the Hyksos, bruh. Bear with me, people. If I get this wrong, bear with me, please. I'm trying, y'all. I know I speak too fast sometimes. Okay, so we got to deal with the Sumerians again, y'all. I'm tripping over myself. I got it wrong. I got it wrong in my last video. I admit it. I can't. Who came before the Hyksos, according to common? See, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. I thought it was the Hyksos. I'm sorry. I'm just going with. I went with the Hyksos because that is, in TaMerian's history, that is the first invasion. But I think we have to get real with the fact that something is going on with the history. It's not being told. There's two different worlds that are being talked about, but I think it's actually one world, is what I'm trying to say. Like, in other words, we might have to bring Sumeria to America. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, y'all. That's what I'm saying. I didn't want to do that, but it would help, because we have a dilemma, because we can't do the two continent thing and talk about one history, right? So what am I trying to say? Okay, let me see if I could explain this to y'all. I think you hear what I'm trying to say. The earliest foreigner was not actually Hyksos, at least in the version of history of we're being told. The earliest would have to be Sumeria. That is where, because of the date that now, if the dates are lies, that's a whole other story then. But I'm realizing, and let me see if I could show you this. Let's try to share the screen. Okay. I think this is going to be an interesting video, and I'm going to try to, I guess I should ask the ancestors every time I do a video. Y'all got to help me, because all of you be talking so fast sometimes. I'll be getting carried away a little bit. I try to go, as it hits me, and sometimes it, I need to block some of these hits. Don't let them knock me up too much. Slap me out, talk stupid. Okay, so let's share the screen. Okay, we're gonna go. I think we're gonna go here. The reason why I just want to get an idea of where the Maya are, because these are the oldest, right? These are the oh, see, I'm getting that thing now. I'm going to start talking. Whew. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, good. Let's just walk through this, you know, family. Why do the Maya, now bear with me, why do the Maya have a timeline that coincides with Sumeria? See, I misspoke with the Hyksos, and I apologize. Please forgive. I'm trying to get this out the best way I can, y'all. Why do the Maya, see, this is what I'm talking about when I say the Maya can't really be trusted either. Now, they're the oldest thing, right? And that's their area. If that's their area, might that be Sumeria? Walk with me, y'all. I'm just trying to understand this shit. That man's video got me really, really, it hit me hard. And I'm really trying to know what the fuck is going on here. Why do the Maya have a 2000 BC time frame very close to the Sumerians? Is this where the first Sumerians appeared? That's what I mean when I say maybe we have to put this drama on one continent to make it make sense. We are not having two land masses with one Moorish rule. That's, if it was two land masses, if this makes sense, then I would have to say it can't be both Moors. You know what I'm saying? So we have the Moors dominating on two continents. Is it not just the same continent or the same narrative being split between the two continents? Do you feel what I'm saying? So my first mind is I can't talk about Sumeria when I'm talking about TaMeri. But at the same time, I have to, because the Egypt and Africa has a Sumeria. It would make parallel sense for TaMeri to have a Sumeria, right? Because they're mirroring the two continents. Clearly, they're trying, they put two Egypt, so they got two of everything, right? Anything that means something or a significant is going to be renamed in Africa. They're going to name some place in Africa after some place from TaMeri or America. So why, I'm going to say this again, why do the Maya have the same time frame or very close to the Sumerians? Are they the Sumerians? That is why I say we have to go back before the infiltration, y'all. This is what I mean. They were foreigners. But we're going to go with that idea that they were not invaders, though. So there you have the area of the Maya, which that is the saying that's the oldest, right? And it goes back to like 20,000 BC, 26,000 BC, actually older than 20,000 BC. I just keep using that, but it's really more like 2,500 BC, and that's even older. That's the Maya. Now, the Maya, if they are if they are foreign but not invaders, that means they assimilated. I'm I'm just trying to make it make sense why they are so resembling TaMeri. They're using hieroglyphs, right? So they're staying somewhat true to the oldest traditions. That is why the Maya are more pure than Inca and Aztec. So we will credit the Maya because they are trying to stay true to what they knew from TaMeri. TaMeri is older, y'all. You think I'm trying to hijack you. You think why this Negro won't leave us alone with this damn TaMeri. Baby, I told you before, I'm a water sign. I'm going to go where I need to go to find that level. I'm going to go there. No matter what nobody says, what nobody tells me. It is my nature. That's what water does. I'm sorry you don't like it. I gotta get to the bottom of this, y'all. That's why I go to TaMeri. Now stop. Don't look at it like I'm indoctrinated. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Not like when it comes to TaMeri. No, I'm not. I'm just going with what I know to be the oldest. And when I looked, I found out that for a minute, I thought it was Samaria. You saw my video where I thought it was Samaria, looking like a whole fool, reading from the book of Enki. So I'm not trying to be indoctrinated, y'all. I'm trying to get to the bottom line. And now I'm glad I did that video on Sumeria. So that's my proof to you. That is my proof. I honestly, truly believed when I was reading out of that damn book. That wasn't windmilling for TaMeri like that. I was giving them first billing. That's why I read it. I thought it was first billing. But when I find out that it's TaMeri yet the fuck again, I'm telling y'all, let me explain this to you again. Do you remember the video where I told you, this was very early on, I told you I was trying on religion like a Negro trying on new underwear? Yes, I admit it. I was searching. What fucked me up was everywhere I went, I kept hearing people talk about, well, this goes back to ancient Egypt. Well, we trace this back to, I would be thinking that I'm on some new quest, some new journey, getting some new information. When we talked about the word new, right? I was, I'm looking for a truth that nobody done found yet. But every time I go, I'm hearing Asians. I'm hearing Buddhists. I'm hearing even well, we know that where the Hebrew Israelites are how they're gonna see Egypt, right? Well, like, we won't go there. But even these more what do you want to say, like these esoteric and new age shit and stuff like that. Not saying that that's what TaMeri was about either. TaMeri was first, and that's all I care about. So here I am on a quest trying to find, I guess, God, looking everywhere but inside. And all I'm hearing is, well, this was based on something from Egypt, and this is ancient Egypt, and ancient Egypt, and ancient Egypt. I started to feel like a fool. I started feeling like, why am I going to, say, for instance, if I use their church name, I'm not discrediting them. I'm just saying that they showed me that, Negro, I'm copying your shit. Why you coming here? We got this from you. They didn't say they got it from Samaria, y'all. That's because TaMeri is universal. It really is. America is universal when everybody's trying to be here. This is why TaMeri became important to me. I'm tired of people, foreigners, telling me, Negro, I got this from you. And then I feel like, then why am I learning it from you when if you, why am if it's mine, then I need to go find it. I don't want you to, I look like a fool up in here. And that's what I felt like. And then, but then they make it so uniquely theirs. Like when I was doing, for some reason, I really was getting down with now that I think about it, here I am talking about Asians. And there's 2 times where I was involved in religions that were, you walk in the room, it was nothing but Asians. Negro was searching, y'all. And it bothered me. I wasn't mad at them. I just thought how nice that this is theirs, So it made me want mine. And there they are telling me that they got this from Egypt. And I know what the Egyptians look like. And I know they weren't Moors. See, that's weird. That's where I think people get twisted. They think Moors are the Egyptians. Farthest thing from the truth. It's the farthest thing. The Egypt were into the Egyptians, the TaMerians were into ancestor. They were honoring their ancestors. That's how they come up with deities like Ra and Aset and Asar, Heru. Moors don't do that, y'all. Moors are dishonoring their ancestors. First of all, they're going all around the world, like I said. They're breaking anything that they would call natural law. That's why they're condemned as well. Because isn't it in their book that they say you don't supposed to mix species and all that? That's exactly what you did, though. The priests feel like they can do anything they want, y'all. And that's why they're running away from that karma. And how part of that running away is getting us to co-sign on their bullshit. But then next thing you know, we're going to be the only ones seen as having done that bullshit. Now, if they can get us to call ourselves them, then who's going to get blamed for the creation of the races using whatever methods that even the priesthood themselves say we ain't supposed to be doing? They ain't supposed to be mixing. Their whole scriptures is about not getting with other groups of people, right? But why did you make them groups of people then? You see how they proceed their own doctrine? Well, there wouldn't be no other people here if you didn't genetically alter them. I'm trying to be more respectful, y'all, because I'm not trying to diss the other races, not by a long shot. But when I got my own people telling me that them people here because we no, baby, say you. we might look like we brothers, right? All skin folk ain't kinfolk. You kept us in the dark. You said you put us to sleep. So how can we be guilty for what you did? You didn't put yourself. Come on now. They trying to tell us that they put themselves to sleep when they genetically was doing the genetic experiments on people to make them lose their melanin. They want us to think that they was sleep chemicals, what do you call it? Sleeping scientists. They had blinders on when they had the test tubes and the species that they was intertwining and doing things and stuff. We was blind. We just did it, but we went to sleep. We put ourselves to sleep. How you going to put yourself to sleep after you did some shit? You mean you put us to sleep, Negro? You can't put yourself to sleep, not in a way that will make you forget what you did, unless you're self-deluded, which actually that is what you are. But we, You are self-deluded. That's why you would say some shit like that. The ancestors. This is Miss Yafa Bay. Girl. the ancestors uh put a put us to sleep. Over the ancestor, she said. What the hell is that? Anyway, put us to sleep. We put ourselves to sleep. That's what she's saying. Like we did it to ourselves. But how do you forget? Yeah, I can put myself. Okay, let's entertain this foolishness. Yeah, I can put myself to sleep. I'm not going to forget what I did, though. Lady, get real. We put ourselves. No, you put the American Indians to sleep by denying them the truth. You put everybody to sleep because you're lying to them about us as well. They think we're the new world thanks to the Moors, and y'all want to be Moors. Whoo, baby. Y'all got a lot more waking up to do. Y'all who think you Moors. How the hell would you want to do something so stupid like that? Condemn yourself. That's what you're doing. And you're making yourself responsible for your their destruction of you. So it's like they're saying you did it. When you take their doctrine, you become like you committed suicide. So you get the condemnation, and they walk away laughing another nigga down with our bullshit because they insist on being Moors because it's a descriptive term. Y'all won't give a shit about no description. All y'all care about is that conquering farce. Because as we said, that was not really conquering what they were doing. They were just lying. Now, you can conquer with a lie to a certain point because you're misleading people. If you're lying to them, for instance, if you're telling them they're going to burn in hell to make them do some shit or take on a deity that they never met before, if that's how you conquer me, baby, you ain't a conqueror. You's a bullshit artist. That's what you are. That's what the Moors are. Bullshit artists extraordinaire. I'm going to read that ass every chance I get. I'm going to read that ass every chance I get because I know why we are where we are today, and we think it's the white man. The newest man on the block is the one that been oppressing you before he even got here. Oh, you got to be kidding me, y'all. You got to be kidding me. Are you deluding yourself with that bullshit that the Moors done told you? Don't you know, baby, you don't listen to a liar? Just like our brothers are going on the internet. I love this. We got some of these alpha, bi, theta, beta, theta, beta, bada bing, bada bam, fraternity dudes say, I denounce my fraternity. Yeah, I think you should. I think you should. That's what we got to get our indigenous brothers to do with this Morris bullshit. Denounce it. Just if we got Greek fraternity members turning down some bullshit, why can't you? You need to follow suit. The Moors got you bad. But my mother gave me common sense, and I'm not buying it, y'all. I know it looks good. I know it's shiny. I know it's gold. I know. But you got to learn how to sniff bullshit. You got to know when someone is seducing you with visions of grandiose. How did you get that grandiose? By putting me to sleep. And I'm supposed to believe that that was to do me well, that you meant me well by doing that. You're making me ignoramus and saying that you did it to yourself. we put ourselves to sleep. That don't even make no damn sense. Again, self-delusion. That is what a Moor is, because they don't give a crap about you or anybody else. All they care about is their quote unquote nobility and how they're going to plan for the next thousands of years to pull the wool over your indigenous eyes. So this is the area in question. This is where the oldest legacies that we are being told are stemming from, the Maya. Again, from now on, we ain't going to even bother with the Inca and the Aztec. That we know that the Moors got them fools. We know that that's a product of it. You remember that book that brother was reading to us, where he says a man and woman appear dressed in finery, whatever, and then from that point on, the Aztecs, was it the Aztecs or no, it was the Incas, because he said the conquering of Peru, and from that point on, they were wearing the same shit that these two show up, and these two are saying that your forefathers said we came to civilize you. Get the fuck out of here. You talking about them Moors sent you? How about you take your narrow ass and go on back to Mali, wherever you came from, with that bullshit? We fine over here. And calling them savages, the Indian savages. That's what the Moors had people seeing you as, indigenous. I don't care what you say about a descriptive term. How about the description of being a savage, huh? That was a descriptive term that they had for you, dummy. Okay. Let's move on. Oh. Oh boy. Look, I don't know everything, y'all. But I just think I might have a nose for bullshit. How about that? I know I ain't said everything right. But when I feel, that's what my mother had. That was the gift she had. My mother, let me tell you something about my mother. Okay. God rest her soul. They told me that my mother used to laugh in church. Okay. My mama, indigenous woman, when she was in church, she found it amusing. That woman could sniff bullshit so fast, she just burst out laughing in church. When I meet her again, I'm going to have to ask her what was so funny, because I know I'm going to laugh along with her. What she explained to me, what was funny. I don't know what, this is what, that was my mother, y'all. Now, I admit, I went a little further with church doctrine than I think she ever did. But maybe it's because what she blessed me with would kick in and I would read that ass. You see, because my father, on the other hand, forgive me, daddy, forgive me. They said that brother would run to the priest. I will run what? Oh, no. See, my father, now see, that's where I got my inclination for religion. Now, my dad was someone looking for guidance from priests. My aunt told me he would run to get advice from Father Priests, the Catholics. Oh, gosh. Oh, boy. Boy. So my father, unfortunately, was someone who very much unlike my mother, very unlike my mother. My mother found them quite humorous. There's an instance that I recall now we moved here a while back. It was I've been here for a very long time in this it's in Queens here. So my mother she became friends, with a lot of the ladies on the block and everything. Uh I was a little more introverted, but I did eventually hang out with the kids on the block, and but it took a turn. It took a turn. But anyway, so some of the ladies, what one of them in particular, very church lady, but they decided to convince my mother, that's the wrong person you want to bring to church, to attend this service. And because they were her friends, she said, I'll be polite, So my mother took one look at the preacher and said he's a phony. That's what my mother did. That's what my mother did. Uh she expressed this to at least one of the ladies, I believe. This is what I recall. This is the story that I was told, or that the one I witnessed later on. I experienced it because I heard about it, from my people, the women that went with my mother. So my mother saw him in one church visit and knew that he was full of shit. Months later, this clown indeed would be the one that took up a collection for, I guess, the church fund or whatever they collect. And you collect the money and you get how much you need. Then this nigga bounced. My mother saw it already. She saw it that he was fraudulent. I don't know how she did, but she seen it. And they had to come and tell my mother, don't you know that Negro took the money and left? And he never showed up no more. I gave him money for the church fund, to this fund, to that fund, the fund, and da. Nigga gone. Now, I don't know if my mother was the type that said, I done told you so, but she avoided all that BS because she didn't go back. She was never a church lady like that. I think she just had a natural sense of bullshit. I think she just had it. And she would say something like, my mother would say, the F on my forehead don't stand for fool. That's what she would say. So I'm just here to tell you that I'm my mother's child. I'm my father's child too, but his time, I done went through his school of hard knocks. Every time I went, they telling me that this shit came from Africa. Now, what did I just say? Hello, sorry. Well, they think it's from Africa. We know that it's from TaMeri. How about that? Okay, so I got tired of it. So I began to be more curious about what is it that everybody's getting from TaMeri. Well, I admit at that point I didn't know it was in America, but I did feel that it was our culture, because that's what we're being told. But then they don't want to give it to us. We have to sort of like everything. We got to jump hoops to get to our legacy. That's why when we don't do it, I think this establishment is very happy to see that we reject TaMeri, because you don't know how many people are learning from TaMeri and how she's getting credit on the down low. When you go to, like I did, you go to these different spiritual gatherings, and they're saying that this came from Egypt. That's what they're saying. So I started to think, I can't keep going to these places and hearing that it's from what I would learn would be TaMeri. What was TaMeri? What it, there was something, I'll admit it, there was something that I was very very pleased to learn from Horace Butler what he found about TaMeri being actually in the Americas, because then I felt like, okay, so now it makes a little sense what's going on with what so-called Negroes. That's the legacy they don't want us to have. Like I said before, they don't want us to have it in Africa. They don't want us to have it in America. They don't want to have it on this planet. They'd rather put us on Nibiru, or whatever the hell. Nibiru, they want us, I bet if we said we were from Atlantis, they'd like that. Oh, you're from the bottom of the ocean. Oh, okay. How quaint. How's it down there? Yeah. So God, see, then that's the next thing is, so once you get into Atlantis, right, you're gonna have to own the fact that they're saying that God condemned Atlantis. Now, ain't nobody, you ready for that now? Everywhere they put you indigenous, you better look for the curse, okay? We from Atlantis. Do you know what they say about Atlantis? Why it went down? They was practicing what? That's what's said about it. That's you, y'all? Y'all think that's you? Because that was a cataclysm. It wasn't, they saying that wasn't a man-made thing. That was a punishment of God type of thing. And we run into the Atlanteans. Y'all are out your goddamn mind. You hear me? Out of your mind. Reaching for condemnation, just like you reach for Jesus. Y'all been what do you call it? Acclimated to reach for condemnation and love it. How many Christians out there waiting for Russia to drop a bomb so they could beat Jesus? How many Christians are waiting, praying for that? Praying for the book of Revelation, where all that craziness supposed to they got you craving your destruction. Just like you crave being called black, and I'm black and proud. Proud of what? What you proud of? Being a freaking crayon color with no land identity. You think that's something to be proud of? Being outside of the protection of laws, any laws, besides the law of the sea, where you are a commodity traded on the stock market and whatnot. Your birth certificates. Ain't nothing to be proud of being black. You're proud of your country and where you come from, your culture. Black does not tie you to a land culture. It doesn't. Just because they told you that, it's not true. Spanish are tied to Spain. It's a land. We the only people that's tied to bullshit because they're trying to. It's genocide, y'all. I've come to really get real with this. You don't erase people on paper because you intend for them to stay here. Everything you do from that point on is trying to get them out of here legally. Because if you identify as nothing, when I can make you nothing legally, right? If there's no black people in the Constitution, right? There's no white people in the Constitution, but they still going to get favored. Why? Because they're going to help us get rid of your nigga ass. They're not doing this intentionally. We are doing it for them. How does that happen? Well, one example, I used to wonder if we in a neighborhood that's considered quote unquote black, well, I'm just using that. That's not what we are, okay? And then all of a sudden we have I gotta be look, I sometimes I go for the laugh, but sometimes I gotta chill with that. We have Barbara. I'm sorry. Look at me. That's a jogging through your neighborhood. It's like I never seen no white woman in this neighborhood before, you know. But it's like she jogging like she like you in Upper Manhattan and stuff. And I asked myself, well, I thought they scared of us and stuff. Like, she be jogging at midnight and stuff. Like, wow, she brave. No, some committee, some committee was held that decided that this quote unquote black neighborhood is going to be urban renewal. You're gonna get some urban renewal. And you're gonna wake up tomorrow and there's gonna be a Starbucks on the corner, and the pavement is gonna be redone. And now you could, when you push your little push cart, you got the little thing that you could get it, cross the street without that sidewalk lift. You just stroll down the little ramp. Now you got ramps on your sidewalks and stuff. Everything nice. But they try to get rid of your ass. So now what I'm trying to say is this is pre-planned, and you ain't go to none of the board meetings. You didn't even know that they was happening. Somebody decided that this place was going to be the next what should we call it? It's going to be it's going to become a Heights. It's going to be, right now it's in the dumps, but once they gentrify it, it's going to be called, like, for instance, Brooklyn Heights, because it's the heights of Brooklyn. Now that we got some fresh new white meat in the house now, and the point is, I always thought to myself, how do they, aren't they a little bit afraid to be in a neighborhood? Like, I'm half afraid to live in this neighborhood. And here comes Miss Thing, walking her dog and rollerblading and jogging, and you ain't scared, girl. You know that we's the violent element in America. You know that we looking to rob people and rape people and stuff. How you gonna jog through? I'm scared to jog down that block. What you doing, girl? What you doing? What's wrong with you? And so what I'm saying is, it's not the white people doing this. It's somebody, a group, and they have a meeting, and they telling them, don't worry, just go on and jog and get Fido and take them for a walk and get your rollerblades on and get your sunbathing. When we build that nice new park for you, and and put the gates around and everything, and you're gonna be good. These niggas ain't gonna bother you, I promise you. So we gonna pump up the police presence. You're gonna be good. You're gonna be good. It's the white people ain't doing this, y'all. It's like a whole. They don't just appear. That's just what I'm trying to say. They don't just show up jogging. They don't do shit like that. Shit. So I began to realize plans are made, and we don't know who these people behind these decisions are. For you people, you indigenous out there that live near a train station or a big hub, watch out. Watch out. They're coming for you. I mean, I think that's where it begins. It has to be a place where there's a lot of transportation, like a transportation hub. Now I live near what do you call it? Jamaica Station. Now I'm not near it. I have to take a bus, okay? So, and it's about like a 20-minute ride on a bus, or so I've been asking myself lately, how come I get a bus that drops me off at Jamaica Station, but they have not figured out that, well, since you put the Sutton air train there, shouldn't you extend this line of buses for that to be the last stop? Like, it's like the next stop. Okay, you have Parsons and Archer, or Jamaica Station. That's a hub, yes. But sometimes a Negro might want to take the Long Island Railroad. Okay, I might not be able to afford it every day, but every now and then. Nope. I've been asking myself, how come how come we can't get to the Long Island Railroad conveniently? And when I get off at Parsons and Archer, if you know Jamaica Center, I have to walk to Sutton Boulevard if I want to take the Long Island Railroad. And sometimes that walk is horrendous, depending on the weather. No, if it's a wintry day and all of that, you don't want to have to walk. Can I get a bus there? Just one? So you know how to invent a new hub and put the air train or plane, train to the plane. And now all of these high rises, oh Lord, the high rises. It's like, I know when I first moved here, that it was not zoned for these type of buildings. But somebody says, yeah, we changing that now. It's gonna be like a little New York. They're gonna Long Island City, your ass. It's gonna be all these big buildings like it's the darn city. I mean, these high rises, they kind of frightening, y'all, because it looks so weird when it's a low rise area, that you could tell that it wasn't originally zoned for it's not necessarily a skyscraper, but it's definitely these buildings that are going up, and they're just, I don't think they're following that code where you build them to sort of come to a like a point so the sun can come through. Like, these buildings are blocks, they look like blocks, so they're like blocking a lot of sunlight, which I guess it depends on how high the building is. They're supposed to recess the building as it gets higher. I was watching a show on how they build skyscrapers, and people were complaining that were blocking the sun, I think in New York City. And so maybe that's just for New York City though. So they started to recess the buildings, like sort of how the way the Empire Building is shaped, bring it to like a point. Now, I don't know if that was the same thing with the World Trade Center, but back then the World Trade Center was the only tall buildings in that area. So maybe they didn't have to do it there, but when you have just all these tall buildings that's blocking out the day, they started to say, well, let's build back, Anyway, I'm going off on a tangent. That's gentrification. Just watch out if you live near too many train stops and stuff. Okay. So there's the magic area of the Maya. Okay. So let's go to the next. That was another one. Do we need to see that one? Oh, I guess that's like a little bit of a close-up, But there it is up here, if you could follow my cursor. So this is said to be the oldest area, right? Where civilization, So the Maya are the oldest indigenous of the Americas over even the Olmecs, because the Olmecs, again, they were 1200, right? 1200 AD. Wait a minute. Either way, the Maya, I don't know if I gotta look. I thought I said 1200. And I thought it was AD. Now I'm gonna have to look that up again. But either way, the Maya are going into again the 20 or the 2000s BC, right? So that's older than Olmec. It is. Even if the Olmecs were 14 or 1200 BC, Maya are older. Yet I'm coming across where they're saying the Olmecs are older, and I'm like, what are you smoking today? It's the Maya. And I think we're gonna see that. So just to get an idea of the area. So what's our next slide? No, we don't want that. We want okay, so I pulled this up before, and I know you may, if you saw it, you probably was like, why did you do that slide? I got carried away because I began to think of the Hyksos. Okay, so I like this. Well, this is the website I got it from. I mean, some people, I don't know how you feel about this website, but I needed something where I could see all three of these cultures because we really, I'm when I say I want to focus on the Maya, I don't want to focus on the Inca and the Aztec because now I really see them as being infiltrated creations of the Mongol Empire. And the Maya, not so much, but still the Maya are not the most original people to the Americas is what so I want to compare them. And you're going to see something very interesting in this article. You're going to see them contradict themselves in the same article. Okay, so if I don't read everything, please feel free to read ahead of me or whatever. But I would like to talk the main things that I saw in this article. So let's try to read it, okay? So it's called Inca versus Aztec versus Maya. What's the difference between Inca, Aztec, and Maya? This is from difference101.com. So that's where it's from, okay? And it's from September 30th of 2022, fairly new article. Okay, so we got Machu Picchu here, and I don't know what that is there, but it's Aztec, okay? Okay, so versus. I like the one on the left better, to be honest with you. It's prettier to me, and it's older. I think we're gonna find that they're lying about the Inca building this. I don't believe they built this. They don't even have writing. Come on. I just don't believe it. Okay, I don't. Now let's read, see what we can see. Inca versus Aztec versus Maya. Inca, Aztec, and Maya are three old civilizations famous in history. I'm going to turn my phone off, y'all, because I have a thing where I'm interrupted and I need this phone to be off. Okay. So, because I really want to get through this. Okay. So I'm not taking any calls. Excuse me. Power off. Okay. We are not going to be interrupted, right? Power off. Come on now. Taking forever to shut down. Okay, take forever. I don't care. Okay. Okay. Inca, Aztec, and Maya are three old civilizations famous in history. All three civilizations had great achievements in their time. But the difference between Maya and Aztecs and Incas is that the Incas arose in the 12th century. Wait a minute. That's the 1100s. Are they getting that right? The 12th century? Hmm. That's interesting. Because I think it was in the 1200s. But okay. But needless to say, it's not a BC thing, okay? Whereas my argument is we want to go BC with our culture. We really need to. Whatever's in BC, we need to own it. That's all I'm saying, y'all. If it was TaMeri, whatever it would be, I would just say let's start to own it, because this is where this train is going to lead us. When I think when we go to claim how we are indigenous to America, we can't go with Aztec, and we can't go with Inca because it's still a Moorish or Mongolian thing going on. And the Maya, I'm thinking that that's the Sumerian thing. I'm really leaning toward that, but I haven't really proved it. But it's the time. I'm looking at the time. The the ooh, what is this? Now I need to turn the TV off. So I'm looking at the time, the 2000s BC. Okay, so let's finish. I'll say their Incas arose in the 12th century and built an empire in the mountain range of South America. I don't believe they did that. I believe that that thing is older than the Inca. Aztecs showed up in Mesoamerica, or showed up in Mesoamerica at the beginning of the 13th century, but it's all the Mongolian Empire time. And Maya established the Yucatan Peninsula in Central America. Now notice how to catch the bullshit right now already. How come you giving a time to the Aztec and the Maya? I mean, Aztec and the Inca, but you don't be consistent and give us the Maya. Now they do it lower down in the article, but already you're being set up. This is a mind play. Okay? They're not giving us a time for the Maya. Okay? Why do you give me a time again for, because I think it's the way the Moors are showing, whispering. It's a little clue. This is us. We put a time on ours. That's us. But they can't claim the Maya, so that don't get a time. They can't fully claim the Maya because they weren't when the Maya were around. Ooh, let me see. I want to say that there was no Islam, and there wasn't when the Maya were around. Okay. So I think the century that they give us is just a little nod to let us know it is in our time, the Mongolian Moorish Empire. And what did the brother say? That they were Black Africans. The Mongols were Black Africans. I love the way he said it. Okay. And Maya established the Yucatan, and we saw that map. Should we look just a quick look? Well, we saw what, oops, not that one. We saw, this is the Yucatan, basically. Merida, I think that's the Yucatan. They're not saying it here. Did they say it here? Yucatan. There it is. There it is. There's a Yucatan. So they're not putting a timestamp on the Yucatan. Right? It's just you wonder about that one. We want to put a time frame so you'll know us. And so they don't, maybe is it a way that we don't want to, we just want you to get our dates. Forget about the ones who was already here before we came. Why would you do that though? Okay. And Maya established the Yucatan. We just saw the Yucatan Peninsula, the whole peninsula actually, in Central America. So the Maya established it. I guess that's their way of telling us. They established. Now these two, oh, wait a minute. The Aztecs showed up. Right. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure. Maybe they are trying to tell us on the download. They just showed up. Okay. The Musas, I guess. That's the Musa. Abu Bakari. Okay. So established. I don't know why I want to highlight that. The Maya established the Yucatan. Okay. The Aztecs just showed up. It showed up in Mexico in the 13th century. They just showed up. The Incas. What were you doing at the Incas? The Incas arose. I'm sorry. Now I just feel like, just looking at the wording, So they arose in the 12th century. What do you mean arose? I would appreciate it just say they showed up. like the see, that's why the Aztecs are the least indigenous. Okay. So maybe we give them a blue highlight. They arose. They like a plant, or like a green plant. Wait a minute. Okay, Incas is that the Incas arose. The Incas arose in the 12th century, which I didn't think it was the 12th century. I thought it was the 1200s. I'm not going to highlight that because I don't believe that to be true. Now, if the Maya were here first, I would even buy that they built it, the city in the mountain, right? Right. So, eh, that's Horace Butler is telling us that Machu Picchu goes back to like into the 3400 BC time frame. Okay, and I'm going to go with that. I'm going to go to that because I know how important it is to lie about the Holy Land or what is considered the Holy Land. You're going to lie about who built it. You're going to lie about, you already lied about where it's at, right? And you got it in two different places. So you're lying about the holy city. So why should I believe when you tell me that the Inca built it and they don't even have a writing system? So they didn't write anything that told you that they built it, right? They did not. That's what I'm trying to get at here. The Incas don't talk because they don't write, okay? So why are we assuming that they built this? Oh, you're going to use the time frame? A time frame can only do but so much. Come on now. And then you're telling me that the Maya were here first, so why isn't it that they built it? But they always want to make you feel like a stranger comes and just builds on your land, and that makes them great. No, it don't. Anyway, let's take a closer look. Wait, I'm sorry. The Maya established the Yucatan Peninsula in Central America. All three of these had their religions and political views. So we're going to do something. I want you to see this, okay? I jumped, but I had to highlight that. Worships. Okay. Okay. Only Aztecs and Incas were true worshipers. Wait a minute. They were the true worshipers of God, but they practiced human sacrifice. The Aztec, and you're going to include them as true worshipers of God. Okay, Moors, that's your rhetoric. That's you. You don't have a problem killing people. In that story that we saw, when the two majestic male and female appear for the Incas, what did it say? It said that they came to civilize them, but the ones who resisted would be killed. How is that being civilized? How are you going to civilize me by force? Because if I don't want to be civilized, that's what they said. And they're saying these are the true worshipers of God. Well, I guess it depends on which God you're talking about, right? Set, storm, war, chaos deity. And any deity that you see associated with storm, whether they call him a wind god, a rain god, wind and rain, storm. They don't often say he's a war, a chaos god, but the idea is that is what a storm is. When you think about even something like the Wizard of Oz, and the storm, that came, it caused chaos, so only Aztecs and Incas were true worshipers of God. Yeah, because those are the foreigners. That's what the whole point. That's why we're looking at this. So of course the colonizers are going to say that because it's some bullshit. Only the Aztec and Incas were true. Get the freak out of here, you. Get out of here. Mayas were most advanced and focused on science and mathematics. Science and mathematics. So I would believe that they would be able to build this more than these damn Incas who's I would believe that first. Now I don't believe the Maya built it either, but I'm just saying of the three, if you're going to lie to me, make it make some damn sense. Okay, that's so Mayas were most see. I'm trying to tell you the Mayas were the closest thing to TaMerians, y'all. And where am I getting this? I'm going with Horace Butler's timeline of 3400 BCE. There were two kingdoms in the Americas at 3400 BCE. Okay. So the Mayas were the most advanced. Then out of the Inca and the Aztec. Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We'll take that. Aztec and Maya empires were located in Mesoamerica, while Inca, along with the Andes mountain range. Hmm. Hmm. So that would make me think that this is where the TaMerians were as well, because that's where Machu Picchu is. It's in the Andes. Is that what we're reading? So that's interesting, because the Inca now are in an area that should belong to the Maya as the oldest Indians there. So that's just very interesting. Very, very, very interesting. I tend to think it was all one culture before it broke up, and maybe they took pieces of it and then called one area Aztec and the other area, but it was all TaMeri. Okay, that's what I guess that's my knee-jerk thought when I read this. Okay, so let's go down. Now remember this. Now I want you to remember, human sacrifice was only part of the Aztec culture, not the Maya and not the Inca, according to this. Okay. So what was that? That was the Inca. So are we done with the Inca? It's interesting because they were talking about everybody, but wait, no, maybe we didn't. So no, that's the no Inca versus Aztec. Okay. What are Aztecs? Aztecs, now, what I know, I'm just going to say it quick because this is what, as I'm reading this, I got to let you know what I'm feeling, what I'm seeing. Now, these are the ones that followed Set. Now, and mind you, we just read that they're the only ones that practice human sacrifice, the Aztec. Now, someone broke down Aztec to meaning as Set. It's just, a word play. But as the deity Set does, so does the Aztec. They do as Set or Sutek, because he's also known as Sutek, as Sutek, as Sutek. So they do as the malevolent deity do when they practice human sacrifice. This is what I appreciate about this article. Now we'd have to look further, but it is telling us, it's not biased. Like I don't think this article is trying to be biased. It says human sacrifice was only part of Aztec culture. They're the newest people on the block. That's why you hear a lot of, I think I've said it, I think I've heard other people say, human sacrifice was not indigenous to the Americas, y'all. How are you going to call the civilizers savages? So no, we didn't practice no human sacrifice. Now, I don't know about animal sacrifice. I don't know if that was maybe something, I don't know. We'd have to look, but that would be more likely, I would say, but hey, they didn't say that, but I'm just saying if there was any sacrifice, because it might have been animal. Mm-hmm. Because I'm not going to go there today. I'm not going there today. Okay, so human sacrifices. Well, yes, Aztec and Maya empires were located in Mesoamerica, while Inca along the Andes mountain range. I kind of want to look up the Andes mountain. I think I know what's happening. I just want to see it. What should we do to the map? Let's see what the map says. That's the Andes there. Whoa. So then that whole area was TaMeri. Now, mind you, huh? But I didn't think Machu Picchu was. Is it there? I didn't realize it was exactly in Brazil. Um. Okay, so it might be up in this area because I don't recall it being so low down. Like down here, but it's the whole. It's all Andes. Ooh, we. So this is the location of the Inca. But I also now on the Wolsey Muller map, this is what this this was TaMeri, according to the Wolsey Muller map, but they changed it into America. Excuse me. So that's why I say that I believe our culture, excuse me, it moved up and hmm. So Machu Picchu has to be over here somewhere. Okay, so let me just see something. Oh, I know, I forget where it's at. Where? Okay, location of Machu. Okay, so wait a minute now. I didn't want to go this. Okay, where is Machu Picchu? Inca Bridge. Hmm. Okay, where's Machu Picchu? I guess that's the whole thing, isn't it? Machu Picchu, right here. Okay, so it's right here. Okay, so let's see if we can get. Um, see, I want to see where it. Uh, come on, right there. Interesting. All this time, I guess I feel like an idiot, but I just didn't realize it was so low down. So this is where Jerusalem is located. So we went. So the Maya. Mm, uh, they're up here. The Aztec and the Maya are up here. The Inca are. How did the Inca get on like the main? It's just interesting. Just interesting because they're not the oldest. Whereas what I'm trying to figure is Horace Butler is letting us know that this is the oldest history. But the next to oldest history would be Maya. But this is where Jerusalem was, Machu Picchu. So I'm sorry. I didn't realize that I didn't know exactly. I just thought it was a little further up, I guess. I was wrong. I was wrong. Okay. Uh hmm. Okay. So back to what we were looking at, I think. Is that it? Nope, that's not it. Okay, here we go. Okay. So what we read, what is that part? Yes, the Aztec and Maya empires were located in Mesoamerica, while Inca along with the Andes mountain range. Okay, that was the location. All right. What are Aztecs? Worshippers of Set. That's the quick answer. Or Sutek. Okay. Aztecs were present in Mesoamerica at, actually, we don't have to read it up here because I think the full article is down there, but let's read. Aztecs were present in Mesoamerica at the beginning of the 13th century. Very new. That's in the Mongolian Empire era. At that time, they were like nomadic tribes from northern Mexico. There's not much evidence about the beginning of the Aztecs, but they have been considered to have originated as a northern tribe of hunter-gatherers. Aztecs were also known as Tenocha or the Mexica. Aztecs had a very famous history due to their high interest in the arts. Well, I guess I think about those Aztec patterns, Maybe that's what they're talking about. They participate in different art activities like dancing, music, and poetry. How come you're not telling? No, I'm sorry, it wasn't them. Pardon. I got that wrong. I was about to say they don't have writing, but they did have writing. Okay. Aztecs were present in Mesoamerica. See, we're reading it again. So I don't know why they put it. Maybe they made it like a slide. I don't know. Slideshow. Aztecs were present in Mesoamerica at the beginning of the 13th century, right smack in the Mongol Empire era. At that time, the Mongols were controlling everything. They were like nomadic tribes. Yeah, the Mongols were like nomadic. They're going everywhere. From northern Mexico, I don't know about that. There is not much evidence about the beginning of the Aztecs, but they have been considered to have originated as a northern tribe of hunter-gatherers. Aztecs were also known as Tenocha or the Mexica. Aztecs had a very famous history due to their high interest in the arts. They participate in different art activities like dancing, music, and poetry. It's not saying a lot, is it? But I just, anyway, let's keep on. What are Incas? The incubating bullshit from the Moors. Incas are, let's go down to the bottom. Incas are, you don't see the picture? Okay. They're saying the Incas built that. I don't believe it. Okay. Incas are well known due to their founding of the Inca Empire in pre-Columbian America. Pre-Columbian America. This empire lasted from 1438 to 1533 and was the pinnacle of the Inca civilization. The Inca Empire used conquering and peaceful internalization to integrate the region of Peru under the leadership of a massive what? Well, we know this is a nod to the Roman Empire, okay? That's all I can say about that. Emperor, Empire, Roman Empire, okay? So if they had an emperor, as we already said, these are infiltrated Indians, or I don't even know what to call them. Okay. To integrate the region of Peru under the leadership of a massive emperor of Western South America. But right after the Civil War, the final spa Inca of the Inca Empire was caught and executed by conquistador Francisco Pizarro. After that, a neo-Inca state was founded, which was defeated in 1572 by the Spanish. All I know is that they show up at a time of the Mongolian Empire and the Maya were before that time. So I really don't want to get caught in their little Moorish interfighting dramas. You're already infiltrated. That's all I need to know. Thank you. Thank you. What are Maya? Okay, look at the little picture. I don't know the name of that temple, but okay. Maya is a Mesoamerican civilization that commenced 2600 BC. They are way before these other two. These are not BC. Now let's go back for a minute, please. Did we have a time here? 12th century, not BC 12th century. They would say BC. It would have to say BC for us to say that this is BC. So the Incas arose 12th century. The Aztecs showed up 13th century. I often wonder why we even talking about them. You know what I mean? They're all in colonizer time. We're narrowing this down, friends, family. This is what we're doing. We're cutting out the bullshit, spitting out the bones. Okay. But why am I doing this? Because we got to deal with what history is saying about the beginnings of America. Now, I know as North Americans, we want to focus on North America, but we have to account for what was going on at our earliest time if we're going to own all of America like we should as ours, as it is. This is why we want to go back and revisit all that was said about this drama. Who was involved? Where did the infiltration really come? But you know what? I'm starting to realize we might not get clear on that, because the infiltration wasn't really the problem. The infiltration was about assimilating. Again, much like they're doing in North America now. You bring the foreigner, he learns how to be an American, and the indigenous are disenfranchised again. They push to the bottom, because if they keep letting foreigners in, now I know a lot of Americans out there about, but America's for everybody, we don't want to deny them, and we would be the only fools on earth that don't have a policy where we say, no, we can't have the whole world in America. It's just not practical. You understand what I'm saying? You all out there who see America, and I lost a friend. Well, actually, it wasn't the reason we stopped talking, but he stopped talking to a good friend of mine over this topic of immigration. You can be as altruistic as you want to be and feel like you're supposed to be the welcome mat for every person in the whole wide world. Somewhere you're going to have to get practical and realize the more you, especially if you're indigenous, the more you call for foreigners to come here, it's only pushing you to the bottom, boo. Wake up. Because they got you thinking you're a foreigner. That's why you feel you have to I was a foreigner. We got to be, it's for everybody. America's not for everybody, y'all. Everybody don't want freedom. The Moors don't want freedom for you. They want sovereignty for themselves to dominate you with. That's all the Moors are ever interested in. For those who love the Moors, do understand that they can't love you unless you are of that mind to quote unquote conquer and do whatever it takes to lie to everybody and get their land, take their identity, bury their history, and that sort of thing. Okay, so let's get back to this. The Inca Empire, that's another keyword, used conquering and peaceful internalization. Hey, talking about the Moors, y'all, the Mongolian Moors. They said that brother said they would stop at nothing for total rule. It's so sad. It's so sad. How depraved must you feel to need to rule everything? You're just demented. That's what you are. The Inca Empire used conquering and peaceful internalization to integrate the region of Peru under the leadership of a massive emperor of Western South America. But right after the Civil War, well, I guess it's not our Civil War, the final spa Inca of the Inca Empire, so that must be their version of a leader, spa, was caught and executed by conquistador Francisco Pizarro. This is all Moor, y'all. This is who the Moors reared up. These Franciscos and Amerigos and Verrazanos and all of that. That's what the Moors gave you, baby. That's what they gave you. Conquistadors. To conquistador your ass. Y'all want to love up on these Moors. Look what they gave you. This poor Francisco, he's just the offspring of the Moors, y'all. The North African Moors. And they get to sit back and say, oh my God, what are they doing to you? Oh my God. What is my son doing to you? Billy, stop. Yeah, the Moors acting like a white woman. Have no intention of disciplining their children. They want to sit down and have a conversation. I'm sorry, I don't know where that came from. Forgive me. This is not beat up on white women. This is not beat up on any women. Okay. After that, a Neo-Inca state was founded, which was defeated in 1572 by the Spanish. What are Maya? And why I feel like why am I having deja vu? Did I skip and go? Oh yeah, I did. Sorry about that. Maya is a Mesoamerican civilization that commenced in 2600 BC by the Maya people. Now, this is as genuine as the Moors will allow. Americas to have, okay? But again, 2600, that's also the time of your Sumerian. And that's what my eyes are starting to awaken to. Nobody wants to go back to 3400 when it was mostly just us as, you know, the TaMerians. And why do I say it was us? Why does this Negro continuously believe that North American Negroes are somehow the ancient TaMerians bloodline? Well, it's simply the way we are treated. You take the first and you make them the last. Now, if we were not at the bottom of the barrel, I would be at a loss. I would not understand why it wouldn't make sense to me. This is the only thing that makes it all make sense. They know something about us, y'all. Now they're burying us. They're burying TaMeri. We got to start to make the connections. They're burying both of us. They're burying your culture and they're trying to genocide you. They have you already where you're denying that most ancient culture, right? So that's part of it. Once you co-sign, it makes it more or less legal for them to erase you. Now, when you say you're black and Negro and colored, that's like saying, "Oh, here I am, shoot me." That's basically, and they're like, yes, 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 yes. Same thing with your most indigenous culture. If they can bury that and you don't have any place to plant yourself, because they're gonna make sure that you grab on to the Maya, the Inca, and the Aztec first. Forget about them TaMerians. Just forget about it. They're demonic. Well, these people were demonic according to your Bible if they was worshiping a huge serpent, or I should say a dragon, because that's more like a dragon with got wings and stuff. So how come you're not really burying them? You're trying to make it like they're the first. You like these heathen, but you didn't like the original ones. Why? Because they was original. And somehow the Moors figured out that we're of that bloodline. They know more than we do. That's why they're terrorizing us. That's why they got it again. Why are we the only people on earth that are trying to be made disappeared, like they disappeared TaMeri on this continent, this landmass? Do the math. Do the common sense. Please do. What they do to the deities is what they do to the people, but we're going to add another one. It's what they do to the civilization and the namesake of the civilization. You change the words, you change the names of those things, and then you erase them. They did it to us when they called us black. They did it to TaMeri when they called it America. They did it to Heru when they called him Jesus. Make the connections, please. I'm just asking you. So we can have a footing on land, real land and real civilization. It's what we need to claim so we can solidify our first place. We are the first people, right? We're beginning to know that. So to me, it's just the next natural progression is to understand that we had the first civilization, and we know it's not Sumeria, because Sumeria is not that old. They're lying about Sumeria. See, look at all they're doing to camouflage TaMeri. That's how everything that they're doing to bury TaMeri is what makes me know I need to dig it up. So they're lying left and right. They're saying it's in Africa. They're saying that it's younger than Sumeria, and I see that it's not. Sumeria, again, why we're talking about Sumeria? Because look at that time frame right there, 2600. That's Sumeria. That's when Sumeria comes up. That's when they become a empire. So, ooh, 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 ooh. See, this is empire. Who else was an empire besides the Roman Empire? It was the Sumerians. Now, Egypt didn't go by, they didn't use the word empire, but the Sumerians did. They call that empire. On that timeline we looked at least there, they refer to it as empire, where they refer to ancient TaMeri as dynasties. Oh, so what am I saying right now? Whereas the 1200s relate back to the Mongol Empire, the 2600s relate to the Sumerian Empire. That's what I needed to say in my last video, not the Hyksos. I'm sorry. Because I realized the Hyksos are not as old as 2600. I misspoke. And it might, I don't know, it might be a good thing to, I don't know, replace that video. I don't know. I like that video because you could hear my brother telling you that the Mongolians were everyone else outside of TaMeri. So who's the other empire that would have had some kind of connection to this time frame? It was the Sumerians. They're not as old as TaMeri. See, we want to go back to the beginning. When I tell you, I mean, I want to go back to the beginning. So that's what I'm trying to do, because we don't want to get caught in the web of the Moorish Mongolian Empire, the Black African Moorish Mongolian Empire. We got to precede them, because if we keep tripping on their time frames, they caught us. If we given homage to 2600, we're talking about infiltration. We're talking about a new people on Earth like the Sumerians. So we're going with their time frames, and we're forgetting about the 3400 BC, when it was more pure bloodline. Okay, so let's continue. Maya is a Mesoamerican civilization that commenced 2600 BCE. This is older than the Olmecs. Yet, like, remember we were reading and the woman was saying, yet even secular historians will say that Sumeria is an older civilization. We can apply that here too. Now we're looking at 2600, yet even seculars will say that the Olmecs are the oldest civilization. How so? The Maya are before the Olmecs, and it looks like the Olmecs are some kind of knockoff of the Maya. So no, the Olmecs, their time frame is the 1200s. That is infiltration time, baby. That they all moored up, y'all. They all Mongolian up. They're all Mongoloidian up. Mongoloidian up. So, bye-bye, Olmecs. All they are heads. You cannot build a whole society around finding heads. I mean, you could speculate from here to eternity, but a few heads, big heads, does not a civilization make. We gotta spit out the bones, y'all. You know, they're giving us little pieces of bullshit. So you just left with these pieces that don't really fit. And then they try to tell us the story. The Inca don't even write about their history, and yet we're being told what they built. Are you fucking kidding me? They built Machu Picchu. You're a liar. You're a fucking liar. You fucking Moors. Mongolian, African Moors. They're all gonna stop lying. How are you going to accredit the building of a civilization to a people that didn't even write? What are you basing it on? They didn't tell you they built it. But this is what they do. We saw that this is what Akhenaten did when describing the Hyksos. Yet he's the one that's a heretic. Why am I listening to a heretic telling me that these people was bad? And yet your own people call you a heretic. They didn't say that about the Hyksos. You said it. But your people called you a heretic. So what does that mean? That you don't believe what the heretic had to say. That's what it means. That's what it means. Now, we might argue, well, maybe the 1890, they was trying to get things back. Yeah, that's the Hegelian dialect. You cause the problem, and then you come with solution and try to save yourself from being called a heretic by lying. Maya is a Mesoamerican civilization that commenced 2600 BC by the Maya people. It comprises southeastern Mexico, Belize, Guatemala, and the western portion of El Salvador and Honduras. This civilization, I knew for its there's the anti-Tamarians are not happy. They don't want to hear about this hieroglyph stuff. I don't mean we was TaMeri. We wasn't that. We wasn't that. What it? The oldest in writing hieroglyphs, and then we hear that TaMeri had the oldest writing or the oldest civilization, and they used hieroglyphs. Use your common sense. Make the connection. The connection. That's my Algonquin side. Because, you know, we Algonquins was rocking with the French. Yeah, our hijackers of choice were the French. I got a problem with you, Frenchies. How come when my people needed some weaponry, you didn't give it to them unless they converted to Christianity? I got a problem with you, Frenchies. Now, we was helping you take all our fur, right? Y'all couldn't give us no weaponry to fight them damn Iroquois. I'm sorry, I call them Incas. Fight them damn Iroquois better. Again, the Hegelian dialect. What was most likely happening? Well, this is what I think was happening. The French were just the arm of the British that was meant to, you know, cause that confusion. I'm on your side. I'm going to help you. You're going to help me, but I'm giving you all my fur. I'm catching beavers like fuck. The beavers like, leave us the fuck alone. We for you, not for these foreigners. The beaver's like, damn, you gonna do us this way? The beaver, I'm gonna build a dam just for you, damn you. And beavers was like, you taking all my skin off of me, give it to these foreigners. And we doing all this for the French, and they don't want to supply us with a weapon. That's what I read. That we had to be, they had to be sure that we was Christians first. We have been so severely fucked up. Amadou Diallo ain't got nothing on us, y'all. That broomstick didn't. That was like a play. That broomstick handle was like play with Amadou. Oh, gosh. Whew. This civilization, I knew. Who are you though? I knew. Who are you? I? Do you mean is? No, wait a minute. Is known for it? I don't know. It's reading kind of funny. This civilization I knew for its hieroglyphical script. Now, y'all, I'm just gonna say it again. You got the oldest, excuse me, of these Indian, so-called Indians using hieroglyphs, using our writing. Does that not mean something? Does that not make a flag go up that America is TaMeri? We went down Africa's timeline, right? They don't have nothing except allegedly Sumeria, which is not really African, I guess. They don't go back to well, okay, that's Punt. They saying Punt is the 20 like the 2600, you know. But Punt wasn't using hieroglyphs. Okay, we could still say that they weren't using hieroglyphs, Punt, or Somalia, or for if Punt is Somalia, they weren't known as Somalia, but Somalia, oh boy. What I'm trying to say is, once again, the 18th dynasty is describing a people just like they described the Hyksos with lies. Okay, So it is the 18th dynasty. Once they get to Africa, now they're going to create Punt. And they're the only, in other words, remember we read that there's no other writing talking about the Hyksos except the 18th dynasty, the New Kingdom, New World Order Kingdom. So the writer said only the 18th dynasty is describing the Hyksos in a very negative way. The heretic is describing someone in a very negative way. This is the same thing they did with Punt, which is being said to be of the time frame of the Maya, 2600. It's the same time era, BC. So they're describing Punt, but no one knows where Punt is. And they're saying Punt was the land of the gods, is what I read. So you don't have enough respect for the land of the gods to know where it's located? You put in the gods in a sea jurisdiction like you do to us? We don't know where exactly where, somewhere in West Africa. We just don't know where. That's what y'all doing to the gods. We don't know what. How you worshiping me and you say I'm the god, right? Well, you don't know where I'm at, boo. How'd you find me then? But that's the 18th dynasty describing another people, Punt, the people of. So Punt is bullshit. That's what I'm saying. Okay, if you didn't get what I'm saying, what I'm saying is there is no such thing as Punt. We go with Somalia, and Somalia does not go back to Punt. Now, if they were just sitting there on the land, rolling rocks or whatever, that we can't count that. Okay, if they became a thing after the Mongolians find them, and now Somalia is an empire in the 1400s AD, well, that's where you show up. So what if you were before that? We ain't got to be concerned about that, right? Because you wasn't nothing according to the Mongolian Empire that made you something. They're gonna try to say you was all of that, but you wasn't all of that until they showed up and put you on the map. So we have a pattern of like pharaohs and the Moors giving people a come up, but they just hanging out on the land doing nothing, God knows whatever, but they're not nothing in a realm of a civilization, right? They just there. Maybe they could be Cabbage Patch babies, and they could be like the Lord of the Flies. The Moors just dump they Lord of the Flies children, leave them, come back, and quote unquote civilize them, and now give them a whole history that they don't know nothing about. And boom, there's your Punt, or there's your Hyksos, and there's your Incas who don't have a writing system, which is incredible to me. They got like a sunburst. They look like that thing that Aten, that Akhenaten made. That's what the Incas had, like that you saw that thing look like a necklace with strings and knots. Anyway, we digress. This civilization I knew for its hieroglyphic wait a minute, what is it? Hierological? I'm sorry, I said hieroglyphs. Well, we've seen that they use the word hieroglyphs. I don't know what this version of hieroglyph means, or hierological. Come on, y'all. Okay, we're not going to highlight that. I don't think we should highlight that. It don't say hieroglyph, but we know that they used hieroglyphs. We did see it somewhere else, I do believe. I'll leave it, whatever. Maya had no one emperor. See, they wasn't trying to have a one world order, okay? But a prince and priest ruled it. Wait a minute. They didn't have an emperor. Okay, I can live with that. That means they're not under the the empire, the Roman Empire. Okay, we can take that. But the next part, but a prince and priest. Huh, that don't sound right either. Ruled it. A prince and priests ruled it. Maya was very advanced and had a great knowledge of mathematics and astronomy. Now I ask you this. How come the Maya have all of this and it doesn't trickle down to the other, like the Inca and the Maya? Well, I'll tell you, because those are foreigners. But still, wouldn't it make sense that whatever the old, like, how did the Incas not have writing when the Maya did? Are you devolving? You see? So how do you start off with writing? Ooh. Hmm. Hmm. Why don't the Incas write when? Well, okay, so they're saying they were in another part of the world. The Inca were in a little, but still, it's just a way, I think, of saying that they were not indigenous. They just showed up, like they said up on the top. I should have listened. They just appeared. They just showed up, right? That's why they're not connected to the Maya. That's what we're getting here. They have no connections to the Maya. Well, the Maya are way older than them. That's another thing. There is, I do have to account for a big time difference, but still, don't you learn from the cultures before you when you're a one people or something like that? But these were foreigners. The Aztec and the Incas were foreigners. They might have chased the Maya out of the Inca territory. Who knows? I don't. Okay. Hierological script. Maya had no one emperor, but a prince, and priests ruled it. Maya was very advanced and had a great knowledge of mathematics and astronomy. They were able to track the movements of planets and stars. That's very important. Very important. The Maya are very much like the Egyptians. I'm just going to say it. I know y'all can't stand it. I know. We're just going to have to man and woman up a little bit. That's all. That's all. It's no big crime to have the oldest civilization on earth. It's really, you don't have to feel afraid of that. It's just, it is what it is. But as a people who are left with no footing, we there's got to be a reason for that, right? They don't want us to stand on where we belong, so they misplace us, and we're the only people on earth that are misplaced like this. Do the math. Connect yourself and understand why you were disconnected. It wasn't because you were running around rain dancing and peace piping. You had a high and older civilization than the Maya, the Inca, and the Aztec. Are you okay with that, indigenous? Is that something that you don't like? Talk to me. Let's work this out. Let's talk it out. Why don't you want the oldest civilization on Earth? Why do you have a problem with that? You want to be somewhere in the middle? Well, you're already there. Is it the best place to be? No. No, it's not. Because you're going to fall in the grips of the Moorish world. King James is the Moorish world. Columbus is the Moorish world. Sumeria is the Moorish world. The 2600 BC is still the Moorish world before they really got the shit together by the 1200s and maybe a little before that. But yes, they was still here as early as like the 600 BC. Because why? They were us. That's the other thing that I don't think indigenous. I don't. That's why they know so much, y'all. That's why they're the key. They call themselves custodians, right? Because they're keeping all this knowledge and hoping that we never figure out that they are behind all of this. That's why they know a lot of the history that we don't know. That's why they're infiltrating the oldest landmass and trying to have their offspring come here, the Mongolians. They don't want us to find out that we were the very first thing. You see, it's not just because we're Indians, y'all. It's because we are the bloodline of the oldest civilization in the Americas. And we're I'm going to say we're the descendants of the ones who kicked them out. That's why we were left in the dark. They didn't know what to do with us. Well, they took a lot of us, I believe, to Europe and used us for labor and stuff like that to build up, for the people of Yakub and stuff, you know. Okay. So I think we're near the no, we got a little more to go. They were able to track the movements of the planets and the stars. That's what they're doing right now. That's what the Moors are doing behind the scenes. That's what we used to do until they told us that astrology is bad and astronomy is bad and bad, But they're still doing it. That's why they knew when that conjunction happened, they knew shit was going to pop off. And that's when Rona started. They went by the planets for that, y'all. They knew when the conjunction was, right? And they knew after that, people are going to start remembering. The DNA is going to be awakened, the junk DNA. And so they had to get to work with what they had planned because they knew it was coming by reading the stars. So then you have, and they said that was a crowning. Corona means a crowning, a coronation. We were the indigenous were getting their crown. We were beginning to get our crown back, and the Moors they ain't here for that today. So they had their own corona. They have their own corona. They duplicate everything. Bharat becomes India, so that we get confused about who's the Indians. Australia becomes Aboriginal. So now we create this term Aboriginal, and now it's a toss-up between those who want to call themselves Aboriginal in the Americas and the Aboriginals in Australia. New England. But it's the old England. Evidently, come on now. Come on now. They duplicate everything. So, Corona, it's a good thing, but they turn it into a disease or a manufactured vaccine, trying to, and what was the goal of that jab? To claim your body. They just need to have dominion. They see that we're about to take it back. It's even written in their own book when they say, when you shall have the dominion, you will break the yoke of Yakub. What is the yoke? Slavery to a debt system. And now we're in a time. Check it out, y'all. Let's look at this. Let's walk through this. Now, I'm back at the office, but since the Rona, I don't believe anybody's working as hard as they used to. Well, in terms of you're given like a work from home option now. I mean, we're still working, but I just found that interesting. I just found that very interesting. Everybody comes back to a shorter work week in terms of having to go into the office since this conjunction. It's our time, but we can't go for. That's why they laid so many traps for us with the word spells, because they know once they're knocked off the throne, if we can continue to use their words, there's a chance that they can resurrect themselves. I think we just gonna have to take it a lot more seriously. How we, oh my God, that's the 16 pages. I didn't know this thing was 16 pages. I just saw it up here. I don't know if we're gonna go through 16 pages. Okay. Okay, so let's get back to wasting time. Okay. Yeah, so they knew the movements of the planets and the stars. Very important. Extremely important. And this is what the Maya, they were basically trying to keep the traditions of the ancient TaMerians, which was us. They were trying to keep those traditions. And I think the reason why they were allowed to be so much like the TaMerians is because the Moors, the Mongol Moors, needed a decoy to give our culture to, if you follow me. And these people had assimilated, these Maya had assimilated so much with TaMeri that they're virtually just like the Egyptians, except they're not the original people. But they're doing our traditions the most accurately than the Inca and the Aztecs. They have the hieroglyphic writing. They are following the movements of the planets and the stars. They were given our identity. They were one of the first people that were given our identity. And we were to become, quote unquote, African. Now, if we look up Maya today, we know what they're going to look like, right? If there's any Maya nations around, we know what they're going to look like. So that's also the name of the game. Okay. Okay. So now we're going to see some serious conflict here. Okay. Okay. Let's see. I don't, how are we going to do this? So these are the 5 key differences between Inca, Aztec, and Maya. Well, I'll tell you off bat, 2 are frauds and 1 is more accurate to the reality of who we were. Okay, which were TaMerian. If you don't get anything from this, please know the Maya are tying us back to ancient TaMeri. And they're on this landmass doing. This is where TaMeri was. You have to understand that, as I was about to say, and I got lost off track. When we went down Africa's timeline, well, I was trying to show you that Punt was a fairy tale, but even though they're giving it 26, they're giving it the Maya's date. So which one is real? The Maya. Which is fake? Punt. Oh, wow. So that's a good, if y'all can catch that, please do. That was a big one right there. That was a biggie for me because I didn't even make that connection that way. So we have a 2600 or so BC time frame in Punt, but they can't find it. They think it could be in the area of Somalia, maybe, possibly. We have Maya. Which one is more real? The one in America. The Maya. I'm not saying they are the full bloodline, but I'm saying they were those people that kept very close to our ancient TaMerian traditions. The only competition they have is the let me see. Yeah, the Punt, because Punt is also, if we go with Punt, they are also competing with Sumeria, right? Because it's all in that 2600 BC time frame. And we know Sumeria is fake as fuck, right? Ain't nothing but the Mongolian Empire, okay? That's the beginnings of the Mongolian Empire. That's the beginnings. That's when they were still learning and stuff. They were very slow. As we recall, they were very slow people, right? So it would take them thousands of years to become the empire that the Moors needed to take us over with. We saw that they allegedly started writing and what did they say? I don't even remember because it was so fraudulent and funky. Okay, so they had their empire, and it was an empire. They're being called a nod to the Roman Empire in 2900, right? But their writing was like they're trying to say that their writing was even before 31. Oh, it was 4000. I think what their writing was 4000 BC. I think their writing is 4000. So from 4000 BC, I think it was 4000. If I'm incorrect, I apologize. But it was way before they're saying hieroglyphs started. And I do believe it was 4000 for some reason. So from 4000 BC to 2900 BC, that, how many years is, oh, my phone is out of power. Let me see. I want to subtract, where's my, can I do it? Do I have my writing apparatus here? We want to, I'm going to go with 4000. I think they gave it that. I think they say they started writing 4000. If not, it was a little less than 4000. And they started agriculture at 7000 BC. Oh, they were. But we learned that they were so slow as to not have empire until, and we're going to do the math right now if we can. Let's see. I think it was 4000. I'm going to go with 4000 minus 2900 BC. 2900 is when they had their empire and their first kings and stuff. So okay. If they started writing, I do believe it was 4000. And if I'm wrong, please forgive me. We'll look it up and I'll try to correct it in the comments or in the description box. But I have a feeling it was 4000. They've given them a real big jump on, or they trying to say they was writing way before anybody with cuneiform. Yet cuneiform didn't translate into anything. We could practically draw a chart to how hieroglyphs and Coptic and Demotic translated even down to Greek, you know. But these cuneiform, what does that translate to? Nothing. What, Arabic? No, it don't. No, it don't. Arabic came more from one of the TaMerian scripts. Cuneiform did not translate into Arabic. There's no way. When you look at cuneiform, it don't look a thing like Arabic. Where did Arabic come from? I do believe, now I'm going on what I recall. So I'm gonna have to look that, but I do believe it was basically derivative of one of the Sumerian or Egyptian scripts. I do believe, because Greek was also like that. You know, it was derivative of well, what is it? Well, no, that was Hebrew. They say that Hebrew and Greek are very similar. So where did the Greek get stuff from? Because Greeks are being said to be very you know, also having interface with TaMerians, which I'm not sure of how that would work, but yeah. Well, we do know that the first Bible was in Greek, right? It was the Septuagint, right? So anyway, we figured that out. But okay, with the 4000 BC and the 2900 BC, which is where Sumeria starts to have a empire, it's 1100 years. So between the Egyptians writing, let's see, we did it before, but let's try to do it again. 3400 BCE minus 3100 BC. That was a difference of I don't just look right to me. Was it? Wait a minute. No, 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 no. It was, oh, it was 3150 minus 3100, because 3150 is often the when a writing. Wait. No, 3100 was the writing. 3150 was the uniting. So let's do the math there. Is that right? 3100 is when the hieroglyphs started. So what? The kingdoms were united in 3150. $50 years between, right? I don't recall it being 50 years. I thought it was more like 200 years between. So let's do the 3400. Maybe it's the 3400. Okay, so a little closer to what I thought. Needless to say, the time of ancient Egypt's writing to its first dynasty is like a few hundred years or less, a few hundred years or less. So let's say it again. TaMerians start writing about 300 years before, two to 300 years, if I'm recalling correctly, before their king, their first united kingdom. They Sumerians, they have a gap of over 1,000 years between their writing and their first emperor. So they are a slow civilization. So that's why I'm saying it could very well be that they were, it took them from 2600, say if the Maya were like like mixed with Sumerians. It from 2600, oh God, how do I say this? So I'm trying to somewhat see how the Maya were a mixture of possibly Sumerian foreigners. And so by the time they get their stuff popping with the Mongol Empire, that's several thousands of years after they split from the Maya, right? Is that what I'm saying? Yeah. And then they be that, so now by the by like the 1200s AD, not BC. Now they have their, in other words, they were slow moving, so it would make sense that it took them that long to develop into the Mongolian Empire, is what I'm trying to say. Because the Mongolian Empire started really getting off the ground, I believe, in the 1200s, when Mali, Genghis Khan, the Olmecs, so, and the Olmecs are off. See, there it is again. The Olmecs are being lined with the Maya. When you do when I looked up for Maya, they're saying the Olmecs was a period in Maya time frame. So that's an infiltration, at that point in the 1200s with the Olmec, that's another infiltration. But I'm saying there was one probably right when the Maya began, because that's when you have the cuneiform allegedly, on the other continent, and the whole thing springing up in Mesopotamia. But I'm wondering if Mesopotamia ain't nothing but Mesoamerica, where the Maya were. Yet they are the ones that's keeping the tradition, the Sumerian. If they are Sumerian, that means they've been most faithful to the TaMerian tradition. Okay, so let's go forward. Going on and on. So I don't know how to exactly read. I guess I go across. So components, existence. The Inca. Inca arose in the 12th century, and they comprised an empire in the Andes Mountains range of South America. Aztecs lived in the valley of Mexico. They were a Mesoamerican civilization around 1300 to 1521. Maya were mainly settled around Yucatan Peninsula in Central America. And they don't like to give us a time frame. You see how they leave that out conveniently? Why aren't you not putting their time frame? Why are you denying them their anyway? Religion. Incas were polytheistic. They worshiped their god known as sun god. Aztecs were also religious. They built huge temples and pyramids for their gods. Maya was polytheistic and human sacrifice. This is where the conflict was. This is a lie. This is a lie. And that's why I want to put it, I use that when we're in the red, the fire zone or the lie zone. I want to use this stuff. This is a lie. This is a lie. We read at the top of this page, the Aztecs were the only ones that practiced human sacrifice. It was the Aztecs, these folks. And I'm just redlining it or because I want to, this is where that belongs. This is why I want to show you how the lies are just, why at the top of here is we saying, and they're saying that okay, human sacrifice was only part of Aztec culture. Human sacrifice was only part of Aztec culture. The Aztecs are the babies. The Aztecs are the most influenced by the Mongolian Empire. And they have writing, so they're going to spread that crap. At least the Inca, which they got a gag in their mouth. They couldn't talk. They ain't say nothing. So tell me what, maybe we got to write these people and let them know you're lying. You made something, but the bone flew out, the skeletons. And I guess I just want to show you how things are thrown in. I mean, I do believe the time frames. I just needed something that had them all together, on one page and kind of had it a little pretty with the little pictures and stuff. So I did go with this, but I didn't notice this until after I pulled it. I'd be honest, I didn't get this, but then after I made it a PDF, I was reading this. I'm like, wait a minute, you just told me the Aztecs was doing that bullshit. Part of their religion. You're lying. It was not. They were more like again, the Maya are most closely resembling TaMeri, where Egypt began in the Americas. And we never heard that Egyptians practiced human sacrifice. They didn't. So this is a whole lie. If they're lining themselves with TaMerians, trust me, they are not practicing human sacrifice until maybe they turn into that Olmec period. Maybe then, I don't know, but I know that that's not what they were. That's not what they were about. And if it wasn't until the 1200 era. Now they go back to 2600. So from 2600 to 1200 BCE, I'm sorry, 1200 BC. Oh yeah. Olmecs are 1200 BC. Oh wait. So they sometimes see. I get the. Let me see that. Now the Mongol Empire. See, I get that 1200 mixed up because the Olmecs are said to be BC. The Maya are BC as well. But why am I saying that the Olmecs were part of the well, we established that the Mongols are slow, right? No, I'm sorry. The it's a slow people. These foreigners, if we go on, you know what it is. I think it's because I'm really making the assertion that Sumeria, I think, is really somewhere in the Americas. So that's why I'm got a little bit. Let me see. What was it about the Olmecs? Olmecs. Because they're not as old as the Maya, but they're being lined up with the Maya. So I was saying that at that point, we gotta go find out. Okay, we're gonna have to see the Olmecs. I'm sorry. Let's let me see. I do have a printout that I could read. Because I think sometimes what I'm doing is I'm getting the Olmecs mixed up, the 1200 BC with the 1200 AD, and I apologize for that. But the bottom line is we're saying that the Maya were infiltrated, right? So hell yeah, the Olmecs were infiltrated too. That's the connection I'm trying. Okay, so maybe I don't have to go all around the world. What I'm saying is that the Maya are not exactly the most indigenous, and so that would include the Olmecs. Maybe that's what I was going with it. But sometimes I admit I do get the 1200 BC mixed up with the 1200 AD, which is where the Mongolian Empire really comes. But as we saw, the brother did tell us that the what he say about the Mongols? He said they were the Aztecs and the Inca. Okay, he didn't say Maya. Okay, so this is a recap. I just need a quick recap. I get the Olmecs are a little bit tricky, but I'm saying that not only were the Olmecs not the most authentic, but I'm also saying the Maya are not the most authentic. Okay, so it still goes in line with what I'm saying. So if I'm saying that the Maya are mirroring Sumeria's history, then damn well the Olmecs are not as indigenous as we would like to think either. I'm saying that the Maya are not. So my hypothesis, I guess, is that the Olmecs are definitely not. If you know, if the Maya aren't, then the Olmecs definitely are not. That's what I'm postulating. Okay, okay. So hopefully revisit it, but that's roughly why I don't go with the Olmecs, because I'm not really going fully with the Maya. Okay. Inca was a political condition. Inca was ruled by a very powerful. Well, we already know that, but okay. Inca was ruled by a very, very powerful emperor, Sapa Inca. Now, let's for a minute. Let me just say this for a minute. The Moors have a plan, right? Even if they don't, even if this is before the Roman Empire, they are obsessed with empire, right? So it very well could be that even though they're backtracking, they're still putting their stamp, emperor, on a group of people that maybe didn't even use that word, but still, it's what the Moors are trying to tell us is that this is our stuff. Even before the Roman Empire, we were here. Now the Roman Empire wasn't here, but the Moors were here, right? So it's very feasible that emperor is a word that they started to use because they were thinking empire. So even though they're backdating I think when they call it Inca emperor, well, what they call it, I don't know. I think it was always in their mind, even if it didn't come out yet, that they were going to do empires. They're into empires. But they're saying that the first true emperor was Roman, and that's way after this time frame. I do believe. Wait. The Inca? Well, wait a minute now. Because the Inca, only the Maya, ugh, it gets a little confusing. What was the Inca's time frame? Let's see the Inca's time frame again. Ooh, the Inca, 12th century. Well, actually, no, the Roman Empire would have been around in the 12th century. Yeah, yeah, the Roman Empire would have been around. Uh, when did the Roman? Let's do a quick look. When did the Roman Empire begin? Timeline of the Roman Empire. Oops, okay. Hmm. So they weren't around? They were 27 BC. Okay. Either uh world history. Let's go with worldhistory.com. Okay, so officially, no, they weren't. Okay, let me see. Okay, 753 BC is the legendary founding of Rome. All right. But like we said, the Moors were here before Rome, right? So even though they're using that term emperor, it's a word that they created, right? That they could put it anywhere they want to show us how they where they had influence. Okay. Now, luckily, it wasn't said about the Maya. So if the Maya had writing, they can't. Perhaps that's part of the reason because the Maya never said anything about emperors, right? And so that was the Inca that we were reading about, I do believe, right? So the Roman Empire goes back to, I should have had this number in my head at some point, 753 BCE. Okay. So they're not as old as what we were just looking at. Okay, so let's see. We go back. Okay. 753 BC was the Roman Empire. The Inca. Wait a minute. Yes, they did. The Roman Empire was here when the I'm sorry, I must be tired. 12th century, yes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yes, the Roman Empire was here. So any emperors are stemming from Rome. I'm sorry, I got that a little confused. Let's look again. So 750 BCE. So the Inca are 12th century AD. So yes, the Roman Empire was here, all right, when the Incas were around. Yes, the Mongol Empire and the Roman Empire. Well, what are they gonna say? The Mongols took over the Catholics? I don't know, but definitely the idea of an emperor was in existence when the Incas were around from the Roman Empire. Okay, so again, Inca was ruled by a very powerful emperor, and the Roman Empire was here at this time, or had been here. Okay, so very fitting that they would have an emperor. This is infiltration, y'all. That's what we're saying. I'm just repeating it, and I'm sorry if I'm overstating it, but I'm still learning this myself, so it's new, kind of new in my head. But ink, we're gonna read these. We're gonna read these. Inca and Aztec. Let's do it. Let's do it. These are infected with the Roman Mongolian BS. So let's do that. Inca. These are the two that we're not really going to take, but with a grain of salt. Okay. This here, as we saw, was a whole lie. They must have forgot to edit that out or something. Okay. Okay. Inca was ruled by a very powerful emperor, Sapa Inca. The emperor was also a religious leader of an empire. Okay, so that's what the Moors like. They like religious leaders because that's better for the mind mass programming. People will feel like they have to believe and worship whatever the Moors are saying is God. Okay, so they like their leaders to be somewhat connected to a church or a religion. Aztecs were ruled by an emperor. Okay, yeah. Oh boy, I'm so glad I'm just glad that we're looking at this together. I really am. I really am. This is what I've been wanting to show you. Okay, emperor, Roman Empire. These two, all Roman Empire down and Mongolian Empire down. Okay, it's the Moors fighting between themselves. Is it going to be Christianity? Is it going to be Islam? The bang, the boom. Okay. Aztecs were ruled by an emperor whose main purpose was to lead during the wars and huge battles. So he's different from this emperor. And the Inca, see, and that shows you too that the religion was just, because these people didn't they believe in Amaru? It was the Inca that did Amaru, right? Let me see. Do I have that slide? I hope I didn't close it. Is that was that? I mean, we did this before. Let me see. Okay, this. Okay, I wanted what I wanted. That's when rocks cry out. What did I want? I wanted. Oh, should we just do this real quick and come back to this? I'm sorry if I'm jumping around. We should do this because I want you to see what they said about emperors. Um, Even though I think emperor does go back before Rome loosely, but then again, no, the Inca, I'm sorry, Inca were after Rome. Okay, the names and titles inherited and voted to him. Okay. I'm sorry, did I read a little before that? Well, we could read the whole thing, right? I found this about emperors. It's an unknown title, but it was on Quora.com. Okay, who was the first emperor in the world history? Okay, it's interesting that they have this little Mongolian looking thing there. Okay, by Ian M. Okay, historian, ancient medieval, a teacher. Oh, he's a teacher. Ian, author has 863 answers. Okay, he's ancient. Ian M is a historian from ancient medieval Byzantine teacher, etc. All right, that's what he says here. The answer depends on one's definition of emperor. The English word is derived from the Latin imperator. Latin. Oh boy. Okay. But not every imperator was an emperor because that was a title translating roughly as victorious commander, with which Roman generals were saluted by their troops after a victory. For example, Pompey, Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, Caesar, Gaius Julius Caesar, and Mark Antony, Marcus Antonius, were all imperators among others, but none of them was emperor because none of them was the monarch of the Roman state. Caesar got close to being that with his repeated and eventually perpetual dictatorship, but he was using other titles to convey that authority. Caesar's great nephew and posthumously adopted son, Gaius Octavius, later named Augustus. Okay, so that's where your July and August. Here's your July, and here's the son, August. Where did my July go? Stop it. It's disappearing. Why are you doing that? Okay, I got to highlight. Okay. Okay, so here's your July, and here's his son named Augustus, but August, July, August. This is why we want to get this stuff. When we have our calendar, I don't know, maybe we could use a Mayan calendar. I don't know. But we kind of don't want to use these. It's honoring these see, that was the whole point, to make them like a pharaoh was like a god. So, that these weren't pharaohs, but they did happen after Alexander invaded TaMeri, or Egypt, and his general was made the first pharaoh. So Rome is after Greece. So these Romans they're very actively naming themselves, giving themselves months. That's like what you do to a god, you honor them with a month and stuff. So that's why it'll be interesting to figure out what deities are the months, or leaders, I guess, are these months named after. There's July and August right there. Okay, so Caesar's great nephew, or that was his nephew, and posthumously adopted son. Okay, he was his nephew, but he adopted Octave, later name, eventually emerged as sole ruler. Okay, so he Augustus, that was Octavius, Gaius Octavius, Gaius Octavius, later named Augustus, eventually emerged as sole ruler, monarch of the Roman state, avoided untraditional or unconstitutional use of traditional offices and titles, and became the first Roman emperor, 30 BC to AD 14, all the while maintaining that he was restoring the Roman Republic. The names and titles inherited and voted to him, Imperator Caesar Augustus, together became the imperial title perpetuated for his successors. So his successors like Genghis Khan, emperor, or what's the other emperors? Y'all know them. I'm sorry, I'm not recalling. The Inca emperors. Excuse me. Excuse me. A little stretching going on. So the first one was Augustus, right? And all of those who are basically agents of the Roman Empire are reminding us who the baby daddy is. It's Rome, the Catholic Church, the Church of Rome, right? The names and titles inherited and voted to him, Imperator Caesar Augustus, together became the imperial title, perpetuated for his successors with some initial variation. Since this is the origin of the title and retrospectively office of emperor, it would be fair to say that technically Augustus is the first emperor, Roman or otherwise, since it is the Romans that established the. Wait a minute. Why is this signed with Augustus? Oh, there is that him? Oh, that was more. Yeah, that's just the part I wanted. But this is Augustus. Basically, that's a bust of him, allegedly, right? It's interesting, but that's the part I really wanted to read. Now, oh wait. Examples of monarchs whose titles belong in different independent traditions, but were recognized as emperors in international diplomacy include those of China, Japan, Persia, Iran, and a handful of others. Less formally and less accurately, this was also the European view of the Mongol Khans. There we go. There we go. and not just the Mongol Supreme Khans. Now we know that the Khans, the Mongols, what did the brother tell us? North African Moors. And he named all of the leaders of Japan, the China and Persia, right? They were the Dalai Lamas. They were the this, they were the that. The African Moors, right? So who's starting all of this emperor shit? And it's just being passed down to Romans and all that. The African Moors. But it's funny because I still think they're doing a lot of backdating because we kicked them out, right? They get to Africa and it is what, like 1500 BC, I think, in the 1500s. So, but no, that I guess that would still be precede all of this. Yeah, it would. So no, we got it right. The time I think was right. Okay, so if you want to read Sark 23, see? Okay. Ooh, he's going in. Okay. So this is why I'm having a bit of an issue with Maya. I am starting to think they might be linked to Sumerian. I don't know because they're coming up in the 20. Now they're saying the Maya is 2600 BCE. So maybe what I'm saying is it that the Maya were infiltrated by these folks somehow? Okay. So that's why I'm questioning Maya, because I feel like, somewhere in their history they did see Sargon is 2300 BC. Now this is foreign to TaMeri, right? This would be the East Asians, the Sumerians, the Asians. So this is the beginning of the Mongolians, even though they don't, this is their stuff. And they did have a king by this time. Yeah, Sargon, that's when they had him, right? 20. So this is the beginnings of foreigners on Earth, basically. It would be the Sumerians, or what we're calling Sumerian. They are the first. I believe they were the first Arabs. But again, they're East Asian. This. I don't feel like reading this, but it is chocked with some stuff. So again, if you want to read it, please, take a screenshot because I think we got to move on. Let me go back over here if you want to take a screenshot here. Screenshot. Wait. Screenshot. Opportunity. Photo op. Please, and if you want to read it later, and if you see something I didn't see, let me know in the comments. Okay, next one. Screenshot. Screenshot. And that's it, I think. Right? Yeah. You could screenshot that to read later. We just Sultan. He called them sultans. That brother, he went down all of this. The Chinese, the Slavics, he did all of this. He did all it. He said prince and princesses. We just might have to listen to that again before this video is over. These are all Moors, North African Moors. Okay, Berbers. Now, whatever the race the Berbers were, that is the foreign. That's the foreign element. That kind of look, it's a dark look, it's a dark look, but it's more like Arabic. Okay, so now where were we? We were over here. Okay, okay. Maya had city-states and was not united politically. There was an independent ruler for each city-state. That's what we kind of have in America, but they kind of hijacking it. Each state is supposed to have, each mayor or governor, I'm sorry, I believe it's governor, is the president of that. So this is why we are have a version of what Maya. See, we're not supposed to have this type of thing, an emperor. No, we had the city states, but I think somewhere the Moors are trying to sort of say that this is not really good, not good, because they want the emperor stuff. Okay. Architecture. Do we need to? Okay, architecture, art and architecture. The architecture of the Inca consists of natural beauty, side eye, an amazing mixture of geometrical and natural forms. Now, geometrical is not necessarily natural. Geometry is very geometrical, where nature is a little more freestyle. Their building was in uniform with massive imperial structures. Okay, so the Inca, the Aztecs, I'm sorry. Monumental sculptures were the favorite of Aztecs. They built statues. They also art courtyard, all different subjects. Most famous were animals, plants, and gods. Maya left a considerable architectural heritage as they built a huge array of structures. They also reconstructed a classic period city, Tikal. Decline. Inca was defeated by Francisco Pizarro, leading a Spanish conquistador. Moreover, smallpox spread also killed many Incas. Well, they belong to the Moors anyway. I mean, I'm sorry you're dead, but you wasn't us, okay? Aztecs were defeated by Hernan Cortez, leading Spanish conquistadors. You see, now look at that, people. Look, they build it, they tear it down. This is why they can't tear us down, indigenous. If they didn't build it, they can't tear it down. They need us to implode for them by buying into their narrative. Now, if we take on enough of their narrative, they're going to say that we're a product of them, just like the Inca and the Aztecs. And they're going to, if you get enough indoctrination, that's when they could take you out, because now you've completely disconnected from your bloodline, your ancestral line, spiritually, mentally, every which way you can think. And now you're a product of the Moors, and they take you out when they need to. But hey, baby, they take that dominion over you. Because now listen to this. There is not much evidence about the defeat of Mayas. But more than 2 million Maya still live in southern Mexico and Guatemala. Are you telling me the Maya were never defeated? Why would they not be defeated? Because they're not a product of the Mongolian Empire. The Mongolian Empire, they what God giveth, God taketh away. And the Moors think they're God. We learned that in reading of Yakub, Father of Mankind. Clearly, they see themselves as God. And then they trying to tell us that we're gods too. Then how come I'm getting fucked and you're telling me how great I used to be? These Moors got a good game, y'all. They got a good game going. A real good thing going. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. But that shit is about to come down. Aztecs versus Inca versus Maya similarities. Whether it's Aztec or Inca or Maya, all of these had full control of. There was no empires in Maya that ceased to exist. You just told me that okay, ceased to exist. Well. These three groups have unique languages. You didn't tell us that the Inca don't write, though. You didn't mention that. These three groups have unique languages and provide specific religious views to their people. Aztecs versus Incas. I'm sorry, Incas versus Aztecs versus Maya, pros and cons. I think it's written down here. So they don't write it all here, but then they write it all here. Incas have their greatest tech. Incas have their greatest technological skill, engineering, which makes them able to build roads across the length and width of their empire. Inca didn't build that, okay? They didn't build that. They didn't build Machu Picchu. They didn't build that. Inca also shows their technological skills in agriculture. Now, the Inca didn't write, right? So who's to say that they built? Did they say they built it? They didn't. So we don't know. We don't know. I say no. I'm going to go with Horace Butler, who's dating that structure to ancient TaMeri and 3400 BC timeframe. Inca also shows their technological skills in agriculture. They planted different crops and made them grow the best. I wouldn't say the best. I wouldn't say the best. I don't believe that. Anyway, cons of Inca. Due to do how do you do the pros and cons of a culture? I don't know. I don't know. Due to their location, the Incas faced many physical obstacles: high mountains, raging rivers, and tropical forests. Incas did not have any advanced weaponry system, which became one of the causes of their fall. Pros of Aztec. One of the best achievements of Aztecs was that they built up their island city, Tenochtitlan. Okay, so this is something I should have deleted, sponsored links. Aztecs performed various arts, including dance, sculpture, poetry, and music. Music and dance were important features of their events. Okay, cons of Aztec. During the Aztec Empire's rise, the community faced major problems like diseases, ritual sacrifice. See, they go to the ritual sacrifice again. So this is the second time they're being accredited with ritual sacrifice. And they misspoke about the Maya. Political issues and feeding a large population. Major problems: disease, ritual sacrifice, political issues, and feeding large population. Aztecs had no immunity to European diseases. Smallpox spread and devastated the Aztec people. So interesting how stuff is kind of said over and over and repeated. Isn't that what happened to the North American Indians? Smallpox. And so that kind of ties us to, even though these are not the original Indians, it kind of does show what happens to, the indigenous, right? This smallpox comes from out of nowhere. Maya, pros and cons. Pros of Maya. Mayas have some important achievements in mathematics and astronomy. They were able to track the movements of the planets and the stars. Maya people were also gifted in the arts. They were great painters and painted using plants and minerals. They were also good constructors. Cons of Maya. From late night till the end of the 9th century, something terrible happened to the Maya civilization, which shook it completely. From late night till the end of the 9th century. And the Maya's region collapsed during this time. Are you trying to say a cataclysmic thing? Something terrible happened to the Mayan village. Yeah, it's probably the Mongolians. In the 9th century, some cities like Tikal were completely devastated due to the drought, as rainwater was necessary there to drink and for crops. Excuse me. Yeah, I go yawn. I guess I'm getting a little tired. Okay. Inca versus Aztec comparison chart. Oh, this chart. Inca versus Aztec. Now, these are the two creations of the Mongolian Empire. Inca rose in the 12th century, yeah, right when the Mongols did, in the Andes mountain range of South America. Aztecs lived in the valley of Mexico. They were Mesoamerican civilization around 1300. Yeah, another time frame of the Mongolian Empire. Okay. 1300 to 1521. Incas were polytheistic. They worshiped their god known as sun god. Aztecs were also religious. They built huge temples and pyramids for the gods. This is interesting, how they gloss over the gods. Okay. Okay. Their god was Set. That's why they're not saying it. And really, that was the Incas' god too. Well, they all had that great dragon, so that's Set. You know, again, the Europeans were given a god. They were dragon slayers. Okay, so that tells you right there when the Moors come as Negropeans, what they're bringing, a dragon slayer mentality, right? They give you the deity, they build up and then they tear down. Okay, they get you worshiping a malevolent deity, and then they're justified in taking you out. This is how they work your mind. They get you to love upon a demonic entity, and then when they transform into the good priest of the north, then they kill you for worshiping that thing, or being uncivilized and all that. But they gave you the deity in the first place. Okay. Arts and architecture. Wait. Political condition. No, political condition. Inca was ruled by a very powerful emperor. Excuse me. Inca was ruled by a very powerful emperor, Sapa Inca. This emperor was also a religious leader of an empire. Aztecs were ruled by an emperor whose main purpose was to lead during the wars and huge battles. Okay. Art and architecture. The architecture of the Inca consists of natural beauty and amazing mixture of geometrical uh, geometrical and natural forms. Their building was in uniform with massive imperial structures. Uh, Let me see. Monumental sculptures were the favorite of Aztecs. They built statues. They also art courtyard, all different subjects. Okay. Okay. Monumental sculptures were the favorite of Aztecs. They built statues, statues. Okay. There should have been statues. They also art, art courtyard. What is that? All different subjects. They also art courtyard, all different subjects. Most famous were animals, plants, and gods. Okay. They had an art courtyard with animals, plants, and gods. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Decline. Inca was defeated by Francisco Pizarro, leading a Spanish conquista. Why am I reading it from here when I see it ends there? Okay. Oh man, it's a lot. Okay. Aztecs were defeated by Hernan Cortez, leading Spanish conquistadors. Okay. Is it down here? Oh, there they go, showing us them live again. Okay, let's go here. Aztec versus Maya. Aztecs lived in the Valley of Mexico. They were a Mesoamerican civilization around 1300 to 1521, Mongolian Empire time. Maya were mainly settled around Yucatan Peninsula in Central America, no timeline. Aztecs were also religious. They built huge temples and pyramids for their gods. Maya was polytheistic and human sacrifice. No, see, there they go again with the lie. They done. Was it Aztecs or Maya? They're lying. Why are they doing this in the same article is beyond me. I don't know. Did they not read it or something? I don't know. Don't make no sense. I'm going to put my money on the Aztecs. I am. I am. Okay. Uh, Aztecs were ruled by an emperor whose main purpose was to lead 31, and here's pounds. Excuse me, I guess I'm getting tired again. Maya had city states and was not united politically. Okay, that's really good because really a one world order is not going to serve the people like we think it would. Okay, you know, it's not the way the Moors want to do it. Okay, Maya had city states and was not united politically. There was an independent ruler for each city state. That's what we're gonna have to have. Okay, art and architecture. Monumental sculptures were the favorite of Aztecs. We read this already. We read this already. Why am I reading that again? Conclusion. If we make the Mayan Aztec Inca comparison, they are like each other in many ways, like they all have a history of building pyramids. If this is not TaMeri, I don't know what to tell you. Why are we building pyramids? Why don't we just take our ancient uh history and own it? Again, you don't have to fall on your knees before Osar, but recognize that he's what your ancestors worship. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The most ancient ones did, yeah. Ra, Heru, all of that. Better than what the Mongolians was giving you, a dragon. Again, I want to repeat something I said because it hit me at later on. Like, wow, that sounds like some sound reasoning, because why would we worship an animal that we never saw in existence, like a winged serpent? Animal like that we don't know anything about because we've never seen it. Why would we be given that type of animal? So they can tell you what he's about. You don't. We went with nature, what we saw in nature. That's what TaMerians did. They only looked at what was nature was showing them. Okay, we would not have made our most beloved deity an animal that we did not recognize. And when we did, now we did do it one time. Now let me take it back. Now we kind of did it with Set, because if you look at the head of Set, where I have Set, oh boy, here I go again. I think I took Set down. Set has the head of an animal that no one knows what that is. It looks like an aardvark or something, an anteater, but the ears are not. There, that's a big clue, y'all. Our most ancient TaMerians, if they gave you an animal that was not in nature, they were giving you a red flag. That's not a good guy. That we, ooh, I'm starting to see how serious TaMeri was, y'all, each day. And when you tap into it, this is the kind of gifts they give you. Got to be in line. But I just got this just now. I never thought about it. A dragon is a foreign animal because we've never seen it. Set was now they're showing us that Set had a human body. Let's look up Set, damn it. I got to break this down to y'all. I got to break it down. We got to see Set again. I know I had him up here, but I don't know if I still have him up here. I should, but I think I did take him down. Come on, Set. Are you there, Set? Are you there? I think I closed him. I think I closed. I think I took him down. Let me see. Because if I didn't, I just want to show him to you. Okay, I must have taken him down. I want to show you his head because okay, images. Yeah, well, this is the famous image of. Let's go with this one. Let's go with this one. That's one of his typical. How he's bred. Now, what animal is this? Some people say it looks like a donkey, but a donkey don't have a face like that. That like an aardvark, but an aardvark don't have ears like that. Now, here's the wonderful thing about this representation. Now, I told you we didn't often go with. I think there were very rare examples where you had a whole animal as a deity. But what they're telling us with this is that it's a person, but he's not anything you see in nature. Ooh, boy, these ancestors ain't playing today. Ooh, they are not playing today, I tell you. What I'm saying is, like a dragon with wings, something you've never seen. This is a clue to tell you that it's malevolent. It is not a good guy. It is not benevolent. This is a malevolent deity. This is a murderer. It was your brother. He wasn't white. His head was somewhere else, outside of what you know nature to produce. These ancestors was not playing with your ass. Ooh! Woo! I never got this like this. Thank you. Thank you. Now, I have to be fair. Because this ancestor has this body, I think the message is we are to honor him, but we are not to follow him. Yes, in the myth, he acted in very selfish and self-serving ways. This is Heru's uncle. Please listen. I know I say it a zillion times, but please hear. This is the one who's stealing your birthright. That's why he's a storm god, he's a rain god, he's a wind god, like Quetzalcoatl, like Amaru, like Kukulkan, whatever that thing. I don't say that name. This is who they are. And when they're not this deity, they are Apep. Now, what I will say about Apep is he seems to be an offshoot of Set, but Set is the one where he might have some redeemable qualities, where Apep is like, nah, I'm all the way demon. You can't reel me in. Because he has this body, there's a chance. Listen up, Moors. There is a chance for you. But you gotta come correct. And then when you do, the legend is saying, let me see. I know I had this because I saw it earlier. Just gotta find it. The legend where are you, legend? Is it all the way over here? You're here? That's menace. I still got menace, so see, this is what I was saying when I said it's good that you could keep your files, your tabs, because they you could always say restore. Thank you. So I'm trying to find for you. I don't think I closed it. If I did, I'm not happy. There we go. So okay, let's open this up. Depending on the origin or what dynasty this relief comes from, this is the place where our ancients told us that Heru, that's Heru right there, y'all. There's his uncle that sought to dethrone him, take his legacy, murder him, kill him, make him guilty before the council of gods. But they're working together. This is called Tawi, Sima Tawi, this glyph. And if it is indeed authentic, it speaks to, this is the only way the Moors are ever going to find peace, is when they make peace with the ones they're trying to disenfranchise. Now, this beast killed this deity's father, Osar. The mother, Isis, did all she could to protect Heru from this bastard. But again, let me not be nasty. This glyph speaks to a union. The onus is on we as the true heirs to find it, to give this thing some kind of, I don't know what to call it besides forgiveness. This is the only thing the Moors have that our ancients gave them as some kind of redemption. But notice they will have to work with us. Now, this is the king right here, y'all. This one is not. Sorry, Moors. Sorry. You can assist the king, or you can forever be on the wrong side. So this glyph, I don't often talk about it, but I kind of like that it exists. I think that shows a surpassing goodness of this deity right here, Heru. Now, this one, it tried to dethrone him and take his legacy, take his birthright. Again, Osar is his father. Osar is the true king of ancient TaMeri. This is Osar's brother who he killed Osar in the myth. This deity it's a serious deity. It's a serious deity. He is a murderer. He's the very, very first murderer before Cain. And he killed his brother. This is where the story is coming from, basically. But then the story kind of takes a turn, I think, when the Moors get their hands on scripture. And now Cain is being protected. And whoever comes against Cain will meet retribution from this god sevenfold or something to that effect. That's another reason why TaMeri is it helps me, because it makes things right. It has a justice that we can, as even as American Indians, we can roll with this type of justice. Because here, this dude does not get away with murder. Well, let's look at this. He's a deity, right? So apparently the way he caused his brother's death, he was not, how do I say this right? I'll put you this way. He did not go to jail, but he was seen for what he was, because at the end of the day, he was denied the throne. Okay, so there is a justice there. Why was he denied? He was denied because, number one, he caused the death of the true king, and he did not know that Heru had been conceived. So they began to have a battle for the throne, a physical battle. And it was very, this one got, what do you call it? Castrated. Set got castrated. Heru lost his eye. But I think it was later given back to him. So it was a very lethal battle. So at the council of all the deities, they had to decide, you know, because Heru was pretty young. He was of age to be a ruler, but the council decided. Now, this is ancient TaMeri. If you want to know why I have an affinity, it's because I see justice being here. I don't see it so much in, say, the Bible like I would like to see it. So the Council of Gods, they ordained that Heru is the rightful heir to his birthright. Now Yakub gets away with it, and he becomes enemies of Set forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. Until Esau takes the dominion, and we found that in one of my videos. Dominion means the legal authority. How do you get your legal authority? Well, you got part of it is going and claiming your most oldest bloodline in the Americas and knowing that it's yours. So that's part of it. But it's also, you know, not trying to be under the corporation. Do not think that, you know, that all we need to do is become a corporation. They still are going to wield a dominion over us, even if we are a corporation, and we don't want that. So we have to reword what we do. As commerce, we're gonna call it something else, because we're gonna let the corporation know that you don't have dominion over us, and we have a right to trade, which means we have a right to produce stuff that we can trade with. And so somewhere we're going to have the freedom to mass produce resources. We're going to have access to farmland. We're going to have to grow, you know, our fruits and vegetables ourselves without any involvement with the FDA and all of that, whatever that, and none of these bureaucracies, none of them, not one. And there's nothing the government could do to stop us. That's the beauty of this all. Like, a lot of us are, I understand, you know, they've made it very fearful to be independent and to be sovereign. They make it like it's you need me. No. I need you like I need a bad relationship, because that's all this is. It's a very abusive one at that. So I don't need you to abuse me and figure out ways for you to take my property and reclassify me and tax me and imprison me and defame me and defraud me. Who needs that shit from a corporation? The whole thing is set up against indigenous. You don't even get paid the same scale as every other foreigner on this land. So I'm just going to say it again. Full break. Now they owe us shit, okay? Then they're going to have to give it to us. None of this Indian giving that they do, where now you owe me. We don't owe you shit. We don't owe Britain shit. We don't owe them anything. They are encroaching on our land mass. And if they think that this is theirs, they got that wrong. You were expelled. That element was expelled. And that was done. The people did not want what you were bringing. And they had a right not to accept it. And they had a right to expel you. That's the kind of power indigenous have on their land, to send you home. Everybody else can do it. Why can't we? Because you're busy calling me African. That's why. I'm supposed to be able to deport. Okay. So this is the only hope for the Moors. This right here, this glyph. If they feel like they want to be our family and all that, what's going to mean? You're going to yeah. You're going to bend, or you're going to bow to us. We've been doing it to you for all this time, and it's completely unlawful, completely out of order. We expelled you. How am I still bowing down to you in my country? So what are the Moors going to have to do? They're going to have to give up that seat that they so coveted. The legend here is about this element, which this is who the Moors are loving. You got to catch it, y'all, now. But we just looked at what these dragons represent: storms, war, chaos. If the Moors are giving you these kind of deities, that's who they are serving. So it also is telling us, this legend is telling us, that there were a people that were denied their noble position by this element over here on the right. That has to go back to whom it was taken from. What does that mean? That means we will not be bowing down to any corporation. They will be taking their orders from us. There's nothing wrong with that. We never caused you harm. You don't have to fear us. But you got to get your hands off of our resources. You got to stop dictating our international policies when you're driving us to the ground. We got a whole bad image of the way we roll, or the way, not we, but you, because you done put the true owners of the land, you done buried them in the sea. Somebody got to tell these folks. Somebody got to say it. It is what it is. It's the truth. This is why we've been held down. Nobody wants to give up that kind of control. But if it's against everything that's right, you got to let that go. Ain't nobody else being subjected. Well, the corporation done spread its influence, and they got a lot of the that's all the Mongolian Empire, right? So they're still running shit like, in an underhanded way, where it's really only the world leaders that are getting the best deal. The people are just hanging on the roller coaster. It's supposed to be for the people, by the people. Okay, so we need to get back, because that's where we went all there with that. Okay, so that's where we read about the emperors. Okay, so yeah, we done with that. So what was I think we even finished. Oh, we were saying the conclusion. I'm sorry, we didn't finish the conclusion. If we make the Maya and Aztec Inca comparison, they are like each other in many ways. Like, they all have a history of building pyramids. TaMeri all the way, y'all. I know we don't want to be TaMeri, but how can we deny all of this coincidence? How can we? All were polytheistic and worshiped God. But if we look at the Incas, Aztecs, and Mayas difference, these are differences. I'm sorry, these are different in their political and religious views. These all have different achievements in history as well. The main difference between Aztecs and Maya and the Incas is that the Aztecs were Mesoamerican civilization that lived in a valley of Mexico around 1300 to 1521 AD. Maya were mainly settled around the Yucatan Peninsula. Wait a minute. The main difference between the Aztecs and the Mayan Incas is that the Aztecs were a Mesoamerican civilization that lived in the Valley of Mexico around 1300 to 1521 AD. Maya were mainly settled around the Yucatan Peninsula in Central America, and the Inca arose in the 12th century, comprising an empire in the Andes mountain range of South America. So this was written by Alex. That wasn't a very what do you call it? What do you call it? Impressive conclusion. I want another word, but that's okay. So who would that be? Is that the Aztec right there? It's sad because these people are given a whole storyline from the Black African Mongolian Moors, and it's sad because all it is to conflict with us, you know. And they're worshiping a dragon, basically, if they're going with their and we know if again, big clue, if the Tamarians gave us an animal that is not in nature, they're sending us a message, a serious message. It's a big red flag. He's not the one. Look for your animals to be in nature, and that's how you know that the Tamari, they were telling you this is a good guy. This is a good guy. Now, if he was like a crocodile, I guess I would say they're just trying to show you that, watch out. Now he's real, but watch out. But if he's completely fictional, you're going into the world of, what do they call that? Like a dead entity world, the world of commerce with dead entities, things that never were, as if they were, Now, this is a great picture, but I'm sorry, it's just, those are Mongolians right there. That's Mongolians. Formulated by the African Moors. Now, I want to say this just to be fair. We expelled an element from TaMeri. They become African because, and they embraced it too. How do we know they embraced it? See, don't worry. They don't have any dibs on our land. They were expelled. That was an official banishing. They're not welcome here. They were expelled. It's a shameful thing. But we know they embraced it because they started immediately saying that they were from Punt. And so let's go with Punt. So I just want to say they became African. Yes, they did, but they embraced it because then they lied on us. That's how we now we could say that they were us or they belong here if we can say, oh, once we expelled them, they went and told the world that we did that. And they went and told the world, I want to go back home. Help me get back home. That's not what they did, y'all. We expelled that ass, and they went around lying to the world. So that's how we know what the expelling was real, and they knew it was real. So don't be offended that they were once one of us. That's why they keep crying about us. They know what they're saying, right? But they're not telling you how they are us. Remember, they are holding on to our history. And they want to be able to dish it out with their narrative, but we're not going to allow them to do that. Why? Because it creates dominion that we don't want them to have. So I want to say this because I was asking myself, how can I make our indigenous understand that, yes, they might have originated here. That's no big deal because we were the first civilization. Now, when I say we have to be big enough to be first, that's what I mean. We can't really say, oh no, you was not here, you don't got nothing to do. They did have something to do with us because we were all first, but they went against the ancestors, and we were all about ancestors. So if you go against the ancestors, you are now trying to create something new. Now, the priesthood knew, they thought they could, at least, and they did for a long time, because they know how the spirit world works. They know how to do the spelling and the stuff like that. So they figure, oh no, if we change a few ancestors, rename them, that ain't no big deal. It's still, it is a big deal because the people don't know. But the priesthood, they know, so they can sort of still appease the gods while lying to the people. But eventually, when the people find out, the gods are going to take the people's side. Because it is an injustice after all. Every dog has its day, man. So I'm saying how we know that the expelling was real, and even the Moors knew they were not to come back. It's because as soon as they're out of here, they begin to lie. If it was all good in the hood, they would just say, look, we are from the Americas. America is the first old world, but we had a falling out, and maybe, now how would they parlay that? Because they're still looking for power. All they could say is, look, you are our people, but those people over there, those are our brothers, and they expelled us. Our forefathers expelled our brothers, whatever. And so you respect them. We had a falling out. That don't mean we're going to utterly try to come after them. We have our own thing over here in what they're calling the East. That's not what the Moors did. They proceeded to lie to the races, and you ignorant Indian Negroes want to rock with the Moors. Are you out of your rabbit ass mind? You don't want anything to do with those who were banished, expelled from paradise. You don't want any of that. It's a death trap. It's an affront to your ancestors. You will not. I can't see how your ancestors will welcome you when you are siding with the enemy. I don't know why they should. This is serious. We got to think, and we got to be the spiritual people we are, but we got to get that spirit shit right. We know this ain't right, what's happening to us. And now we know who did it. White man is way too young. Way too young. He comes to the party way too late. It was already in full swing when they was playing. Pin the tail. My Ebonics kicking. Pin the tail on the monkey. The jackass, the monkey, because you evolved from a monkey, right? So I'm saying the party was already in full swing. They had our ass on the wall playing pin the tail to the monkey. And the white man was just saying, oh, okay, this is what you do. All right. And then Moors was like, yes, this is how we do. But it looks like they're brother. Fuck that, they ain't my brother. Now take this thing and pin this tail on that, beat that pinata, whatever the fuck they was doing at the time of the party when the white people arrived to the party. The Mongolians was roasting our ass. Talk about human sacrifice. Them the ones that was probably eating us and shit, cannibalisms and shit, and want to say that we did that shit. And why would they eat us? Why would they want to eat us? Because they believe that once you ate of the god, you became like the god and shit. You know, so they probably was roasting our ass like they did, you know, and were eating our shit, they into eating the bull balls and all of that stuff to get the power of the bull and all of that mess. You know the Mongolians, what they were. I'm sorry, Mongolians. I'm just going with what y'all do. Sorry, this is not a racial slur, but y'all know y'all eat every damn thing that moves, right? Come on now. And who am I to talk? I can be in the Chinese restaurant. Who am I to even speak right now? And so I can't really blame you. I try to stay away from that questionable meat that y'all be making. I'm sorry. I'm just telling like it. You're in my neighborhood. You don't think I'm going to talk about you? You in my hood, baby. So yes, I succumb to that stuff you be cooking. I do, but I try to keep it, the recognizable. Now, a shrimp is not that easy to replicate. Now, a chicken, it could be a duck, it could be a mouse, it could be a rat, it could be a bat. Come on, I don't know what that is. I ain't never seen pork. When I eat pork, when my mother made pork, that shit was never that red. Yes, my mom would. She did eat pork. Yes, she did. But again, that F on her head wasn't for food. And she still saw right through the bullshit, even though she would have pork every now and then. Okay. So come on, Mongolians. Y'all can't be mad at me now. I'll be patronizing y'all when I'm in a weak moment. That egg foo young, I still ain't quite over egg foo young. I'm not quite done. Shit, I'll be high-fiving the guy behind the counter. I can't even talk, y'all. That's my boy. Anthony's my boy. His name is Tony. Cool, Mongolian dude. Look good and everything, Oh, the food, he do me right. I'm nice. I present myself in a way that, don't y'all could give me, don't put the funny stuff in my food. I'm your friend, because now come on, y'all, and y'all know when you go to the local Chinese restaurant, and you do, don't be fronting. Y'all be really rude to them Asians sometimes. I'm gonna say I might have to call the anti-Asian people, anti-Asian hate people on y'all. I'll be embarrassed. Y'all be talking down. I'll be like, how you want to say that? This man just made your dinner. How you gonna give me the hot sauce? I said I want the hot sauce, not that sauce. Like, good luck with that. I hope you survive that meal. I hope your blood pressure don't go. Oh, yeah, wait, let me tell y'all this. Let me tell y'all this story. Oh my God, this is a tip. This is a true story. It's a true story. And again, to our Asian brothers. Now we understand that y'all are not the architect. Them African become African Moors, North African Moors. That's the architect of all this bullshit. Okay. I'm just want to be very clear because I think we forget it so much, and we so used to blame the white man for everything. We are, oh boy, we really need to stop that. Again, I like to say it this way: if the goal was, we're gonna come against a white man, get rid of the white man. I'm telling you, if you were able to quote unquote get rid of the white man, what you gonna do about the Negro who selectively bred him into being? Don't you know that he's gonna bring him back if he want to? So that's why I'm saying it's a futile fight when you want to blame Caucasians for everything. How are you gonna blame the daddy baby for what the daddy doing? How? It's not logical. It's not logical. So no, getting rid of white folks ain't going to solve your problem because we're going to have these Moors here. And personally, I'd rather deal with white folks. Than I'm going to be very real. Traders turn my stomach. They turn my stomach because I am appalled. They are frightening because you can't imagine what would make a brother come up against a brother. You just can't imagine it. And you don't know the level of greed and covetousness that has to be in the heart of a brother to do the shit that has been done to us. So yeah, I take my chances with a Caucasian. I take my chances with a Mongolian. I take my chances with an Arab. Yes, I would. Because I know who the baby daddy is, baby. And y'all, we got to remember this shit. We forget too fast. Like what the sister saying, y'all play too much. Y'all play too much. So here's a story. So my brother told me this one. So I don't remember all the details, but roughly here's what's going on. So we get a big burly what do you call it? You know, what's the word? What's the word? Indignant Negro going to the local Chinese joint. And he's just as rude as they come. Where my food? I've called in order, but I told you I want this and that. I've been waiting here for you know, just all. It's like, brother, tone it down. He's making your dinner. Tone it. So no, the brother going. My brother tells me. Actually, my brother telling me the story. So he going in, right? Going in. I told you I need to. My brother said he later found out that the cook, the Chinese cook, he put a super duper dose of MSG in this brother's food. A super duper dose. Now they already put some MSG in there. I remember telling them, don't put no MSG in mine. And I took that shit home and it was like eating boiled rice. I was like, oh shit, I need that MSG, y'all. I need some MSG up in this piece. Just a little bit, damn it. You could have gave me a little bit. So anyway, this brother is all the way rude to these men cooking his food, these Chinese men. Don't you know them Chinese put an extra dose of MSG? Said, give this nigga a happy plate of heart attack. Give this nigga a happy plate of high blood pressure. Shit, who the hell he think he talking to? Here's the thing. They overdosed this brother with the MSG. The brother got home, ate the shit, and loved it. I kid you not. Homie, from that point on, homie said, yo, give me some more. Give me some more of that MSG, yo. This is our brothers for you. This is our brothers for you. That I just found that story sad, but hilarious. You done pissed off the Chinaman. He gave you an extra dose of cardiac arrest and high blood pressure. And you want more. God, you cannot make this up. So now he got used to having an extra dose of MSG. And I think from that point on, it was like, yo, hit me with it, bro. Hit me. It's like, all right, bro, all right. That's how bad we got it, yo. That's how bad we got it. Anyway, we mentioned the Constitution. This is the 1787 Constitution. And I wanted to show 18 pages. So this is the full thing, right? And remember I told you when I was on the Great Indian Way, aka the Great White Way called Broadway, in here in the Americas, I was showing you that there's no 14th Amendment in this document. Now, this is the continental constitution. This is the one we're supposed to be going by if you're sovereign. The other two are basically the corporations subcontracting. But what they did was they took us out of the land soil continental constitution, and they got us in the air or the sea. Now, in those is where now you don't have to be sovereign because you're a piece of commerce. You are reclassified as a Black person in need of civil rights. Now, this Constitution is laying out the groundwork of your rights, right? You know, it has the, I believe it has the what do you call it? What do you call it? Was it was it the Declaration of Independence? No, the Bill of Rights, the Bill of Rights. So I just want to quickly show you that there is no 14th Amendment citizen in here, but I might have to see, I might have to pull up the other constitution to show you, but I did just want to show you this first. Okay. So let me see. So again, we are not following this constitution, you know. This is the 1787 Constitution. So let's see. Let's see what's going on here. Fine. Amend. Okay, amend. Let's start with amend. So we're going to look for the 14th Amendment. And I hope it's not here because I'm going to look like Moo Moo the Fool. I don't know what I was on that day when I searched it and I didn't find it, but let's see. So that's one amendment, section 7, right? So that's not the 14th Amendment. What's the next one? That's Article 5. And that, so it's not the 14th Amendment, right? Oh, will it say amendment or should I? Let me see. Let me see. Does it say amendment? Let me see. Amendments. Okay. 2/3 of conviction. Okay, so okay. That's okay. Let's do the articles because we're not going to find a 14th. Okay, that's the point. That's the point. And I guess I have to search for the Roman numeral. Right now though, let me quickly take a break. Oh, I'm so sorry. I have I have a bathroom break calling. So I will be right back. And I'm so sorry to cut right here. Let's see. I shall return. Okay, I am back. Okay, back to our share screen. Okay. Thank you for your patience. So yeah, we were looking for the 14th Amendment in this first version, this original version of the Continental Constitution. So 14th, what is that? Does that be would that be the 14th Amendment is, how do we write it? Okay. I'm going to, let's look for, you because citizen is in here, but it does, okay. Let me see. The national debt, because it says the national debt shall not be questioned. Should I write question? Shall not be questioned. Okay, that's one question. That's another question, and it's not, you know, it says they shall not be questioned in any other place. Okay. Okay, see, the national debt shall not be questioned, right? Yeah. Now, when they collect taxes and stuff, that is regarding commerce, not the people, is how I understand this, because we are sovereign, right? And furthermore, we don't have a lawful or a legal money system anyway. So we can't pay taxes with fiat. Okay, so here's, I'm trying to look for clues of the 14th Amendment, but really, okay, let's go national debt. Let's see if they have national. Let's do debt. DEBT. Pay debts. Okay, that's one. Pay debts. Tender of payment of debts. Wait. Anything here? See, here we go. No state shall enter any treaty, alliance, or confederation, grant letters of marque and reprisal, coin money, emit bills of credit, make anything but gold and silver coin a tender in payments of debts. So this is the original Constitution, y'all. We are not supposed to be paying with debt notes. That's a strike against paying taxes, and that's a strike against paying anything because there's no money. We were to be given credit because they had taken our gold. We might have to look at that because you would be accused of hoarding gold if you were found to have gold, because at one point when the federal government was really getting way outside of the Constitution, because that's not, see, that would have been something that was unconstitutional, taking our gold. You're supposed to protect our assets, not take them. So anyway, here's where we see that nothing but gold and silver is now when people talk about, they saying, oh, you're not supposed to pay, what do they say? You can't get your debts discharged, you're going to go to jail and all that. No, because according to the Constitution, I can't pay with anything but gold and silver. So it is illegal for us to pay with fiat notes. I know y'all think I'm playing right now, but I told you I learned this from the nationals. The state nationals, they are really about this debt stuff, and I'm just hoping our indigenous realize, it dawned on me, sitting through one of these state national meetings when they said they were trying, I think I told you the story. They were trying to one of the panelists, or one of the members that talked about, she purchased some land with the government was trying to take from her, or something to that effect. And she was advised by someone else on the call, it was a call, to who owns the land. And he said, you got to go to the Indian that owned it, and you could buy it from, and shows that, that's who you can buy it from. And it dawned on me that these state nationals are conceding to the power that Indians have on the land above and beyond the government. And the statement he said was, well, Indians are always sovereign. And I had that same feeling I had when I was called myself being Sachin, what's the name of that church? Sachin, no, oh, I don't even remember. Sachin no Yengo. I forgot the name of it. And they telling me that this tradition comes from Egypt, and I'm wondering, looking like Moo the Fool, why don't you know anything about your own culture, ancient Egypt or TaMeri? And these people are not only practicing it, but basically teaching it. And you are learning from another people when you should be going to source. That's the feeling I got when I heard this man say on a panel of state nationals, oh no, Indians are always sovereign, and you go to them when you want something to the fact. And I realized we have to become that kind of Indian. It felt like a slap in the face. That's what I'm saying. And I'm realizing, come on. How many times am I going to get bitch slapped like what Chris Rock did? Like you run into these secondary sources and you got you already the source. So this section 10 is telling us, now this is the 1787 Constitution. It's telling us that you can't, it's illegal in the Constitution. Now, in the commercial code, anything goes if you make a contract, right? If you contract into making a worthless piece of paper as if it's gold and it's not, you done surpassed the Constitution. Look what the Constitution says, y'all. Do you understand what that means? Do I have to highlight it? Let me highlight this for you. Let's leave that no state shall make anything but gold and silver coin a tender in payment of debts. Are y'all paying debts with a credit card? Are y'all out there paying debts with dollar bills, writing out checks? Do you know that that thing is not backed by silver or gold? Do you know that? Do you know that they're just robbing your ass like they're robbing all of us? Do you get the concept that we supposed to have credit now because there's no legal money? And this government, the way they were supposed to offer us this credit, but they're fraudulent. That's why I don't know how we can do business with a corporation, even after we become sovereign. These folks is out they thinking of every way to rob. It's like trying to do business with somebody who sold you a lemon and you going back to buy another one. And he like, oops, oh, I'm sorry. And then you buy another lemon, you get it home, find out it don't work, and you go back and how can you do business? You just get somebody else. You don't keep returning to a corporation that has already proven that it's hell-bent on frauding you out of everything you own, and then want to put you on some kind of welfare so they can say they own you and you got to jump to the beat of their drums. That's all this is about. It's about claiming some kind of authority when we go to the government for it. Not the Indians, not what they owe us, though. Again, let's be very clear. They still owe us for everything they've stolen from us. If they had to do back payments, baby, you'd be a millionaire. So I just want to, I stopped here, went off a little bit because I want to show you what the original Constitution is saying about how you make payments in a constitutional way. But if you're not going by the Constitution, which I'm telling you we're not, because they wouldn't be able to, and also, if we show this to them, that's why we want to go back to this Constitution. There's nothing they can say. This is in the Constitution. Okay, that's why this document is not what you think it is. This was just telling them that we are sovereign. That's all it really amounts to. So this is not something for us to snub our nose at. It is what made America an independent nation. And we had a lot to do with that. We were in a war, but unfortunately, the people that we were in a war with were playing both sides. And this is what the Moors, this is the same corporation that the Moors recognized as a nation. And y'all want to be Moors. You want to be a fucking Moor. You dumb motherfucker. You dumb motherfucker. You stupid ass motherfucker. What the fuck wrong with you, nigga? What the fuck wrong with you? You kidding me? You fucking kidding me? They were at us or after our ass from the beginning. From the beginning. Anyway, let's see if we can find the 14th Amendment, because it's not here. What else is in the 14th Amendment? Uh, I think they said, let me see, national. They said something about a national, right? Because a lot of people think they mean, oh, that means if you even if you're national, you got to pay taxes. Nope. So there's only one national, and it's not saying nothing about a United States national. It's also supposed to pay taxes. So this is the original Constitution, y'all. Oh boy, yeah. How do you write 14th in Roman numerals? Okay, let's do this. Uh, Chaka Khan. Uh-oh. Oh, what's going on with Chaka? What's going on with Chaka, y'all? Lambs Mariah carrying other stars ranked on greatest singers list. Oh, look in there. And there's your everybody love that Brigaton guy. There he is. Hee. Okay, so let's look. I'm sorry. I don't know how to write a Roman numeral 14. I'm having a 14 in Roman numeral. Okay, that's 14. All right. I kind of knew, but I just want to get it right, because I knew, but I didn't know, but like I knew in a didn't know kind of way. You understand? That's what I'm saying. That's what I mean. I knew, but it was in I don't know kind of way, but I knew. I just yeah. Okay. So where's that? Where's that? Oh, here it is. Continent. You see that continental constitution. Okay, let's paste that. 14. Oops. There's no 14th Amendment here. See, 0, 0. 0, 0. There's no 15th Amendment. Ooh, wait. Let's give it a capital. There's no 16th Amendment. So I was trying to show you that this is why we want to go back to the original. But to be an original, we can't be United States citizen. And so that means all of those documents that make us United States citizens are what? Unconstitutional. How did they get done? By the what do you call it? The flourish of your John Hancock. That's how it became. The signature is when you contracted outside of the Constitution. Now they say the way to do that and not give up your constitutional rights is to say without prejudice, you know? And that means I'm not wavering any of my rights. It's a way of signing, but not signing, where they can't really pull the shit, that they pull it because they're saying without prejudice. Or I think there's another way to write that too, but I know that the simplest way is without prejudice, because you don't want to waive outside of the Constitution. You want to stay within the Constitution. But looky here. Okay, so now we've tried everything to look for the 14th Amendment. I just want you to realize, and I'm going to try to go from top to bottom, and so we can see that there is no United States citizen in this Constitution. Now let's do this. Let's look for a United States citizen, because what I found, which was interesting, I didn't think citizen would be in here at all. But like I was saying, okay. So it's in here 11 times. So I think the word was okay until the 14th Amendment came. Okay. So let's go down the line. This is number 1. It's in Article 1, right? So where's the next mention of a citizen? I see something about vaccine. Oh, vacated. Sorry. Never mind. Okay. No person shall be a senator who shall not have attained age of 30 and been 9 years a citizen. Okay. Of the United States. Uh-oh. Okay. Oh, what the hell did I just do? I hit the wrong thing. Okay, let's find it again. Citizen. Okay, number 2. Yeah, we just read that one. Okay, next. No person except a natural born citizen or a citizen of the United States. See, it didn't begin as a word spell or a disenfranchising term, right? Let's keep going. Article 3. The United States shall be a party to okay. See, it's not saying something about citizens. Oh, wait. Foreign state. Okay, or subjects. Okay, so that's a red flag. As a matter of fact, let's do subject because that's where it says subject to debt, right? I want to do subject real quick. That's a good one. That was in the 14th Amendment, that wording. So let's see where you're subject to a debt. One, subject to indictment. No, that's for civil servants are subject to this. See, subject of bankrupt or on the subject, so that's not subject. Subject laws shall be subject, so that's not making you a subject. Upon any subject relating to the duties, that's not talking about a subject like under a nobility, so it's just, you know, subject, but not a slave. The judicial power shall extend to all cases in law and equity arising under this Constitution, the laws of the United States and treaties made. See, that's how we're supposed to interact with this government, through treaties. But again, if they're already hell bent on dishonoring us, how can we make a treaty with them? You know, they want us to contract because it'll be in commercial law, but nations do treaties. Okay, treaty made, which shall be made under their authority. Okay, to all cases affecting ambassadors, other public ministers, and consuls, to all cases of admiralty and maritime jurisdiction. Ooh, y'all, what? That is their jurisdiction, y'all. They have all cases of admiralty and maritime. That is their jurisdiction. So that's where the judicial power extends to. All cases in law and equity arising under this Constitution. Okay. All cases in law. Okay, so that's equity arising under this Constitution. The laws of the United States and treaties made or which shall be made under their authority. All cases affecting ambassadors, all cases of admiral, other public ministers and consuls, to contrary which the United States shall be a party between two or more states. Okay, a state and citizen of another state, between a state and a citizen of another state. See, that was the international. That's how the international thing worked, because he was supposed to be, the states were a different nation, between citizens of different states, between citizens of the same state claiming lands under grants of different states, and between a state or the citizens thereof. See, state citizen. That's a big clue. State citizen is a state national, y'all, not a United States citizen. There's a difference. You see, states and between claiming lands under grants of the different states and between a state or the citizens thereof. So the citizens of a state, that's a different type of citizen, right? And foreign states, citizens or subjects. Okay, see, that's where they're spreading their net wide. I think I'll put you this way. If they take away all certain types of citizens, then they don't exist anymore. So all these different, they listed a lot here, and I'm not going to claim to know exactly what they're talking about, because this, you know, I just know that they're very crafty, and you know, the Moors, I feel like they did assist in the writing of this thing somehow, because it leaves a little bit of wiggle room, I think. She's well extend to all cases in law and equity. You see, equity is not what the commercial codes are doing. They don't do equity under this constitution. This constitution, in other words, this, the one we're looking at. Okay, so this is one of about three, right? So this constitution, but if we're not in this constitution, then none of this is really applying, right? In a way of speak, but they do set it up. I know for sure that they were supposed to be admiralty and maritime, but I think what happens is if you get rid of all these others, then you only left with admiralty and maritime, if you know what I'm saying. If you get rid of a state citizen, you can say, oh, well, we would have helped you, but you don't exist because you're a United States citizen. You see how they can do that? You see? I hope you all see what I mean, because I'm you know, I'm just speaking it as it comes, you know. So okay, what I would say also is that the Indians would not be part of this either. You feel me? This would be for the foreigner. This constitution was really for the foreigners. We're mentioned because they're just saying, you know, how they interact with us, and that's the only place they interact with us. So that's how we can get out of all of this, because we wouldn't be any of these. We wouldn't be citizens. We wouldn't be state nationals. We'd be Indians. So they're only talking to those under, once again, the idea is anything that is, you know, well, did they create? They technically no. This document we did have stake part in. I'm just wondering, was it those of us who were looking to be turncoats from the beginning anyway? So that's the only thing. But nevertheless, none of this was supposed to apply to the Indians. Now let's see again, because Indians are in here. Yes, only two mentions. Representatives. Oh, wait, is this the 14th? Look, see, okay. This is Article 1. So this is not the 14th Amendment. Representatives and direct taxes shall be apportioned among the several states which may be included in this union. Okay. According to the respective numbers, which shall be determined by adding to the whole number of free persons, including those bound to service for a term of years, and excluding Indians not taxed. So I think while they were building the states, they just, irregardless of the state lines of the Indians. So if you fell in a state as an Indian, you were excluded because they just created a state around you, right? And so you were not, you were in that state, but you were not really included in their taxes. So we were excluded, and 3/5 of all other persons. So that wouldn't have been us either. So a lot of, you know, I know we said we were 3/5 of a human being, but not as Indians, we're not, because that's us there. So this is 3/5 of all other people who are not Indian. The actual enumeration shall be made within 3 years after the meeting of the Congress. See, we're not even supposed to be counted in the United States, and within every subsequent term of 10 years. This is like the census every 10 years, right? In such manner as they shall by law direct. The number of representatives shall not exceed one for every 30,000, but each state shall have at least one representative, and until such enumeration shall be made, state of New Hampshire shall be entitled to choose. And they just tell you how many. Okay, so we were there, but they understood that they were kind of building their state around us, so we wouldn't be included in their enumeration, is what I'm reading. You begin to understand a little better as you read. So let's look at the next instance of an Indian. To regulate commerce with foreign nations among the several states and with the Indian tribes. So what does that actually mean? Let's try to figure this out. So now the foreigner is going to trade with us, right? But I believe that means that the government is going to be monitoring them, not us. You see, I got it. I wasn't sure what this meant. To borrow money on the credit of the United States credit. Now, the Congress, look at Section 8. The Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excise, to pay the debts and provide for the common defense. But we didn't have any debts. Where did our debts come from? What debts? Was it from the war? Is that what they're talking about? Because the loser pays debts, right? To a war, not the winner. See, I think they were setting us up, Now, this is a good document, but what happens is when they make a subsequent one, now they go changing the meaning of these words, basically, like, because they talked about United States citizen, they hinted at state citizen, very, so they're right there. You kind of like, they kind of did a quick one. They citizens of each, state citizen. That's what they were saying, because there's a United States citizen, but then there's one of each state. And that's a sovereign. They became sovereign once we had the revolution, So look at this stuff. So they would take something like this and say, now, again, the Indians are still not supposed to be part of this unless we become United States citizens. So when they talk about this, they're talking about the foreigners, to collect debts from the foreigners, excise debts, and provide common defense, general welfare of the United States. And that's what's funny about that, is they're talking about themselves. They're not talking about each of the 50 states. I kind of think that this was going to be the groundwork for them. They protecting themselves from us after they turn around and start robbing us, when we're not even supposed to be paying for nothing unless it's gold. But they took gold out of the system. Okay, so I'm just saying, the Indians don't have nothing to do this, because we are a separate from this thing. Okay, we just laid the groundwork for how they're supposed to treat foreigners, or how people can maintain freedom on our land without being us, but they still have a degree of freedom. That we're not entertaining slavery on our land, basically, until they made that damn 14th Amendment. Then they introduced slavery on the down low. And as we see, there's no 14th Amendment in here. So these are the two places. See, to regulate commerce with foreign nations and among the several states, and with the Indian tribes. So they're talking about their folks having trade with us, not the trade between us as Indians. It's between us and the foreigner. And I do believe they're only really regulating the farmer, what the foreigner is doing with us, because they're going to tax the foreigner, not us. You understand? This is what I'm getting, unless somebody wants to comment otherwise, because we're not to be taxed, right? So when they're regulating commerce, we ain't going to be part of that. They're going to be regulating the ones on there. So what they're going to do is tax the ones under, that's the foreigner. That's the best way to say it. The foreigner who has just, but even still, the foreigner said no taxation without representation or something to that effect, right? So they understood they could pay taxes, but it wasn't really supposed to be what the setup we got now with a huge national debt that the taxes is just going to some imagined national debt, okay? Because that is what the government is talking about. Pay the debts and provide for the of the United. So I sound like to pay the debts of the United States, right? Because where's this debt coming from? They're talking about debts that they might incur, but why are you spending money in a way that makes you, the corporation, owe debts that you want us or the foreigners to pay? So they had a plan that they were going to drive up our debts, right? So that they can bankrupt us or enslave us to this debt. Okay. But I just want to show you that there's no 14th Amendment in here. Now we even look for the Roman numeral, right? We didn't see it. And somehow that Article 1, it kind of looks like the 14th part of the 14th Amendment, because that's the 14th Amendment language. I mean, Article 1, Section 2, because this is some of the language of the 14th Amendment. Let's look up the 14th Amendment, and we're going to try to move on from this 14th Amendment. Where's the 14th Amendment? I just want the 14th Amendment. Stop it. Okay, here we go. So, all persons born. Now, that didn't say nothing about what we just read about, had nothing to do with naturalized. And so it's not in the Constitution, right? So this is Amendment 14. This is the one that's talking about, let's do the word search. National. Fine. Even there, we wasn't supposed to be taxed, though, right? But when the right to vote, that's what's getting us into their system, the right to vote. That wasn't in that amendment that we just read, that article that we just read, right? So let's see. National. Oh, national debt is not in here. I thought I saw it in here. Debt. Let me see. Debt. The debt shall not be questioned. Okay. Oh, let me see. Debts occurred. Okay. It's okay. Debt. So they didn't say national debt. So this is all part of the 14th Amendment, right? This is what's making slaves, right? The validity of the public debt. So now we're hearing it's a public debt of the United States. So they laid the groundwork of a debt that they're going to have, right? The validity of the public debt authorized by law, including debts incurred for payment of pensions. So shall not be questioned. So that just made you a slave, y'all. That means they're taking money and you shall not question. But even still, the Indian wasn't supposed to be part of this either. But they're turning on the foreigner already, right? So we have discovered that the original Constitution doesn't have this 14th Amendment. So which Constitution is this? I'm going to say it's the second two. I think the 1789 and the 1790 Constitution is pushing this bullshit. And it's not constitutional. First of all, we didn't say nothing about born and naturalized. Does our Constitution say anything about naturalized? So what is naturalizing doing? It didn't say we had to be. Let's look at the document. Naturalized. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Huh. Okay, so naturalized, but naturalization. Well, let's look at this. To establish a uniform. Okay, so they're referring to the uniform code, commercial code. Uniform. Wait, maybe not, because there's uniform. Okay, let's see. To establish an uniform rule of naturalization and uniform laws on the subject of bankruptcies. Wait a minute. Naturalization has to do with bankruptcy, y'all. To establish a uniform. Oh, wait a minute. To regulate commerce with foreign nations and among several states and with the Indian tribe. See, still we're separate. I always thought it said within the Indian tribe. It says with the Indian tribe. So we're separate. That's what we want to be, Indians. We want to be outside of this. So what does that mean? What is it saying without saying it? They had a treaty with us, y'all, because we're not part of their commerce system. So that means the only type of interaction we are to have, if we have with this, is through a treaty. So that is what we have to do, y'all. We have to get them to sign our treaty. Boom. And we'll see this time if they can do the right thing. We shouldn't be talking to them unless we have a treaty. And of course, we're going to make it where we are not getting ripped off, okay? What would a treaty say between us and the United States? Well, the first thing is you have no dominion over the American Indian, the ones reclassified as Negro, colored, Black, and African American. You have no dominion, number one. Number two, we might say something about all forms of genocide, because we have to remind them, no, we're not going with UNDRIP. This is a treaty. UNDRIP is a suggestion. This is a treaty that you're going to sign. If you don't, well, what are you going to do? Because you don't have the jurisdiction. And we don't want to be oppressed anymore. So our treaty will, it will have to, and it's going to have to be honored. It's going to have to be honored if they're going to honor the Constitution. You treaty with other nations. And we're not even part of technically, we're not even part of the states. Now we might reside in the states. Maybe that's how we got to do it. Do it like they do it, but only thing, we're going to be Indians residing in a state. Oh boy, the ancestors are. Whew. But see, it's not going to be like we are property of the United States anymore. We're going to be property of our own nation. And our nation is going to look out for us, not like what the United States corporation is doing. So maybe that's how we do it, Indians. I hope you're all listening, and I hope we can think this out, and I hope we can stop arguing and talk this kind of talk, because that is what I kept asking I just didn't know how does this, and now I see. We can use their model. Only thing, they're not going to be our uplink. The United States corporation was never supposed to be our uplink. We have our own uplink. It's called us. And we protect our rights, right? The United States corporation is obligated to honor and protect, right? Well, what's the whole point of UNDRIP? That you're heading in the right direction, but you're going half-stepping. UNDRIP and ADRIP is half-stepping. And this also has no treaty involved. And it's putting us in an international jurisdiction, which is the jurisdiction of the corporation. We saw maritime law, right? Admiralty and maritime. The only thing is they limited everything to that kind of law once we got out of the Constitution. I hope you're following what I'm saying. I know I'm talking a little fast, but please hear me. Please, because it's coming as it's given, and I just giving it like I'm receiving it. This is what we have to think about. The first thing after we win against this government is the establishment of a treaty. And from there, we also, now remember, Indigenous, we do have a say in how this corporation operates, although they don't like to hear that. We are separate and distinct from state nationals. And I'm telling you, the state nationals are they're really talking this talk, you know, because it's about this debt that they keep giving to us, and the state nationals are they're going to set up banks, you know, that are apart from the corporations banks, because all those banks are linked together, right, under the Federal Reserve in some way, shape, or form. I know my bank, you know, my bank, what I learned from the state national is that Chase Bank is now a property basically of the Federal Reserve. And now all of a sudden, Chase Bank, anyone who banks with Chase, you may have noticed is they close the ATM machines at a certain time. Why are they doing that? Because what it does is it forces those who have accounts with Chase to go and pay money to get their money from another bank. So that's how they're protecting our assets, y'all, making me pay more when my bank is right here, but it's closed. And I have to go to what? It's some other bank that's going to charge me like $4, just, you know, and then my bank is going to charge me on top of that. How are you going to charge me when you're not even making yourself available? The only reason why I had to come to this bank because you're closed, and I shouldn't have to wait to access my money, my fiat. But that's because Chase, what I learned from the state nationals is that Chase they became the headquarters of the Federal Reserve, y'all. So now they close their doors. And the excuse is so shitty. What? We heard that I read an article about this, that the homeless are using the ATM locations as a toilet. So I can't get my money because you don't want to clean the toilet. If I need my cash, I may hold my nose and go get my cash and step over the turd. But this bank decided, nope. How we solve the problem is you can't get your money because homeless people might have, and so far every location I've went to, that has not been. I don't know where they're getting their intel from, but I've never even smelled that. Now I might smell a homeless person that's sleeping in there, but they said it was because they were using it as a toilet. That was a specific word of this article I read. I guess they're trying to make people think that it was so severe that that's why we have to close, because somebody sleeping in there is not a good enough excuse for me not to have access to my money after 10 p.m. and up to 7 a.m. There are times when you do need to use the ATM after 10 p.m. in an emergency situation. If I'm out late and I'm cash to take a taxi or something, I have to go to another bank and I'm gonna have to pay more. So what is Federal Reserve doing? They're paying off their baby banks, giving them a little piece of cheddar. And God forbid, what if the other banks start doing the same thing? You know, and somehow no banks are. What the whole point of an ATM machine is lost. So naturalization in the original Constitution had to do with bankruptcy, which is fitting. Which is fitting. Where do we go? Where were we? Oh boy, now I done lost my place. Uh We were looking at the 14th Amendment, right? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd 14th Amendment go? Is that it? Nope. Is that it? Nope. This, nope. I done lost the 14th Amendment. But we saw enough to know where'd it go? We saw enough to know that there's a difference between this and that 14th Amendment, which appears into 1789. So if that 14th Amendment is not in the 1787 Constitution, then it's in the 1789, isn't it? Yes. So, but now I don't know where. I got the timeline of the Roman Empire. I got that. Got that. Where did my everything we looked at? Yes, I need to close all these windows. Where the hell did did I lose it? Okay. We saw the emperors. Okay, Kukulkan. Khan. Okay. We don't want to do Kukulkan. Khan. We kind of covered the Maya. I think we did good with the Maya, y'all. This is what the next thing. Okay, since the damn 14th Amendment is not showing, let's jump a little bit. I want to go back here. This was that wonderful article in the Journal of Creation. Journal of Creation, volume 31, issue 3, page 61 to 67, December 2017. And she's talking about chronology in the Old Testament. Okay. Now you can read that if you want, take a screenshot or whatever, but I'm not going to go through that. Okay. Yeah, you could read that, read that. I just started here because that's where I want, in a subsequent article, I outlined first the conventional schemes of ancient chronology for both Egypt and Mesopotamia to serve as starting points for discussion and revision. Then I offer some preliminary observations in regard to correlations of scriptural clues with ancient history and chronology. So she's trying to, line up these ducks and what they're saying about time. So when I do this, I just jump, okay? And we want to see the conventional chronology, okay? This convention is a widely held view of the timeline. So we got, this is TaMeri. Now this is taking place again in America, right? 3150. Now Horace Butler gave us the 3400. And he's saying that it was united in 3150. Okay, so let's just, but here we have Narmer appearing here, 3100. Okay, but this is the early dynastic, here, period. Okay, it goes to 3400, but some, they get a little jiggy with it apparently. Okay, but what I want to show is that's the oldest, 3150. Even if we go with 3150, still the oldest. Okay, if they're not using 3400, which I go with 3400 because he's saying they were two kingdoms in that time. At 3400 BC, there were two kingdoms, and then they were united. 3150 is what we saw, but they're doing some kind of, she's doing something a little, she must have some other I don't know. I don't know what she's doing here. But either way, 3100 is older than this. 20, 20. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, we want to revisit, are the Maya infiltrated by the ones who worship Set, who were seen as foreigners? Now we are being told that there was a type of foreigner that wasn't an invader, and I think this is it right here. Okay, that there, you're running into the Maya timeline. The Maya's going back to here, and I'm still amazed because that means they were right after TaMeri uniting, right? But what I'm saying is, even if they came from Sumeria to America, these are a foreign element. Now, I'm somewhat thinking that they were here because they're saying they weren't invaders. Well, they're saying that about the Hyksos, but then let me see. They had been here. In other words, the Hyksos had been here and they became like us. So could they have been here since this time frame is what I'm trying to say. The Set people. Set. Again, this is early as the this is in the early dynastic period. So that's what kind of shook me. It's like, wow, this the invasion, whatever, or the foreigners coming pretty early, I think, Set is a god of the foreign, basically. I mean, he was our deity, but he was known to be a deity for the foreigner that they could embrace or whatever. He's a storm god. So I just show this because it's looking like the Maya this is their time frame. This is BC. Now they're not saying BC, which is a mistake. Oh, date. Okay, BC. There we go. That's why I circled it. BC. So all of this is BC. This is the exact same time. Now the Maya are 25. So they're a little after this. They are wait a minute. And maybe I'm just making too broad of a actually it's more down here in the old kingdom. So this is the early dynastic. Early dynastic, indigenous, this is where you want to put your footing. Now she's saying this is conventional. This means this is generally everyone agrees to this. This is the general consensus of what came first. And her problem is why she's wondering why they're saying Samaria came first. And when we go down to and read that again, so this will be like the fourth time, maybe. That's okay. So what am I saying? I'm saying that actually this is more closer, a little, yeah, definitely between this time, because the Maya are what, 2600 BC. So the Maya appear here the same time. Hmm. Hmm. It is after the Set dynasty, or dynasty 2, where we have Set being worshipped. So what I'm saying is, all I'm trying to show you is that there was something that was very what this here this is why Heru is seen as the true heir, because he's from the first dynasty, Heru. That's why I use that name, because he's the one that will take you back to your birthright, the first. Not all if you land here as early as here, you are now in far, yeah, because Sumer is starting here. That's why I'm saying here's your first foreign. It wasn't actually the Hyksos, it was the Sumerians that appear here and have a kingdom and stuff. So this is the Set dynasty starts at around the same time that Sumeria emerges with an empire. It's the same date, like 2900. Let's go down. There you have it, 29. So this is foreign to TaMeri. Mesopotamia is foreign to. They are 20. They have their first empire in circa 2900 BC. They are right. See, this is also where Punt is being imagined to start. Punt is starting here. Here we go down here because we're looking for where the Maya again. See, that's why I'm saying 2900 down here is where Set people starting. So up here is the same thing. Set people are starting here, Dynasty 2. That's how early. So that's why Set, he almost could have been king, but there was Heru. He could have been, but thankfully there was Heru, and he's the rightful heir of the first dynasty, not the second, the first. This is why I'm saying we get our first place if we line ourselves up with that energy. Because after here, it's infiltration. Now, we did focus on the Mongol Empire, but we're going to say again, this is that 2900, that's another infiltration. That's the Mesopotamians, y'all, the Sumerians. And those would be those first East Asians or Asiatics that are a pain in Egypt's butt, TaMeri's butt, okay? Okay, so I have to, I say this because I misspoke in my last video. I apologize. I was, the Hyksos had came up in my mind and I forgot their timeline. Well, I don't think I really recalled that I knew their timeline, but I just knew that they were always mentioned with TaMeri, so I took them back to TaMeri. But what I was really should have been going with is this, because this is before the Hyksos. So that is why the Mongols, why are we calling them Mongols? Because they were that's what the brother told us. Now we're going to watch that video again now. I had a lot, but I think once again, I think I'm, we talked about Kukulkan, Khan, so we don't need to go there. The land of Punt, okay? Land of Punt is also in this time frame. So Punt, Sumeria, and the Maya are in the 2890 to 26, in somewhere in there or thereabouts, okay? The what they call it, the second millennium, is that what they call it? Because it coincides, that date right there. So we might as well write Sumer right here. It's like we're going to overlay. Now they're trying to, with us, they're trying to say that these are two different continents, but I'm starting to say, was it all on TaMeri? Was Sumer right here next to us, and that's where we get the infiltration from? Because Dynasty 1, it was, Dynasty 1 was the purest, and by Dynasty 2, we already have infiltration. Because I believe that these are the people. Why do I believe that? Again, Sumerians, they were not exactly the original people of TaMeri. And then they're going with Set. So Set is a deity about foreigners and for foreigners, so that's why I wanted to look at this, because I believe this is concurring with what's happening in TaMeri. Now, they're saying, she's going with this being in Africa, this writer. Well, we're going to say, no, we know that this time frame, 3100, 3400 BC, that's TaMeri. Now, here it's possibly still TaMeri, but we have an influx of a foreign but not invader people. You see? And they weren't invaders because Dynasty 2 never talked about invaders, but there was a break. If you're going to go with Set, there's some kind of break. But again, I want to say what's really driving this for me is the appearance of Sumer. And I'm going to say that they started out in TaMeri. That's what I'm going to say. They didn't just come out of nowhere. They got their whole thing from TaMeri, and because they're later, okay? So this coincides with Maya. That's all I know, the time. All I'm looking at is a timeline. And because we know they're lying about landmass, right? We know that. So we had a foreign people as early as Dynasty 2. And then we have Pepi. See, that's Apep. That's a nod to Apep. Okay, the sixth dynasty. Although Dynasty 2 had been plagued by civil war as early as now we just got united under Narmer, you know, as early as Dynasty 2, we were plagued with civil war, Upper and Lower Egypt. By the end of the dynasty, the kingdom was unified again and now blossomed into the Old Kingdom, the so-called Pyramid Age. Okay. But this is still in TaMeri, as far as yes, it is, because it is Hyksos. Okay, the Hyksos rule. Okay, there's the Hyksos. These are the people that they're trying to say forced their way into TaMeri. No, they assimilated. Okay, although they did use Apep. But I think that the Hyksos and the New Kingdom got expelled, but the New Kingdom is trying to say, no, it was them. No, it was you too. You were the heretic. This dude, like we say it all the damn time, Akhenaten was a heretic. Heretic. So you telling me that you, a heretic, in your new kingdom, because they were part of the new kingdom, expel the Hyksos. Expulsion. But you also got expelled. You did. That's how Scotia ends up where she did, and that's how this one Hatshepsut talking about she's from Punt. Okay, no, you weren't. You got expelled from here. So again, that's Set. Set appears. Set's people appears circa 2900 BC, the same time that, well, a little after this, the Maya appeared. The Maya, to be exact, are more like here. Yeah, like here, because they're 2600 BC, so they're here somewhere. That looks so much like Muslim, Muslim. Anyway, and here's where we see where 3100 BC is where TaMeri begins in America, but Mesopotamia begins 2900 BCE. Well, their kingdom does. We began 3100 BC. So they're trying to make like only a difference of 100 years, but I do think it's more than that, because that's when the kingdoms are united again, the 3100. But we got to go with the 3400 and pre-dynastic. So we are quicker to get to kingdom, and they, even if they did do writing, which I don't believe they did, again, I think that their system was a number system, just like the Inca had. They didn't have writing. The Inca had a number system. I believe that's what Sumerians have, but they're telling us that it was a number system. I mean, a writing system. Sorry. Again, the bigger picture is what happened in 2900, where this second foreign nation arises. Before that, we were the first. So from that foreign nation, we're getting, I believe, the Maya. So the Maya are not exactly indigenous, whether they came from across the sea or whether they were homegrown, but it does seem like they might have been homegrown. And when they expelled, they got, some of them might have got, the ones who wanted to follow Akhenaten got expelled. So from there, I wanted to go to that video on punt, because I keep talking about punt. Okay, so for that, we'll go to the video, right? Okay, open up. Come on. Wake up, wake up. How did an entire... Okay, are we opening or what? There we go. So what to do for you to hear this, I have to take my headphones off. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to learn for once. And I'm going to let's skip hello. Okay. I'm going to pause, and I'm going to...
Yo, are you still trying to lose weight?
Okay. Is this the long one though? I don't want a long video. Let me you can't hear this anyway, so why am I worried about the sound? But yeah, let me mute it. I want to see if this is the long... Oh, it's only the 8-minute one. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to pause so that I can unplug my headphones so that you'll be able to hear this. So I'm going to pause and be back. So how do I do that? I have to stop the screen share. I'm going to hit the pause and be right back. Take the headphones off. Okay, because we want to learn about how... Now we found out that Akhenaten lied on the Hyksos. Now we're going to see how another member of his dynasty lied on Punt, okay? Or mislead on Punt. And we'll be right back with better sound. Okay, so I hope the sound is right. Share screen. And we're going to listen to just what they say about Punt. Again, I hope my sound is on, and I hope you can hear. I took my headphones off so you can hear this video, because that seemed to have been the problem. And let's go. This is the lost land of the ancient Punt civilization. Okay. Let me see, the volume is up. Yes. And my other volume, yes, that's up. Okay. And here we go. Fair use, fair use, fair use. Wait. Something, my speaker's not on. Uh-oh. Okay, let's see if I can get this speaker to work. I apologize. Is this still... Wait a minute, go back. Fair use. It's not playing through the speaker though. I want it through the speaker. Okay, we're gonna have this kind of drama. I gotta get my I have to get my what is this? Bluetooth on. Okay, where's my Bluetooth? My Bluetooth is not working, apparently. Bluetooth, where are you? Okay. Apologies. Maybe I can try to play it still. Sorry for the noise. I'm trying to get my Bluetooth speaker to come on, and it won't. In fact, it's not even showing me where I can okay. Let's see if we could play it without the Bluetooth speaker. Let me see. Oh, there's the Bluetooth, and it's supposed to be on. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Okay, my speaker's on. Let's try this again. Okay.
This civilization is in that.
Fair use, fair use.
Another lost civilization that is even more mysterious than the Atlantis civilization is in that of the Puntis. Why? Because it is documented to have been a rich land who traded with Egypt and Mesopotamia, but as of yet, we don't actually know where they came from. South America, perhaps? Who knows?
South America.
The land of Punt is described in ancient Egyptian texts as the land of the gods and a region rich in resources, though it is unknown exactly who they were or what even happened to them. In the decades after Jean-Francois Champollion.
I have to stop for a minute, y'all. Did y'all catch that? I'm so glad I played this. Did you hear what this brother just said? Did they come from South America? Well, that would be, what our expelling would suggest. I'm going to say that the 18th dynasty that writes about them came from South America, TaMeri. That's what I'm saying. And then they create, that's why they can't find them. It's the lost land of the ancient Punt, because the 18th dynasty made them up, okay? But it's so interesting that he says that they come from South America. Did you catch that, indigenous? Let's go back. I'm sorry, I interrupted.
Land who traded with Egypt and Mesopotamia, but as of yet, we don't actually know where they came from. South America, perhaps? Who knows? The land of Punt is described in ancient Egyptian texts as the land of the gods and a region rich in resources, though it is unknown exactly who they were or what even happened to them. In the decades after Jean-Francois Champollion first deciphered Egyptian hieroglyphics in 1822 Common Era, and Western scholars began reading Egyptian texts, questions arose as to where Punt was located and what it is called in the modern world. Punt is almost certainly modern-day Puntland state of Somalia based on the evidence of the ancient Egyptian inscriptions. According to historian Ahmed Abadi, the ancient city of Open in Somalia is identical to the city of Poyen, referenced as part of Punt by ancient inscriptions. Wait.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I just want to be sure. This is only being spoken of by the 18th dynasty. Hatshepsut. She was part of the 18th dynasty. She was part of the expelling. So that's another clue to them ending up in Africa. All of a sudden now they are trying to say that they're from Punt, or they had some interaction with Punt, but no one knows where exactly it is. And it could be Somalia, but Somalia doesn't have a history that goes that far back. Are we giving her one? 18th dynasty? I'm sorry, and then I know I keep going back, but I just want us to, it'll be the last time, I think, okay? I'm sorry. We just want to make sure, okay? Now that we can hear, it's like we just going all the way with it. We just going to keep on hearing it. I'm sorry, but let's go back a little bit.
Another lost civilization that is even more mysterious than the Atlantis civilization is in that of the
more mysterious than Atlantis.
Why? Because it is documented to have been a rich land who traded with Egypt and Mesopotamia, but as of yet, we don't actually know where they came from. South America, perhaps? Who knows? The land of Punt is described in ancient Egyptian texts as the land of the gods and a region rich in resources.
Land of the gods.
Though it is unknown exactly who they were or what even happened to them. In the decades after Jean-Francois Champollion first deciphered Egyptian hieroglyphics in 1822 Common Era, and Western scholars began reading Egyptian texts, questions arose as to where Punt was located and what it is called in the modern world. Punt is almost certainly modern-day Puntland state of Somalia based on the evidence of the ancient Egyptian inscriptions. According to historian Ahmed Abadi, the ancient city of Open in Somalia is identical to the city of Poyen, referenced as part of Punt by ancient inscriptions. Wait, do you hear this? The country is best known for Queen Hatshepsut's famous expedition in 1493 BC in the 18th dynasty of Egypt.
18th
This
dynasty.
exchange between Egypt and Punt brought back living trees to Egypt, marking the first known successful attempt at transplanting foreign fauna. This voyage to Punt is only the most famous, however, and evidence suggests that the Egyptians were trading with the land of Punt as early as the region of the pharaoh Khufu in the 4th dynasty and probably earlier. It would appear that a special relationship existed between the two societies.
I just want to stop because that kind of what he just said is something that I was thinking about, that these people were, whoever these mysterious foreigners were, a group of pharaohs knew about them, and I don't think they talked about them too much, because he says these Puntians could have been as early as Khufu in the 4th dynasty, I believe he said. So these people were there, but they were left. You know, when the Moors say that they had to go get the so-and-so out the cave and da-da-da-da-da. So could it be that these people were just there hanging out, you know, running around, you know, naked? Then their god had to put clothes on them of skins of animals and what have you and so forth. So were our priesthood already playing God as early as, I would even say, the 2nd dynasty, because that's where you get Set, you know, and the people of Set, 2900 BC. So the priesthood, they had, again, we said earlier, like a Lord of the Flies situation going on, possibly in Africa too, you know, where they just had these people who were really uncivilized, although they want to say that we were uncivilized. But it was their children that were uncivilized, the Moors' children, because they just left them there, right? They were probably loosely monitored. But, you know, we read about the religion that of Islam had, and how they had to have laws against when the men felt like having sex with dead things and animals. So they were kind of left to run wild. And then when their daddy came to clean up house, because he got to get these boys whipped into shape to come for the indigenous, he had to make a book of laws about how clean yourself after you fuck a cadaver. If I saw it on Sonnetter, if I'm lying, I'm flying, and I don't have no wings. But Sonnetter, this brother broke it down. What was his name? He was debating, what was his name though? And he's an ex-Muslim, and he was debating a guy. I'm sorry, I'm not going to remember the name, but I knew the guy was the Jesus Buddha or some crap. The guy that he was debating, who was losing miserably, if you ask me, but he was standing up for Islam, and he was also creating a new religion with Islam. But he was a Buddha Islam or something like that. You know, Jesus, Buddha, Allah, something like that. Black Jesus, was that who he was? Something like that. Well, he's debating this other dude. His name began with an M, I think. But that brother was asking him, what about this in the Quran where they're talking about how to clean yourself after having sex with a dead body or an animal, how to keep it clean? So these were the early Sumerians. That's what because why? Because it's the Muslim area is that's where they from. The Arabia area. And this is no diss to the culture, but this is what the brother showed us that was in the Quran. It's about having sex with animals. So again, the Moors rearing up some people that, first of all, you mix their species anyway, is what you told us. That's what you told us. So whatever they're doing, it's not really that they are these nasty people. It's because of their daddy and what he did to bring them to existence. So they don't know. Okay? This is not going to be about blaming the baby, or I'm sorry, the daddy's baby. No. We are going to go to the authoritative, the CEO, the architect. And this all falls on their shoulder. That's why they're so very willing to be one with us. They got to get this load off their shoulder. They got to get us implicated in the bullshit shenanigans they were doing and get us to be guilty before the throne of the council of gods and ancestors. I think we indigenous need to say no thank you. Okay? These Moors have done some shit, y'all, that's why they don't want to resurrect a culture like TaMeri, because that's the one that condemned what they do. And the condemnation is not like a Christian condemnation, okay? It's just that they know that they weren't supposed to be mixing blood like that, or, doing that stuff that they were doing, to make a new race so that they can play God. That wasn't part of the plan. And the thing is, here's the thing: when the Most High creates, right, you are sovereign. When a Moor creates, he wants to be what? He wants to be your slave master. He's not giving you sovereignty. The Most High intended for you to have sovereignty, not the Moors. We read that when they came, according with this Abu Bakari story, they came with slaves of every nation. If you were helping these people, bringing them civilization, like you say, why did you enslave them for? Because you're only interested in serving yourself, leaving the people with a fearsome deity that will kick their ass the minute they step out of line and make them slaves that you get to benefit from. How convenient, Moors. How convenient. So they keep talking about dirty Moors. What the fuck is a clean Moor? One who took a bath? I'm sorry, this is the kind of thing that don't wash off. Dirty Moor. Please. The whole thing is dirty. You got to call a thing, y'all. I'm sorry. Everything they did was dirty. That's why we expelled them. That was a serious expelling. It was no joke. We didn't think very highly of what they were doing, and we kicked them out. They proceed to dominate the world around us without telling the world that we even existed. There is no such thing as a clean Moor. It would be an ignorant Moor. What is it? Ignorant is bliss. It is a Moor who has been indoctrinated with that narrative. That's what that narrative is. We went around civilizing and making slaves. What part of civilization had slaves? Even TaMeri, America, was trying to do away with that. That's how we roll, y'all. That's how Indians roll, okay? That's not how the Moors roll. They made slaves of every, did they say some? No. That means they took their children and enslaved them. White, Mongol, Arab, whatever, you were slaves first. So let's finish. This is a rather short video, but and he's dropping some bombs in here, y'all. I didn't even realize the bombs he was dropping. Now, first he did let us know this is the 18th dynasty that I'm always telling you about. And then we read that the 18th dynasty basically lied on the Hyksos of the, what was it, the 15th dynasty? Yeah. 18th dynasty. This is who we call the heretic, y'all. Look what they were doing when you get somebody that tells the truth about them. This is why we expel them. They're liars. They're slavers. They're disgracing and erasing the ancestors. That ass have to go. So let's finish this. Here's Hatshepsut, the one I keep telling you. You know, she was a female pharaoh. Okay? And she's the only one that's writing that Punt existed. Other than her writings, they don't know nothing, but that's why they can't find it. Why did she leave that part out? What about that part? She made that shit up. They were exiled from America. And then they try to say they came from Punt, and that was the land of the gods, but we don't know where the gods live, but it is the land of the gods. You got to catch that. He said land of the gods in here. He did that. He said it. Okay, so let's go back a little bit.
Queen Hatshepsut's
fair use.
Famous expedition in 1493 BC in the 18th dynasty of Egypt.
18th
This exchange between Egypt and Punt brought back living trees to Egypt, marking the first known successful attempt at transplanting foreign fauna. This voyage to Punt is only the most famous, however, and evidence suggests that the Egyptians were trading with the land of Punt as early as the region of the pharaoh Khufu in the 4th dynasty and probably earlier. It would appear that a special relationship existed between the two societies. The incense trees mentioned were an especially impressive article of trade. This exchange is the first time in recorded history.
I'm sorry, if you didn't hear what he said, incense trees is what I think I heard. Incense. I should put my closed captions, right? Okay. Should we go back a little bit? I'm sorry, I should have put the closed captions on. You're going to get mad at me. Okay. It's just 8 minutes, so I know I'm stretching it out. Fair use, and I apologize profusely, on my knees, begging mercy.
Called in the modern world. Punt is almost certainly modern-day Puntland state of Somalia based on the evidence of the ancient Egyptian inscriptions. According to historian Ahmed Abadi, the ancient city of Open in Somalia is identical to the city of Poyen, referenced as part of Punt by ancient inscriptions. Wait, to hear this. The country is best known for Queen Hatshepsut's famous expedition in 1493 BC in the 18th dynasty of Egypt. This exchange between Egypt and Punt brought back living trees to Egypt, marking the first known successful attempt at transplanting foreign fauna. This voyage to Punt is only the most famous, however, and evidence suggests that the Egyptians were trading with the land of Punt as early as the region of the pharaoh Khufu in the 4th dynasty and probably earlier. It would appear that a special relationship existed between the two societies. The incense trees mentioned were an especially impressive article of trade. This exchange is the first time in recorded history that plants and trees were successfully transplanted in another country. This transplant was so successful, the trees flourished in Egypt for centuries. The roots of the frankincense trees brought back from Punt by Hatshepsut's expedition can still be seen outside of her complex in Deir al-Bahari. Inscriptions on the walls of the site detail the Egyptian relationship with Punt and make clear that it was a mutually beneficial one, and both parties held the other in deep respect. Reliefs on the walls of the temple show the chief of the Puntis and his wife receiving the envoys from Egypt with all honors. So precise are these depictions that modern-day scholars have been able to diagnose the Punti wife of the chief Ati's medical problems. The inscriptions mention King Peruhu of Punt and his generosity, which, judging from the goods brought back to Egypt, was vast. Hatshepsut's reign was among the most prosperous in Egypt's history, but it is clear that she considered her expedition to Punt among her greatest successes. The Punt civilization is a largely an unknown and mysterious civilization that existed between 8 and 3,000 years ago. Many readings will describe it as an early civilization that existed long before the development of a culture that found it necessary to record its history. Gold from Punt is recorded in Egyptian history as early as the 4th century. They also traded with ancient Greece, providing ebony, myrrh, silk, gold, scented perfumes, and other precious minerals. Scholars have argued that modern-day Somalia Puntland founders are inspired by the ancient kingdom, but more recent findings of small pyramidal structures, stone ruins, caves, and buildings in northeast Somaliland give proof to the fact that the thriving civilization indeed existed in Somalia. Egyptian history indicates monuments, copper, and carved amulets were made of the gifts that were brought into Egypt from Punt. However,
Okay, so what I heard him say is that they're trying to basically call it Somalia. So what I would say to that is, what happened? Why is Somalia showing up as so young when in our timeline they were in the 1400 BC, right? I'm not sorry, 1400 AD. So they disappear from 1400 BC and then reappear around 1400 AD as this great Somalia. And let me tell you, they don't have, I'm going to tell you what their language is, okay? Because we're going to find out that they were using, if I remember correctly, they were still using Egyptian writing. I got to look at that. But they, in other words, this is nothing but a little creation of the 18th dynasty. They were not a people. They were made a people by the 18th dynasty to create some kind of roots in and to divert from the fact that the 18th dynasty was expelled from TaMeri, the Americas. We got rid of their ass. So all of a sudden, Punt appears to be their little hero, their little savior, right? But all they're doing is stealing whatever gold they can and goods they can. That's all they're thinking about, y'all. It's not about serving people. It's what can you do for me? What can you do for me? It's not what can I do for you like Patti LaBelle was singing about. It's what can you do for me? She would bring in trees from Punt. What was she giving them? Oh, her culture, civilizing them. Miss Thing came to take. After their asses got kicked out of TaMeri, where the land of milk and honey, they had to find some other sources of milk and honey, y'all. Okay. Now, every now and then, the Moors have to tell us a little more truth, right? So I'm under the notion that this is why Horace Butler even revealed this to us. If you read the book, he's still shrouding it in monotheism. So what am I saying? I'm saying that he's giving us the story, but he's hoping that we bite on his narrative, just like the Moors do. They're giving you a story, but they want you to take their narrative about the white man, for instance. He's the devil. But you just told me you created the devil. So how you factor in? So in other words, believe what my story is. When Yaffa, sorry, Yaffa, I'm just repeating what you said, sis. When you said we put ourselves to sleep, how do you do that, though? Do you mean you put us to sleep? See, they want you to buy their narrative. I'm saying, listen to what they say. Spit out the bones. Because them boys are going to have you guilty for everything they did if you let them tell it. Let them run tell it. They're going to trade places with you, and they're going to be the ones that kick you out. And you're going to be the one that went around and mixed blood, and which was seen as basically an offense. Because while you're doing that, it's self-serving. Again, you're looking for, just like now, y'all, just like now with these jabs, you were supposed to become transhuman, which means you don't get human rights. because there's no such thing as transhuman rights, right? So they're always looking for ways to undercut you, right? So that's how they do. That's how they do. So when they went around spawning new nations of people, it wasn't let's all be a happy family. I love you, you love me. No. It's serve me. I need some slaves up in here. I ain't trying to go in them gold mines with this outfit. You kidding me? Oh, I didn't get all this money to wear this to go digging in some gold mine. You better get your ass in there and extract your gold for me. You better get. Okay, so let's finish this video. About half 4 more minutes, a little over 4 minutes, 4 minutes and 20 seconds to go. I just hope you're catching this. Okay. Okay, thank you. Let's continue. Fair use.
Fact that the thriving civilization indeed existed in Somalia. Egyptian history indicates monuments, copper, and carved amulets were made of the gifts that were brought into Egypt from Punt. However, the only findings include a painting depicting the queen of Punt at the time of the pharaoh Hatshepsut's visit, and a tree made of metal that still stands in front of Hatshepsut's temple.
You really
The
don't
only
want to say her name.
depictions of the Punt civilization are paintings from historical readings and a few other carvings in Egypt. Punt was immortalized in Egyptian literature in the very popular tale of the shipwrecked sailor, in which a castaway Egyptian sailor on an island converses with a great serpent who calls himself the Lord of Punt and sends the sailor back to Egypt laden with gold, spices, and precious animals. The sailor in this story tells his master the tale to cheer up after a failed expedition. He points out how his master may feel disappointed at his recent failure, but how he once experienced a similar failure himself, only worse. His ship was actually lost, and he feared for his life. The land of Punt is purposefully chosen in this story as the mystical on which the sailor washes up, because it had already been linked to the gods in the past. The sailor is telling his master that even though life may look bleak at a certain time, good can come out of even the darkest moments in life. He holds up the example of the Lord of Punt sending him home a richer man than when he had set out on his doomed voyage, as the name of Punt would have reminded the master of the gods and their blessings, and would have reminded an audience hearing the tale as well. The land of Punt eventually became a semi-mythical land to the Egyptians, but was still understood as a very real place through the New Kingdom. The Vizier Rekmira mentions accepting tribute from foreign delegations from Punt during the reign of Amenhotep II. Punt is mentioned during the reign of Ramses the Great and that of Ramses III. Punt came to hold a deep fascination for the Egyptian people as a land of plenty, and was known as Tet Netjer, the land of the gods, from which all good things came to Egypt. Punt was also associated with Egyptian ancestry in that it came to be seen as their ancient homeland, and further, the land where the gods emerged from and consorted with each other. Exactly why Punt was elevated from reality into mythology is not known, but after the reign of Ramses III, the land receded further and further in the minds of the Egyptians until it was lost to legend and folklore. Today, the people of Somalia honor their ancient relationship with Egypt by keeping alive the language and customs. Historian Abdeslam Mohammed cites English linguistic Charlie Barber in describing how the language of ancient Egyptian belonged to the Hamitic group of languages, which are still spoken across a large part of North Africa and include Somalia. Mohammed comments on this citing how people in modern-day Somalia continue to name their children after the ancient Egyptian gods, one example being the modern Arakthi from the ancient Egyptian Harakti. Although the land of Punt slowly vanished into mythology in ancient Egypt, its rich heritage continues on and is preserved in the present day by those who remember and honor their past. What do you guys make of this lost civilization? Very rich and well respected, but who were they? Comments below, and as always, thank you for watching.
Okay, there you have it. It's like a mythical place that some dynasties after the 18th refer to here and there. But it's almost like after the Egyptians start talking about them, they just stop existing. And did you catch that? Okay, we don't want this, right? Did you catch that? The Somalians are still. If you were Punt and you were this nation that ancient TaMeri found, wouldn't you keep just uphold what you were before these traitor Egyptians found you? No, you're gonna cave in and be what they made you? That don't make sense. But that's the last part of the video, that they showing how they still revering them. Oh boy. Yeah, there they go. They named their kids after karate or whatever they were saying, whatever that word was. It's just very, very odd. Very, very odd, this little thing that the 18th dynasty created. And you know, the subsequent dynasties would have been relations, evidently, of the 18th dynasty, because it's the generations of your family, basically, right? And I guess they're intermarrying, whatever. So they're either bringing new people into the family and having a new dynasty. But I'm telling you, from the 18th dynasty on, it's all Africa, y'all. But I think what happened is a lot of our TaMerians started wheeling and dealing before we ever even knew about people in Africa. I think they were already, I don't know, rearing them up. Okay? So, yeah, I wanted to show that. Is there anything else? That's another one about Punt, but it's longer. And I don't think we want to go through that. Oh, I think that's my video. What else? Let me see. That Axum, Inca Empire, we kind of went over that. When rocks cry out. Well, maybe we'll do a little bit of this because I want to stress, in one video, I know it's long, but we want to really, now that we can hear, play a little bit of Horace Butler talking about the name of TaMeri, and we're going to realize that the double talk. Okay, so let's revisit the wonderful Horace Butler as he breaks down this fair use. When rocks cry out. We just want to hear a little bit of our brother. This is a 12-minute video. Fair use, but this time we're going to hear it. Fair use, and let's go. And it starts somewhere in the middle, so don't be put off by it just abruptly starting, okay? But we want to hear what he says about the naming of America. And then we're going to look at the map where he's showing where America was, and it was Brazil, where the Inca are. So the Inca didn't create Machu Picchu. They did not. Let's go. Fair use.
Africa doesn't have stair steps going up it. It doesn't have temples on top of its summit. They could not go and break through the boat on the temples atop those great pyramids. There are none there. And that was the clue that Egypt was writing about the Americans. And the deeper I got into the records, the clearer it got. They started actually saying, and because Amun loved that land so much, he said it's his beloved land, and that word was Mary, the beloved, Mary, M-E-R-I, Mary. And the land, of course, as before, is Ta. So you have the land, the beloved land, TaMeri. And they kept that name and just put the Ta on the end of it. So TaMeri became a Mary Ta. We simply say America.
Word spell alert. This is what I love about what this brother is bringing to us. Now, I do think he may be part of the establishment because I think he could have came cleaner with TaMeri and not really. Now, this is no diss again to Hebrews or Caucasian Hebrews, but at this point, your history is solid. You know, you have your. We didn't need this brother to tell us all about Hebrews. What we don't know about is what we needed to tell him to tell us about. We don't need you to regurgitate, okay? And it's just that simple. It's no shade or tea or whatever. It's just that, brother, you need to focus on your peeps. But again, he's going to say the Hebrew Israelites was us. I think it was nothing but originally it was the Moors, okay? That's who he's talking about. The ones who were expelled, those were Moors, okay? Okay? And their mixed multitude that went with them, thinking that they were going into something great. But the truth is, they were being led to slavery, okay? Slavery. Okay? So, and what I did not have I'm sorry, I keep remembering or forgetting that I need my closed caption. So now we got to start all over. Sorry again, bros. Just sorry. Fam. And fair use. Please read along if you need to, but we really want to get this in. I'm very disappointed when it went with the sound quality of the earlier video. So let's do it. Please listen to the man, please. Okay. Fair use.
No, but now in Northeast Africa doesn't have stair steps going up it. It doesn't have temples on top of its summit.
Temple.
They could not go and break through the boat on the temples atop those great pyramids. There are none there. And that was the clue that Egypt was writing about the Americas. And the deeper I got into the records, the clearer it got. They started actually saying, and because I'm in love that land,
I'm in love.
This is the love land, and that word was Mary, the beloved. Mary, M-E-R-I, Mary.
M-E-R-I.
And the land, of
Mary.
course, as before, is Ta. So you have the land, the beloved land, TaMeri.
TaMeri.
And they kept that name and just put the Ta on the end of it. So TaMeri became
it wasn't TaMeri. He's messing up my video.
Gave to
Oh, that was a mistake. You see how they don't want us to uncover our ancient civilization? It ain't TaMeri trying to give us a tranny thing going on. Ain't nothing wrong with being tranny. But no, we wasn't doing that today. It wasn't TaMeri. Oh my gosh. Sometimes these closed captions is just TaMeri. T-A-M-E-R-I. Not Tom and Mary. Oh my God. This is ridiculous. You know, you get your sound right, and then your closed captions start acting up. I still want to use the closed captions, okay? I do. Because, well, I don't know now, because this is crazy, y'all. This ain't fair. This is not fair. It's TaMeri. Oh gosh, why can't this shit ever go right? Them fucking Moors, man. These spells. He's just coming out with all these words. I'm like, what the hell? And I think if I play them, I don't know if I should play them because you're gonna be too busy laughing. You ain't gonna be paying attention. Okay, look, I might turn these shits off. I think it's just gonna upset me. Because he's gonna keep calling it Tom and Mary. I ain't trying to go, nah. Okay, let's see if we can listen to this without. Do I want to keep it? Because it's just gonna make a form of laughter and humor for this video. And I don't want that in this part. I don't want that in this pack. What am I gonna do, y'all? Do I need to turn these closed captions off? Because you're just gonna be laughing, right? You ain't gonna hear nothing. You're gonna be laughing. Shit, I'm turning this shit off. Fuck it. Turn it off. Turn it off. Fuck it, shit. It's TaMeri, okay?
And they kept that name and just put the ta on the end of it. So TaMeri became a Mary Ta. We simply say America. We kept the name that Egypt gave to the Americans. So that was the big mystery behind that $10 million map that Martin Waldseemüller made and then put the name America on it in 1507. And then those who knew and those who were trying to hide things said, wait a minute.
You hear that, y'all? Okay, so I didn't think it was as clear because the sound was so bad before. But he said the map came out again with America on it. So TaMeri was taken off of it. And let me see. Okay, there it is. Because I'm about to say, it looked like they took the picture off. And I think they did. I think they did. Why is the screen black? Was he showing us TaMeri and that shit got wiped off? Why the screen suddenly went black when he's telling us about this Waldseemüller map, y'all? You see how the PSYOP works? They are not playing. Why did the screen go black? Let's go back because this is kind of strange. I think they actually had a picture of the real Waldseemüller map with TaMeri on it, and YouTube, you know, they ain't trying to show that map. He said the next time you saw it, that America was, he said TaMeri was off, not America. The 15th, let's listen.
And they kept that name and just put the ta on the end of it. So TaMeri became a Mary Ta. We simply say America. We kept the name that Egypt gave to the Americans.
Blank screen. Why?
So that was the big mystery behind that $10 million map that Martin Waldseemüller made
Blackout.
and then put the name America on it in 1507. And then those who knew and those who were trying to hide things said, wait a minute, you can't put that name on here. And the next time he reprinted that map, it was off. It was gone. Because that's the name that Egypt had given the land.
Now
TaMeri.
TaMeri, okay? See, because it's
America.
like I think he's doing the double talk. Because but he cleared it up at the end. He said, that's the name TaMerians gave TaMeri. TaMeri, not America. As you see, that's the Waldseemüller map. There's his name, Waldseemüller. In 1507, he said, TaMeri was gone. That thing was gone. And it was now America. I think we should have a moment of silence. This is, it just doesn't get any better than this. Now that is a weird shape for Brazil, but nevertheless, that's Brazil. Hispaniola, you see Spaniola? That's Haiti. But it was Spaniola. That's Haiti above Brazil. What else can we see in this thing? Cannibales? Cannibales. Or is it Caribales? Carubales? That's an interesting, you know, they try to say we was cannibals, but that's an odd word right there. It looks like it could be anything. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Okay, so I want to play that one more time. Fair use.
Here, and the next time he reprinted that map, it was off. Those who were trying to hide things said, wait a minute, that Martin Waltzmuller made and then put the name America on it in 1507. And then those who knew and those who were trying to hide things said, wait a minute, you can't put that name on here. And the next time he reprinted that map, it was off. It was gone. Because that's the name that Egypt had given the land, TaMeri.
TaMeri.
That's where America came from. So now I have Egypt writing about the Americas, but they go further. They don't just talk about we named the Americas. They say it where it was. They said our founders, Amenemhat, Osiris, Isis, all of these. Of course, they use those other names, you know, the Asa and the Apep. And so they said they are in the West. And all over the monuments, they talked about Osiris and say he is foremost of the Westerners, which means not in the front of. He was the most worshipped throughout in the West.
That's
and not just his dead spirit. They were talking about the man himself.
I just want to say that is the king and the father
in the West. And not just his dead spirit.
Wait.
They were talking about the.
That is the father of Heru. He wore the white crown of TaMeri. What is that saying? TaMerians wore the white crown, the legitimate TaMeri. We wore a white crown. And then they created white people to put our crown, incorporate in that naming of them as white people. This is very important, y'all. What does if Heru's father has a white crown, that's a white status, right? Are we being fooled again with this red when they're calling us red? Because Lower Egypt wore a red crown. Or was it, let me get this right. The Egypt in Africa, Upper Egypt was going towards South Africa. Upper Egypt was in the south. Lower Egypt was toward the Mediterranean. Now, we got to figure out, now let me see. If we apply that to TaMeri in America, I think the same might apply. That Upper Egypt was south. That's where our culture began. That's where they're saying it began, right? That's why they sent Columbus to that area and not to North America. Did we look at Columbus's voyages in one of my videos, or did I not show that one? Columbus never went to North America, right? They were only obsessed with the TaMeri area that the brother just showed us, like Brazil and then you know, and then the Mesoamerica area, right? So that's telling me that was the white crown, y'all. That's what I'm going to deduce. So the red crown was of, I want to say, Lower Egypt. Are they calling us red, trying to keep us from our white status? Now, I'm not saying we're white. I'm just saying we are the white status. So, but when they do a spell before the gods, they're telling the gods that, look, we still have your white people here, but they just look like this now. You know, that's it. Look at that crown. That's the white crown. And he is the good king. And he wears a white crown. He's not even concerned with any red crown. Because the red crown, that damn fez, y'all, this would be another reason why we need to go back to TaMeri, because TaMeri upper TaMeri wore the white crown, and that would be our. Why else are we at the bottom, y'all? That's all I'm asking you. Unless we were significant. You don't kick a dead horse, and you don't denationalize a nationalist horse. Unless you don't want him to know his nation was ancient TaMeri of the white crown. The white status. Look at that man. Beautiful. Beautiful. If you don't go back to the beginning, you're going to be tossed in a mongoloid salad. The beginning, there is no other crown. Look at that crown. That's the first crown, y'all. The color of Set was red. Now, his son, this beautiful king here, his son was Heru. And his birthright was stolen, and somebody else wore the white crown. His crown was removed. His status was removed. The red crown is secondary. Now, they honored Lower Egypt by combining both crowns. And so Heru, what is Heru? Now, his father he's still rocking that white crown. I get the feeling when his father was around, there was no intermixing. There was no red people. Now follow me this. I'm not dissing the Indians. We're using the color as a code for status right now. Why is Osar only wearing a white crown? Could it be that there was no other mixture of people that had a red crown? Otherwise, he would be the king of both, wouldn't he? He's the original king, y'all. Y'all got to understand what TaMeri got to give you. Why is the right king not wearing a red? We never see Osar with a red crown. He only rocks the white crown, and his son rocks both crowns. Red and white. That, I am saying, is the legacy of the TaMeri, to wear both crowns. The Moors is only rocking red fez, y'all. They don't want us to know about the white crown. They rocking a nod to the red crown. Just, it's a very interesting thing when you really get into the symbolism. And sometimes it doesn't hit you until times like right now. Like, I've always known him to wear a white crown. And I never thought too much about the fact that they're showing even Narmer. I know him to wear a red crown. I don't see him rocking the white crown. Did Narmer raise the son of Osar because he knew that that was the real king? But what happened to Heru? Now in the myth, he gets his birthright back. But what's interesting is I don't see that reflected very much in the dynasties. Was Heru murdered? And they gave him a story of triumph only to make it look good, when the truth is the guy who's said to be his father didn't wear a white. Nama didn't have a white crown. He mostly seen with a red crown. So the whole story, was that about how they said Heru was too young to rule, so Set took his place, and Heru maybe never actually ascended, but because they lied and told the story that he did, that's what is written, and that's what's going to happen to bring justice to Heru's position? Is that why they spend so much time making us dead, or making sure that we're a dead entity? Because is that what they did to Heru? But they lied in their story and said that, oh, he became the da 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 da. Yeah, but meanwhile, in real life, that's just the fairy tale you're telling. But did you really let this king take his throne? Because it's looking like at the second dynasty we have Set. Already at the second dynasty we have people worshiping Set or giving nod to Set. Did the Moors take over and they took Osir's son, but he never made it to his throne? But they promised that he would, or they would raise him up like the Moors kind of do now, keep all the secrets, and then promise that they're gonna give it to who it belongs to as they're the custodian. But they never ever get to giving you your legacy back because they're too busy lying to you. And it's up to us to take it back. And we don't even have to do it in a forceful manner. Why? Because all we got to do is tap into this legend and stand on that spiritually. Now, it was made and it was left and nobody picked it up. We have to pick it up. Just like in the corporation, they made a way of discharging debt. And Anna says this all the time. They just never showed you it. They never bothered to let us know or show us how. And we have to do that by ourselves to discharge our debt. So anyway, this is one of those on-spot revelations that I've wondered what happened. Why is Set appearing in the as early as the second dynasty? Was it ritualistic to keep Heru alive, but not to let him really rule? In a lot of these movies, you'll see that there's a king, but it's the people around him that's really making policy and lying to him. Is that what was happening? They're doing everything against the king, but he thinks that they're doing it for him, the priesthood. Fair use, let's continue.
And himself being in the West. So now I have those records. And the deeper I got, the clearer it became. And then I started locating the cities all through the Americas, and not North America. Egypt says, man, those, they didn't call them Indians, but they said their cavalry is just so strong. They have bow and arrow cavalry. They are on horseback, and they are so strong, it's just devastating to us to try to take that land. So I tell you what, we're going to cut it right off at that river, and that's why all these pyramids are showing up from Mexico going down south, because of the Apaches and Comanches and whatever other tribes were there, black tribes and others, were whooping Egypt something fierce. They did leave the record, though, that Osiris got as far as Washington, D.C. He said, I got to this land, and in this land in the north, I got to the place of the river with the largest, widest mouth. And I immediately ran to the Mississippi. I started looking around trying to see, well, where is he? I'm trying to see where Osiris is. I see that city called Baton Rouge. I know that's talking about, it's got Aton's name in it, A-T-O-N, Baton Rouge. I know that's red. And I'm looking at it. Kind of sounds like it might be an Egypt connection. I'm looking for it, but that was wrong. They said, no, when you get to that place, that's Pataline. That's an island. That's a large island. Man, ain't no island here called no Pataline. And then understanding comes in and says, wait a minute, look at the map again. See where the Mississippi River splits And one goes over toward New Orleans and the other one goes down toward Alexandria. I said, well, yeah. I said, well, you know, when you have a Mississippi River that splits in two, then the land between those two rivers is an island, because on the south side of it is the Gulf of Mexico. All that land is an island. I was like, oh, man, here's Tattooing. But he said, but that's not where I went to. He said, that's not the river I'm talking about. He said, this one has a huge mouth. And then I looked further up, and there it was. There's the Potomac and all of those waterways coming together, the Chesapeake, and making this huge mouth to this river before it empties into the Atlantic. And they say, when you get to that place, there's going to be a city designed, laid out in the shape of a parallelogram, which is like a rectangle, square. And that government, if they didn't lay out Washington, D.C. in the exact same configuration that ancient Egypt said, that city would be in. And then they stuck an obelisk there. Egypt wrote about that. They just said it was too hard to keep control of that land with that very strong horseback army of bow and arrow shooting warriors. So then we go down toward the south. It's okay, we have the northern extent, let's go south. And we went through Central America, and I saw the cities there. And it will surprise you to know that Egypt actually built this city that we call Troy. Troy is in Central America. If you don't know the history of it before they start calling it Troy, you will never find it probably. But when Egypt wrote about it, they actually called it with those same letters. One word was T-R-W, Troy. But they said, well, we have another name for that city. We call it Kuban, K-U-B-B-A-N. It means the hidden city, because Troy is way up from the water at a time where cities, major cities, were being placed on the waterway, because that's how commerce was being conducted, by ship. Troy was not. Troy was up in the rainforest, way up in the mountains, hidden. And so Egypt called it Kuban, the hidden city. And I'm going to give you something I've never told anybody other than close associates. You want to find Troy? You go find the city that Egypt says its name is Kuban. And you'll find this Maya city called C-O-P-A-N, Copan. And there you will have ancient Troy. That's the African city, Troy.
Yeah, see, he's buying into, at the bottom there, you can see he's buying into the Aztecs, well, Africans, but they came much too late, if they did at all. And we already decided that the Aztecs and the Incas ain't nothing to fuck with, okay? So if they were infiltrated by Moors, so what? We're not going to pay that any mind. They're the ones looking at it, that you know what they're doing there. These are the ones who are said to have practiced human sacrifice. Anyway, I don't know if I want to go any further in this video, because he just starts getting into this Heru. He talks about Heru. He does talk about, let's see, because I think he does talk about Machu Picchu, which is Jerusalem. So let's see. He talks about Aten and Adam. I don't buy it. I don't buy that Adam was the first man. If it was, he was the first creation by the Moors. That's it. He wasn't the first man. Even the Bible tells you he wasn't the first man, because there were people already here when Adam and Eve were here, because their son goes out to, Cain. Okay, so just ignore that part, please. Fair use.
So you go further south, you go through Central America, then you go into South America. I'm looking for Thebes now. I've got Memphis, but they said Thebes is Thebes of the West. That's how they wrote it. Thebes of the West. I want to know where it is. And I found it. And the great thing about it is, Thebes of the West is the city that David took. That's Jerusalem. It was built to honor the ancient Egyptian ruler, co-founder, the one that most of your listeners will probably recognize as Heru, that others call Horus. The city was built.
There's Heru, this one right here. And he, like I said, he's wearing a white crown and a red crown. So he is over both the Moor, and his crown, his father's crown is the white crown. So he is king, the true king of both lands. If we want to take our position, our rightful position, we might want to look at this crown that Heru is wearing. Okay, because he's showing his dominion over all of TaMeri. That would be us, y'all. Now, his father only had the white crown. It looked like Narma. I've never seen Narma wearing the white crown. Okay, but I think they take the role of custodian over the real king. And I think that's what they've been doing all this time, and trying to find a way to get rid of that bloodline so that they can rise to power. But they got to do it very carefully, because we are the first born. And they, you know, they got to do it in a way where they're tricking us. And that's why y'all need to stay your ass. When a Moor starts talking, put your fingers in your ear and go ting-a-ling-a-loo. That's what you do. When their mouth starts moving, put your fingers in your ears and go ting-a-ling-a-loo. Go back to move. Okay? They don't understand that their role is that of a thief. They are carrying a legacy, and they call themselves the custodian. Now, you gotta zoom in on that one. Who are you holding a legacy for? Moors. You're the custodians of what legacy? Moors. Are you holding my birthright like you hold my land in trust and hoping that I forget who I am? Y'all got to rethink these fucking Moors. Rethink it. Think it over. Think it over, baby. Baby, think it over. No. These Moors ain't your friends. They're holding your birthright, and they're hoping you just disappear, because they've made a world that they're just waiting to rule over without the bother of thinking your nigga ass gonna wake up. So they tiptoe around us. They agree with everything we say, and then we turn around and they're still saying that we're Moors after we explain to them that we're not, and say, oh yeah, no, you're right, yeah. Oh, you're the Moors. I just told you that I'm not. Yeah, but that's a descriptive term. Negro, please get out of my face. Please get the hell out of my face with that bullshit. You don't know no other way to be. You know, it's always been the Moors coming for us. They do it through the Nation of Islam. They do it through the other religions. They've always wanted us to join, but yet they still don't give us any kind of props. So what does that mean? There's nothing we can do to be accepted by them except to roll over and die. Now that would really make them very happy, especially if you do it yourself. Because this is what the Moors, this is what their hope in life is they holding your birthright and it's worth so much. Can you just get hit by a car or something, yo, damn you niggas? Can't y'all just go jump off a cliff somewhere? I've been holding this birthright waiting for you to be gone. I done poisoned your food, poisoned you, gave you some Rona, gave you some vaccine. I'm trying to get you dead. It's a peculiar hell that the Moors live in. But this is what they've brought themselves because they've been so treacherous. They're never going to have our birthright just without us here. And we're going to always be there like a fucking phantom for these Moors. You know, and they're going to always be trying to kill us, and we're never going anywhere. Gods don't die, and the energy doesn't die. But if they can brainwash your ass, that's all they need to do. That's why you stay away, because they're very good at brainwashing. They're very good. They study. Well, that's all they have is time, right? Waiting for you to be gone. And now, you know, the time had come where they had predicted that their favored son would be a minority, and they are going batshit crazy. I'm not going to have my ace number one Boon Coon son to deal with you Negroes, and now I have to probably face you myself, face the wrath of God. They try to work on a new species of people that they can send for us. I think they're going to try to make them aliens this time. The Moors don't give up, man, but they really need to. I think they don't realize that they're making it much worse. And the more that they overtly come for us, the more their slip is showing. And the more they will bring their condemnation and their karma to the fore. Because they're doing a lot to force us. And they're not supposed to do that. In the world of God, you cannot, I gotta do that you can't duress me, you know, that's gonna bring you guilt to you. But I guess they figure out they depend on certain rituals that they can maybe kind of get away from that, or use their offspring as a sacrifice somehow to pay for their sins. You know, that's another reason why they like surrounding themselves with foreigners and making foreign entities and stuff, you know, because they have a lot of karma that they're running from. But anyway, so I should play some of this because now he's getting into Jerusalem. Okay, so let's go back again. Fair use.
And that was the clue that Egypt was writing about the Americas. And the deeper I got into the records, the clearer it got. They started actually saying, and because Amun loved that land so much, he said this is the love land. And that word was Mary, the beloved. Mary, M-E-R-I, Mary. And the land, of course, as before, is Ta. So you have the land, the beloved land, TaMeri. And they kept that name and just put the Ta on the end of it. So TaMeri became a Mary Ta. We simply say America.
Word spell alert.
We kept the name that
Switching
we
the words
gave
around
to the Americans.
We kept the name.
So that was the big mystery behind that $10 million map that Martin Waltzmuller made, and then put the name America on it in 1507. And then those who knew and those who were trying to hide things said, wait a minute, you can't put that name on here. And the next time he reprinted that map, it was off. It was gone. Because that's the name that Egypt had given the land, TaMeri. That's where America came from. So now I have Egypt writing about the Americas, but they go further. They don't just talk about we named the Americas. They say it where it was. They said our founders, Amenemhotep, Osiris, Isis, all of these. Of course, they use those other names, you know, the Asa and the Aztec. And so they said they are in the West. And all over the monuments, they talked about Osiris and said he is foremost of the Westerners, which means not in the front of. He was the most worshipped throughout
Osar,
in the West,
Heru's father,
and not just his
white
dead
crown,
spirit. They were talking about the
our
man
crown,
himself being in the West.
corona.
So now I have those records. And the deeper I
Time
got, the clearer it
crowning.
became, and then I started locating the cities
The
all over
coronation.
the Americas, and not North America. Egypt says, man, don't. They didn't call them Indians, but they said their cavalry is just so strong. They have bow and arrow cavalry. They are on horseback, and they are so strong. It's just devastating to us to try to take that land. So I tell you what, we're going to cut it right off at that river, and that's why all these pyramids are showing up from Mexico going down south, because of the Apaches and Comanches and whatever other tribes were there, black tribes and others, were whooping Egypt something fierce. They did leave the record, though, that Osiris got as far as Washington, D.C. He said, I got to this land, and in this land in the north, I got to the place of the river with the largest, widest mouth. And I immediately ran to the Mississippi. I started looking around trying to see, well, where is he? I'm trying to see where Osiris is. I see that city called Baton Rouge. I know that's talking about, it's got Aton's name in it, A-T-O-N, Baton Rouge. I know that's red. And I'm looking at it. Kind of sounds like it might be an Egypt connection. I'm looking for it, but that was wrong. They said, no, when you get to that place, that's Pataline. That's an island. That's a large island. Man, ain't no island here called no Pataline. And then understanding comes in and says, wait a minute, look at the map again. See where the Mississippi River splits, and one goes over toward New Orleans and the other one goes down toward Alexandria. I said, well, yeah. I said, well, you know, when you have a Mississippi River that splits in two, then the land between those two rivers is an island, because on the south side of it is the Gulf of Mexico. All that land is an island. I was like, oh, man, here's Tataline. But he says, but that's not where I went to. He said, that's not the river I'm talking about. He said, this one has a huge mouth. And then I looked further up, and there it was. There's the Potomac and all of those waterways coming together, the Chesapeake, and making this huge mouth to this river before it empties into the Atlantic. And they say, when you get to that place, there's going to be a city designed, laid out in the shape of a parallelogram, which is like a rectangle, square. And that government, if they didn't lay out Washington, D.C. in the exact same configuration that ancient Egypt said, that city would be in. And then they stuck Annapolis there. Egypt wrote about that. They just said it was too hard to keep control of that land with that very strong horseback army of bow and arrow shooting warriors. So then we go down toward the south. It's okay, we have the northern extent, let's go south. And we went through Central America, and I saw the cities there. And it will surprise you to know that Egypt actually built this city that we call Troy. Troy is in Central America. If you don't know the history of it before they start calling it Troy, you will never find it probably. But when Egypt wrote about it, they actually called it with those same letters. One word was T-R-W, Troy. But they said, well, we have another name for that city. We call it Kuban, K-U-B-B-A-N. It means the hidden city, because Troy is way up from the water at a time where cities, major cities, were being placed on the waterway, because that's how commerce was being conducted by ship. Troy was not. Troy was up in the rainforest, way up in the mountains, hidden. And so Egypt called it Kuban, the hidden city. And I'm going to give you something I've never told anybody other than close associates. You want to find Troy? You go find the city that Egypt says its name is Kuban. And you'll find this Maya city called C-O-P-A-N, Copan. And there you will have ancient Troy. That's the African city, Troy. So you go further south, you go through Central America. Then you go into South America. I'm looking for Thebes now. I've got Memphis, but they said Thebes is Thebes of the West. That's how they wrote it. Thieves of the West. I want to know where it is. And I found it. And the great thing about it is, Thieves of the West is the city that David took. That's Jerusalem. It was built to honor the ancient Egyptian ruler, co-founder, the one that most of your listeners will probably recognize as
Heru.
that others call Horus. The city was built to honor him, and it was laid out in the
Honor
shape
Heru.
of the hieroglyphic symbol that is his name. And you look in the ancient hieroglyphs that these Africans that we now call Egyptians left, when they wrote the word, the name Heru, it's the hawk in profile, the entire body with the wings on the side. That gives you the word H-E-R-U, or Heru. And they laid out the city in that design. It's still there right now today. When you fly above and look down, there is that hawk laid out on the ground, the walls, the street, the temples, everything that they had laid that they have knocked down, but the foundations are still there. It shows you the outline of the name of the city. It was ancient Egypt's or ancient Africa's Heru. Now, they built a temple there to honor Heru. And some of the listeners and
Honor
readers
Heru.
will know that one of the words that ancient Egypt used for a temple was per,
Her.
like a rectangle with an opening in it, almost like a house or a temple. And it was per,
Her.
P-R, or P-E-R. And so when they have that temple there and they're talking about that place where this famous temple of Heru is, they would say the temple of Heru or Pe-Heru. And so now we don't say Pe-Heru, we simply say Heru. It's that simple. It's that clear. It's been standing
That
in
simple.
front of our eyes this entire
Just
time.
own it.
But as long as you let others educate
Long
you
as
and
you let
tell you
others.
what a thing means, and you don't test it, you keep teaching the same errors.
And you lose
And that's
the
what was going
birthright,
on.
the first birthright.
They were getting some knowledge, but they were teaching the errors with the knowledge that they were getting. The Egyptologists knew, but they knew that they were going to hide those Africans. They were going to hide that this was an African civilization because they were trying to justify blacks as being inhuman so that they could make wealth off of them as slaves. And you couldn't say that they were inhuman and uncultivated if you show them with these civilizations. So they distanced them, they divorced the Africans from the Egyptian history, or they attempted to. When they came into the Americas in the 1500s, supposedly stumbling upon it with Columbus, you have to understand Columbus had just returned from West Africa. He had the map. The same ones that had come over and became what we now call Aztec, and they hated that. That was a derogatory term. It meant that they worshiped the pagan deity Sutek that ancient Egypt writes
Sutek.
about. So if you're of
Aztec.
something, you are
Sutek.
a something.
Ace,
You are of.
yes.
So they were a Sutek or
Sutek,
Aztec.
worshippers of
They
sex.
said, no, we're Christians, we're Muslims, and there are others among us who do worship these traditional beliefs.
Yeah,
But
but
they were in a mode of
here's the
trying to
thing.
show them as
here's
being
the thing, though. Unfortunately, those are secondary religions that, he's saying, no, we were Muslims, we were Christians. Well, they're still following under this monotheistic thing that is really relating back to Set. Now, after you kill the king, you want sole kingship. You don't want to recognize the first heir. So this is a set. The idea of monotheism. It's a Sethian. This deity right here, we saw him earlier. Now he looks a little bit more like a dog here, but he's still a mythical creature. There he looks like a wolf a little bit, which would also be rather fitting. But did you see what he said about the Aztecs? Now they were the ones who were doing human sacrifice. They trying to put that on the Maya. No, it was the Aztecs, Sutecs. They followed Set. The other ones, the other cultures were doing it through the dragon deity. So they are an adulterated version of TaMeri's system, because they are being given a deity like a dragon. And in ancient TaMeri, that dragon was malevolent. It was a storm, war, chaos deity. Kukulkan of the Maya, Amaru of the Inca, and Quetzalcoatl. I forgot who he was. That Aztec, one of them. It's all the malevolent dragon deity called Apep. That's his oldest manifestation, is Apep or Apophis. So that is what the Maya, that's where they went wrong. In as much as they worshipped Kukulkan, and that's a Khan. So that there you see some kind of nod to the Khans, Genghis Khan. And then we read, I think, that they even were told about a Kukulkan that was going to come or something. You know, I think that's the same thing with Quetzalcoatl. They were being told it was a white man that's coming, named Quetzalcoatl or Kukulkan or whatever, you know. So this dragon deity, that ain't he ain't the one. He ain't the one. Now Set is said to fight the dragon for Ra. But Set himself is a storm deity. So it's a storm deity fighting another storm deity. What's going on? And to be honest, that part of the story, I don't know how to break that down, because it don't make real sense. A storm deity fighting another storm deity. But why is, okay, so we did figure out that Set is a step above the dragon, because Set is your brother. So it could be, yeah, he's got a human body, right? So it's referring to a man with the mind of the dragon, or a mind of a mythical creature like a dragon, you know, but he has the head of a mythical animal, because this animal, there's no animal that looks like this. So that's, again, that's our ancients trying to tell us, don't, this one is no good. He's not natural. He's not following Ma'at, really. He's chaos. He doesn't look like anything you've ever seen, so do not gravitate toward this. And then he becomes the god of the foreigner. And they embrace him, but all he's going to do is turn them on the original people. Ultimately, right, Morris? So I want to go back a little bit, because I do like that breakdown of the Aztecs.
Yeah, T. Sutex, ancient Egypt writes
Set.
about. So if you're of something, you are a something. You are of it. So they were a Sutex or Aztecs. Take a note. We're Christians, we're Muslims, and there are others among us who do worship these traditional beliefs. But they were in a mode of trying to show them as being uncultured and uncivilized.
Yep.
So they knew when they came in the 1500s, they knew where they were. They knew this was Egypt. You find this strange letter in Spain where they're having the wars against the blacks who are now running Spain wars, and they didn't lose that until 1492. And when they defeated those Moors, then they said, "Oh, we can go and fight the war against the blacks over in the Americas, but not until we whoop the ones that's on our doorstep or we're on their doorstep." So that's the history that's unfolding. They knew that the Holy Lands were over here. The Vatican knew.
The Moors knew.
And they sent it over to destroy these churches and these people.
The Moors did.
So that the Vatican could be the head of the churches by destroying the other 11 that was
The
in the
Vatican
Americas.
started by the Moors.
Spain had the right to come in and start trying to get the
priesthood.
commerce to become rich off of the gold and the other things in the African cities.
No, the American cities. Okay, so it ends abruptly, but I think we're going to call it a day, because this could be a very long video. I thought this was interesting, since we're saying that Punt is Somalia. We want to look at their writing, and ancient script seems to have been used to write Somali. Since then, a number of writing systems have been used for transcribing the language. Of these, the Somali Latin alphabet is the most widely used and has been the official writing script in Somalia since the government of former President Somalia, Mohammed Siad Barre, formally introduced it in October 1972. Are you telling me Somalia was illiterate up until 1972? The script was developed by the Somali linguist Shire Jama Ahmed specifically for the Somali language and uses all letters of the English Latin alphabet. You are the land of the gods and you don't know how to write. You're like the Incas. But this is who the 18th dynasty is saying, where they got, the land of the gods, the Punt. The alphabet. Okay, say they use all letters of the English and Latin alphabet except P, V, and Z. So how are you going to spell punt if you don't have a P? Lord, I just noticed that one. Good God. How backward can ass backward be? How are you going to spell punt? How are you going to take the P out and you telling me punt? So you just erased your alleged history. Maybe y'all know it's some bullshit. This alphabet has 21 consonants. God damn. Okay. Oh yeah, consonant. Okay. And 5 vowels. Okay, I was switched around. I was mistaken consonants for vowels. Okay. There are no diacritics or other special characters except the use of the apostrophe or the glottal stop, which is not word initial. There are 3 consonant digraphs, DH, KH, SH. Tone is not marked. Front and back vowels are not distinguished. Capital letters are used at the beginning of a sentence and for proper names. Starting from 1960, debate about which writing system to use for transcribing the Somali language. They still had not deciphered the Somali language, dragged on for 9 years. However, no fewer than a dozen linguists were tasked with developing a workable script. Eventually, Shire Jama Ahmed's refined Somali Latin script was adopted, an alphabet which he used to publish pamphlets and small A.F. Somali drill books in his own printing press. Ahmed argued that even though most people were in favor of using the Arabic script, it was more practical to use Latin, primarily due to its simplicity. Y'all too, let me be respectful. Y'all don't want to understand something more complicated, though you are alleged to be from 2600 BCE about. And if in Punt and y'all had no writing, that's a long time to be without writing. I think that's the longest stretch, even longer than the Sumerians, baby. God damn, how did y'all write to each other? Is that why y'all can't find where it's located? Because y'all never wrote it down, and only the 18th dynasty pharaohs did. But we know that it was some bullshit because they still couldn't locate y'all, even with the great record keeping of that 18th dynasty with a bunch of liars up in it. The fact that it lent itself well to writing Somali, since it could cope with all the sounds in the language and the already widespread existence of machines and typewriters designed for its use. Why are they only getting writing in like the 20th century? Are you kidding me? What were they doing? Well, we got to remember, it still doesn't make sense because Somali was the Mongol Empire hit them in the 1400s, but they didn't hit them with a writing system. So they didn't get them until 1972. What was they doing? How was they communicating? I couldn't believe when I read this article, but I'm just trying to show you. This is where they're saying the most ancient Africa nation was in Punt. They're saying it was in Somalia. I don't understand why they don't have writing if they're the most ancient thing next to TaMeri when they stole our culture and said it began on their landmass when it didn't. But we had writing. So what was going on? And if you had writing, well, you should have been using, and Egypt was all in your coffee, the Egypt in Africa, didn't they give you hieroglyphs? How much of this is where's the lie begin and the fairy tales end? I don't know. Besides Ahmed's Latin script, other orthographies that have been used for centuries for writing Somali include the long-established Arabic script. Okay, so they used Arabic, okay. And Wadad's writing. I don't know what that is. Besides Ahmed's Latin script, the other orthographies that have been used for centuries. Well, how come you didn't tell us that? An ancient script since the number of writing systems. Okay, so they're trying to say they used something, but they didn't even call it Arabic though. Now they're saying using Arabic. So okay. It was more practical to use Latin. Okay. Besides Ahmed's Latin script, other orthographies that have been used for centuries for writing Somali. So there was something used to write Somali, but it wasn't Somali. I don't understand. Include the long-established Arabic script and Wadad's writing. Indigenous writing systems developed in the 20th century include the Osmania, Barama, and Kadar scripts, which were invented by Osman Yusuf Kennedy, Sheikh Abdurrahman Sheikh Nur, and Huzan Sheikh, and I don't know. See, like they're trying to tell us the truth at the beginning, and then down here they say, well, we can't look like complete dummies. Let's say we had some writing. God damn. So I don't know what they're doing here. Shouldn't you start off talking about this one that you're using? But at the bottom of the article, you're going to say for other orthographies. So it's like they're saying they having something that was not indigenous to Somali, and they was using other orthographies that have been used for centuries. So they didn't have their own alphabet, is what this sounds like to me. I don't know. Okay, I just don't know. If they could just stop lying or whatever, maybe it would be easier. I don't think we need to do Kublai Khan. Oh, is there anything else that Inca? So the Inca. Well, we didn't. I used this, but it wasn't very clear on the video. But here it is. One of the shots that I used just to show the Inca. They started at 1230, right around the Mongolian Empire, but we still had something before the Mongols with the Sumerians. And I'm just going to leave it at that. I don't know how to explain, but a culture pops up in circa 2900 BC in America, as well as they're saying one in Saudi Arabia. But I'm thinking we need to start thinking about combining all this drama, because it seems to have happened in America. And then when the expelling took place, that's when everything that was here is being said to be over there. So that's Inca, right? Let's see, that was 1230 AD. And this is, that's a smaller one. So okay, so then the 13, okay, 1200 and 1300 AD. This is the Maya, but we kind of did the Maya. I don't think we need to see. So they're saying it goes back to 7,000 to 2000 BC. The hunter-gatherer, right? Domestic animals. They're gonna say nothing about pottery. All right, you don't say about pottery this time. Okay. So then the Olmec period. Now, this is what I don't understand. Why are you telling me this is the older culture in Mesoamerica when this is here? You see, that's the double talk. And then we saw 1200, but now it's 1500. Either way, that's very late in the game. So like I was saying, they're trying to make the Olmec like it was one of the Maya civilizations from the Maya, but they are before the Aztec and the Inca. So, that we can say, but they're not before the Maya, because they're giving the Maya archaic period, So we had like a 2600 BC for official Maya, but they're just giving us a span from 7,000. So they doing that dubious dating a little bit with that 7,000, right? Don't know why, but they did it. Okay. Serpent god Kublai Khan, also known as Gugamats. That's the Wednesday dance. The Gugamats was the most popular deity among the Maya. So Kublai Khan. So that for that reason, maybe we should read about Kublai Khan. Okay, Kublai Khan. And I'm not using my headphones. Should I use my headphones? I could, but okay. God of rain, wind, storms, and life. Come on now, stop it. Tag that on at the end to make it sound good. Winds, rain, storm, and life. Whatever. Okay, the Olmec system was probably not a great deal is known about Kukulkan, except that the god had major temples dedicated. Okay. So the Olmecs now are saying 1200. See, sometimes they're giving them 1500, then they're saying 1200. I mean, that's some kind of big differences, you know. I mean, okay, whatever. That's what makes these dates kind of hard to remember when they're so different. You know, that's why I was getting it wrong. I was 1500, 1200, Olmecs, you know, but it is BC. Um, but again, we still have a Sumeria element that I think we might have to include in America because it starts really early, right? And Punt is like imaginary land. So what's the real one? It's most likely going to be the Maya, that which maybe they could be like the Sumerians. For some reason, I'm thinking that it's the same circa time frame, you know, and they're more real than Sumeria, if you ask me. That at least they had a right, you know, a legitimate writing that is connected to another culture, like TaMeri. They use hieroglyphs. Sumerians just coming out of breaking out of nowhere with this chicken scratch that they're calling a writing system, and only Sitchin is head of that psyop, Zechariah Sitchin. That's a call. Okay. Yeah, another storm god or whatever. Yeah. A wind god. Okay. You're getting all these. Okay. God with rain and water. Quetzalcoatl, which dates the usually show feather snake, and those at the later site include the god with rain and water. Storm god, perhaps? Well, that's what we found out that he was, Quetzalcoatl. Okay. Bad weather deity, okay. So Gugamats. Okay, so oh, that's Kukulkan, Khan, the pyramid of Kukulkan. Khan. That's what that is. Uh-huh. Okay. All right. I think rain and wind. They try not to let you know that it's set. Is Quetzalcoatl the same as Kukulkan? Essentially, Quetzalcoatl and Kukulkan are different names for the same, demon, the serpent or dragon. A dragon, you know, they call it a serpent, but if it has feathers and wings, it's like a dragon, right? It's Apep. Okay. Who was Kukulkan the man? Uh-oh. Although Kukulkan was a created god in Miss America, he was also a cultural hero, credited with founding or taking over Chichen Itza in the northern tip of the Yucatan. So I think that's talking about Kubla Khan. He's a Khan, Kubla Khan, and then they give him a god. Kukulkan Khan is what I thought I read, but I guess it wasn't here. Okay, so I think we covered a lot. Yeah, so Amaru is for the Inca. Yeah, Amaru is Inca, who didn't have writing. So how do they know that they even called him Amaru if the Inca didn't have writing? Okay, Quetzalcoatl. These are all the same deity as we saw: wind, storm deities, rain, wind deities. Yeah, Sumeria is trying to tell us that they emanate from this deity, and they are just, that just sounded real crazy. He was never portrayed as a dragon. So this is some Sumerian. That's why I can't rock with Sumeria. They coming up with some wild shit, and they're trying to use TaMerian deities that don't match what they're saying. Okay. Okay, we went over that. Maya sacred. Oh, here, this was in. I think we showed this in my work, The Monuments of Mayaks. I have shown how the legends accompanying the images of several of the Egyptian deities, when interpreted by means of the Maya language, point directly to Mayaks as the birthplace of Egyptian civilization. Okay. Let me see. So, okay. How the ancient Maya hieratic alphabet discovered by me is as near alike to the ancient hieratic alphabet of the Egyptians as two alphabets can possibly be, forcing upon us the conclusion that the Mayas and the Egyptians either learned the art of writing from the same masters, or that the Egyptians learned it from no, that's not, no, baby, no. Their timeline doesn't go far back enough. What are you talking about? That's why I put 3100 BC. So how are you going to tell me that these in 3100 BCE learned from these that came like what, 1,000 years later? 31. Oh, sometimes I need a little pen and paper action. So 3100 minus 2000, 1,100 years later, they are learning from the Maya, and they came before the Maya. See, they're going with that old stuff, I think, but they're trying to say that the Maya came before Egypt. That's just not true. We saw that one from Creation Journal, right, where the woman, well, she's using Sumeria, right? Well, I'm comparing the Mayas to the Sumerians. So how are you going to tell me that the Egyptians learned from the Mayas when they were 1,100 years before the Maya? So he's trying to say something, but I think it's the bullshit is coming out. But he's getting closer, getting warmer. And that's reading from which do I have the cover here? From this book, Sacred Mysteries Among the Mayas and the Kikis, 11,500 years ago. Their relation to the sacred mysteries of Egypt, Greece, Chaldea, and India. Oh boy. So Greece, Chaldea, and India are in the same landmass, but TaMeri is in the Americas, okay? Oh boy, Freemasonry. Oh boy. So they're gonna lie, they're gonna try to predate TaMeri, Augustus Le Plongeon. Didn't we read about Le Plongeon when we were watching that what was that video? We saw it earlier. Okay, so did I want to go further and end on my favorite video? Okay, I'm just going through some slides, but here's one that I thought was interesting if I didn't talk about it before. What was the motivation for European conquest in the New World? Okay. Well, besides identity theft, historians generally recognize three motives for European exploration and colonization in the New World: God, gold, and glory. See, this explains the Moors quite accurately. But when it comes to God, they're just using him as a means to get the gold and the glory, right? They're not really bringing you a benevolent God, because if you don't follow what they want, they're going to kill you, right? That's what we learned about with the when the what was it? Was it the Incas when the two uh, wonderfully dressed man and woman came, said that your forefathers sent us to civilize you, but if you don't, we kill you. How is that civil? So this explains the Moors in a nutshell. God, gold, and glory. GGG. The three G's. Religious motivations can be traced all the way back to the Crusades, a series of religious wars between the 11th, so that's the 10th, the 1000s, okay, and the 15th centuries, during which European Christians sought to claim Jerusalem or Jerusalem as an exclusively Christian place. Now that we just saw where that Jerusalem is located, right? So they want to get rid of our Holy Land so that we never find it and figure out who they are. That's why they need it so bad. That's the fight for God, okay? Next is gold and glory. Europeans also search for, now these are Negropeans, if we want to be very accurate. Also, they use the white, cover, but they're the ones that's looking. Who was Mansa Musa? Was that a white man? No, right? So he's the rich. So who was going for the gold in the world and actually got it? That would be Mansa Musa, right? A Mongolian, or well, no, he was African, but he was part of the Mongolian Empire, right? So we don't know about any white people that accomplished that, do we? Okay, so who was going for the gold then? All right, so that answers that question. Are we good? All right. Europeans also searched for optimal trade routes to lucrative Asian markets and hope to gain global recognition for their country. Global recognition. Why? Because you want to rule from your country. The Crusades increased religious intolerance. So the Crusades increased religious intolerance and forceful religious conversion, you see? But don't get it twisted. Islam was doing that. Let's read what they say. The year 622 brought a new challenge to Christianity. Near Mecca, Saudi Arabia, a prophet named Muhammad claimed he received a revelation that became a cornerstone of the Islamic faith. The Quran, which contains the revelations received by Muhammad, identified Jesus Christ not as God, but as a prophet. See the confusion that they're sounding? Now, this is an Abrahamic religion, so we would safely say that they're all coming from the same book, but look at the confusion. So one book, Jesus is the Son of God. The other one, he's just a prophet. And I have to admit, this one does make more sense to me as the prophet, if anything. Not that I would follow him as a prophet either way, but I'm just saying it makes more sense to me. Islam spread throughout the Middle East and into Europe until 732. Soon after, and they're not saying who spread it, right? Notice that. There goes the blackamoors hiding again, right? Because they're gonna think that it was the Arabs, right? No, it wasn't. Okay. Soon thereafter, European Christians began a crusade, a campaign of violence against Muslims. Oh, this was an interesting article. Check this out. Soon thereafter, European Christians began the Crusades, a campaign of violence against Muslims to dominate the Holy Lands. The Moors always like to play victim, okay? Now, this is one entity fighting itself, okay? So don't feel sorry for these Moors. They love the pity look. They love the pity look, the pitiful look. An area that extended from modern-day Turkey. Well, according to what we heard, it sounded like it was bigger than the Holy Roman Empire, would you say? So they weren't that pitiful, right? These Muslims, whatever, right? It's just that they was bringing all kinds of religions, but the Mongol Empire included bigger than the Roman Empire, from far as we know. So they ain't that pitiful, right? It was a crusade, was a campaign of violence against Muslims. I don't know who's more violent than Muslims. I hate to say it that way. I don't mean to, But I mean, let's be real. The jihad and stuff, I mean, 9/11, they saying that, I don't believe it, but yeah, so I guess I shouldn't use it. But still, this is it's just a given that they're the ones seen as the and they don't really deny it. Didn't they show people dancing saying that they took credit for it, the 9/11 towers? So they took credit for it, even if they, I said, are they working for the corporation? Or, were they part of just a psyop altogether? Okay. Soon thereafter, European Christians began the Crusades, a campaign of violence against Muslims to dominate the Holy Lands, an area that extended from modern-day Turkey in. Should I put my headphones on? Would I be able to just tap back in without stopping the video? Because I know I hate sounding echoey. Okay. Okay, I've changed the headphones. Okay. Will that sound a little better? I hope, without having to okay. Okay, so should I start from the beginning? Okay. The year 622 brought a new challenge to Christianity. Near Mecca, Saudi Arabia, a prophet named Muhammad claimed he received a revelation that became a cornerstone of the Islamic faith. The Quran, which contained the revelations received by Muhammad, identified Jesus Christ not as God, but as a prophet. Islam spread throughout the Middle East and into Europe until 732. Soon thereafter, European Christians began the Crusades, a campaign of violence against Muslims to dominate the Holy Lands, an area that extended from modern-day Turkey in the north along the Mediterranean coast to the Sinai Peninsula under Islamic control, partially in response to sustained Muslim control in Europe. Okay, so it was partially a response to Muslim control in Europe. Okay. The city of Jerusalem, I'm sorry, now they're talking about the one in, see, the whole thing is a psyop. They, now the Moors know that that's not the original Jerusalem, right? So what is all of this? Like, it's just a show, kind of. The city of Jerusalem is a holy site for Jews, Christians, and Muslims. Evidence exists that the three religions lived there in harmony for centuries. But in 1095, European Christians decided not only to reclaim the holy city from Muslims rulers, but also to conquer the entire surrounding area. The Crusades provided the religious ideology for the Reconquista, which in turn inspired Atlantic colonization. The Reconquista, or Reconquest, refers to the 800 years of violence and expulsion of Muslims from the Iberian Peninsula after the failed Crusades. The Crusades and the Reconquista cemented religious intolerance, and the Christians looked to colonization partly as a means of continuing religious conquest, particularly in the strongly Catholic nations of Spain and Portugal. Religious zeal motivated the rulers to convert Native Americans and sanctify Christian global dominance. The lure of gold, finding new routes to trade Eastern goods. Despite the consequent religious polarization, the Crusades dramatically increased maritime trade. Well, that worked right into the Moors' favor, right? Between the East and West. As Crusaders experienced the feel of silk, oh brother, the taste of spices, and the utility of porcelain, desire for these products created new markets for merchants. Please, they were not thinking about that shit, okay? The feel of silk. I don't know. I have issue with this. I do. It just sounds so unnecessary. So you're going to go around making slaves or whatever for just to have
uh what they say? Spices. They still always using that spices shit. Silk, porcelain. Merchant ships brought Europeans valuable goods, traveling between the port cities of Western Europe and the East from the 10th century along routes collectively labeled the Silk Road. However, transporting goods along the Silk Road was costly, slow, and unprofitable. Muslim middlemen collected taxes as the goods changed hands. Robbers waited to ambush treasure-laden caravans, as well as seeking a water passage to the wealthy cities of the East. Why do I think they're talking about America on the down low? East sailors want to find a route to the exotic and wealthy Spice Islands of Mayan. I just don't buy that. You take these voyages for spices. I'm not going to go to West Bubblefuck for some paprika. I'm just not doing it. I will do without it. So I never they do such an injustice to humanity with these lies. What men want to give their life for spices and silk? You know, or you know, to go these long ass you know, distances. I mean, for food, yeah, maybe. Not for spices, not for silk. Do they wear now in? Do they even wear silk where these people? Does the weather permit for that? Are you in a desert? Is silk the way to go? I don't know. It was gold, y'all. They lying. They want to make it look like they were just innocent. You know, they were looking for gold everywhere they went. They ain't even interested in no spices and silk. Why don't stop lying? It's just even normal people don't they think of it. Today's people, you know, what would people travel for? Gold, right? What was there? A gold rush, right? Now that makes sense. This foolishness don't make no sense to me. Spices and porcelain. No. They don't want to, they're trying to hide that they're the lure of gold. Now, if they say lure of gold, then what you talking about? Spices and silk. Now look at the title, the lure of gold. That's what it was. Now just leave it at that. You know, I don't even want to read this. Okay, so that's the trade route. See how easy it was to get on that one landmass, basically. I mean, it was long, but you know, when you stealing en masse, you're gonna go that distance for that gold, right? That's all these Moors wanted, man. The thirst for glory, that too, though. Both nations colonized quickly and aggressively. Prince Henry the Navigator spearheaded Portugal's exploration of Africa and the Atlantic. Now this is weird. You got Africans coming to Spain to rear them up, and then the Portugal going to explore Africa. You know, Portuguese sailors successfully navigated an eastward route to West Africa. How come they're not talking about? It's like they're not even. I don't know. I don't know. They don't really mention the Americas. I guess that's Columbus, right? So Portugal then spread its empire down the western coast of Africa to those are the Moors, y'all, along the coast of India, and eventually to Brazil and the Atlantic islands. Although the Portuguese did not rule over an immense landmass, their strategic holdings of islands and coastal ports gave them almost unrivaled control of nautical trade routes. All about getting in people's trade. And then when you create a corporation, you want to be in charge of the trade, of the commerce. The travelers of Portuguese trade. See, this is not the article I thought it was, because it was yeah, it's not what I thought it was. Sorry, because it was saying something about the Crusades, but I'll have to do that for next time. But what do you think? Okay. The travels of Portuguese traders to Western Africa also pointed the Portuguese with the African slave trade. Oh, here we going into Fantasy Island. Although widely in practice in West Africa and funded by sugar production on the newly colonized Atlantic islands. Upon discovering the immense global market for sugar, the Portuguese began to trade enslaved people across the Atlantic to toil on the sugar plantation. The Portuguese Fort Elmina Castle, located in modern-day Ghana, became more of a holding pen for enslaved Africans from the interior of the continent than a trading post, as the markets for slave labor in both Europe and then the New World boomed. Boy. Portuguese colonization in the 1400s inaugurated an era of aggressive European expansion across the Atlantic. The Spanish, threatened by the Portuguese monopoly on enslaved Africans and expansion in the Atlantic, started their own colonization project with Christopher Columbus in 1492. The competition between the two nations continued and drew more and more Europeans to the New World. It's just weird. Because it's a lie, you know. It's mostly a lie. It's like they're dumping people in America and then using those people as a means to disenfranchise the indigenous, and then tell the story as if this is happening to indigenous when it's just happening to the few Africans that were part of the PSYOP, you know. Dump us in there and then we can tell the story that these folks are African American. Okay, so I think I've been going at this for a while now, and I think that is not the what I want to read. I thought it was something else that I was reading. So I'm a little off with that. Did the Emperor, yes, Matawi. Pun to be found out is a lie. The Kingdom of Fun, Egypt, and yeah, right. Kingdom of Kush, yeah. Kush is also, you know, when did Kush start again? Just 8,000 BC. Shit, dreaming. But 25 BCE. See, that's the same time the Maya, you know, that 2500 BCE area. The Kerma culture, so named after the city of Kerma in the region, is attested as early as 2500 BCE. Show that Egyptians and the people of Kush region were in contact in the early dynastic period. Yeah. I am starting to think that some kind of something was going on with TaMeri and some other people in that first dynastic period and everything. Yeah. In TaMeri. The priest of Amun fairly quickly were exercising the same kind of political power over Kushite rulers that they had with Egyptian kings since the time of the Old Kingdom. Yeah. All righty. I'm kind of just trying to go through some of the slides that I thought I always wanted to show and never did. So I think the Meroitic language. Let's just see where did that start? Because they were saying that the language of what it was, Axum, was it Meroe? Of Kush, was it Kush? Let me see. The kingdom of Kush, yes. So they at one point they were saying they had Meroitic language. Okay. In 300 BCE, still a young, very young Meroitic, possibly attested to as early as a 12. Oh, there we go. Referring, okay, no, the 12th dynasty. Okay, so all right. I thought that was a 12th century. Nope. Okay. So the kingdom of Kush. Well, we kind of debunked Punt. Kush is it's kind of showing up. This well, no, let me see. Kush is kind of looking young to me. The Meroitic period began at 300 BCE, so they're younger than Maya. You know. Yeah. So I'm not going to go there. Okay, so okay, we did that. I think we're going to close out. Yeah, we did the continent. Oh, that's what we were thinking of doing. Maybe for next time, because I need to take a break now. This is probably a very long video, and yeah, I think I went through most of these that I've been wanting to do these for so long, you know. Oh yeah, Set. Yeah. See, there he is. Set, also known as Set and Sutek. When we saw as Sutek, as the god Sutek, was the Egyptian god of war, chaos, and storms. Okay. Brother of Osiris, Isis, and Horus the Elder. Uncle to Horus the Younger, or Heru. That was Heru's uncle. And brother husband to Nephthys. Okay. He is a consort of the goddess Tauret, the hippo-headed deity who presided over fertility and childbirth. He is one of the first 5 gods created by the union of Geb, earth, and Nut, sky, after the creation of the world. His name is usually translated as instigator of confusion and destroyer. And he was associated with disorder, foreign lands, see, and people, and the color red. I'm glad I showed this because the red fez, the red flag, Set. This is all, I'm trying to tell you, all of this is emanating from this deity. War. Do you know that America is in a constant state of war? Do you know that our flag is a war flag, and the peace flag has vertical stripes, and the horizontal stripes are war? That's a sign of that we're at war. So we are under right now Set, because there's a lot of chaos going on, instigating of confusion. We got the what do you call the Republicans and the Democrat, destroyer, yeah, disorder, foreign lands, and people. So United States is always looking to bring foreigners in because they need to to keep the indigenous in a place where they never have a come up, because if you keep bringing in, lowering the bar and only dealing with foreigners, and you're giving them everything that's supposed to be for the people of America, then you're not helping Americans. You're more for foreign. We know United States is all about foreigners, right? There's the data that they're about. Okay, behind all of it, that is it right there. Okay. He is sometimes depicted as a red-haired beast with a forked tail and cloven hooves, or a shaggy red dog beast known as Shah to modern day scholars as the Set animal, which some scholars claim was modeled on the Saluki breed. Oh, please. While others maintain was a pure mythological creature. Yes. Specifically to represent Set, whose other symbols were the griffin, the hippopotamus, crocodile, and tortoise. Tortoise? Oh boy. They trying to make Turtle Island associated with Set. I don't like this, y'all. Though he was primarily associated with the serpent. All righty now. That makes sense. Well, I'm thinking of more the dragon serpent, the winged serpent. His epithets include Lord of the Desert, Ruler of the South, as he was originally a god of Upper Egypt. Now I think they're getting this mixed up. I really think this part of the switcheroo and the confusion. So I don't know if he was a god of the South. I really don't know that. At least when it came to TaMeri, because that's where everything began, right? So the beginning, you're not going to start with this type of deity, right? He comes out around a little later, as we saw in the timeline, right? So I don't know that he was the deity. Some people, it's been said that he was the deity of the North, as he was originally a god of Upper Egypt, the South. Oh, he was originally, and barren lands beyond Egypt's borders. In the early dynastic period, he was an important and benevolent. Okay, so he was benevolent in the beginning, a god of Upper Egypt whose name was invoked for love spells and inscribed on amulets, which served as love charms. He was also the deity who saved the sun god Ra. See, now that's him in his best capacity and his most admirable or worthy capacity as the deity who saved the sun god Ra from the serpent Apophis. Now, Apophis is really the serpent that I think, or the dragon that I think we really are referring to when we talk about Quetzalcoatl and Amaru, an evil creature who tried to stop the sun's journey through the night sky toward dawn. Egyptologist Richard H. Wilkinson comments on this myth and Set's role as hero writing. It was said that each night Apophis hypnotized Ra and the entourage who sailed with him, except the sun god Seth, who resisted the serpent's deadly stare and repulsed him with the thrust of a spear. In doing so, Set assured that the sun would rise the next morning. Set was also seen as a benefactor who helped the people in life and provided for them after death. But by the time of the New Kingdom, here we go with Akhenaten's kingdom, he came to be best known as the first murderer, who kills his older brother Osiris or Osar to reign over the world, and then tried to murder Osar's son Heru or Horus. To the Greeks, he was associated with Typhon, the god monster who challenged the might of Zeus and was hurled into Tartarus. That's where that's where Tartarus sprung up. Precisely why Set's attributes and image changed from a hero god to the enemy of order and injustice is unknown. But by the time the Osar myth became popular during the New So the New Kingdom is what's resurrecting the myth of Osar. So did they demonize Set too? Damn. Set's transformation was complete. So this is the 18th dynasty because they're the New Kingdom. They doing too much. Wow. So they're telling us who the Hyksos are. They're telling us who the Puntians, the people of Punt, are. They're telling us who Set is. They're telling us everything. And they're lying. He was still invoked by common people and pharaohs for assistance. However, and his name is evident of that of rulers such as Seti. Now, people who call themselves Seti are in line with Set. Seti I, Sekenati, and Seti II. Although his wife was his sister, Nephthys, he was associated with foreign goddesses, such as the warrior goddess Anat from Ugarit in Syria, and Asarti, the queen of heaven from Phoenicia. It is thought that he represented the dry and barren desert lands and distant territories outside of TaMeri, as contrasted with Osar and Heru, who symbolize the fertility of the I'm going to have to say the Mississippi River or the Amazon. I don't know. Okay. So I'm not going to take it any further. Again, maybe that's the contendings of. Oh, man, this is from the 20th dynasty. Tells a much older story. I never knew what dynasty it was from. This is very interesting. A much older story of the battle between Horus, son of Osar, and his uncle Set. The contendings of Horus and Set. Now let's see if we could read about the 9 gods. Yes. Okay. Let's see, because this is when I tell you the gods agree that Heru is the heir. Okay. In some versions of the story, Horus battle, Set defeats him and drives him from the land. While in others, Set is killed. In the contendings of Horus and Set, depicts these battles as contests ordered by the gods. The majority of the 9 gods, known as the Ennead, decided that Horus was the rightful king. Heru was the rightful king. But Ra, the sun god, was not convinced. And the decision had to be unanimous. Ra believed that Heru was too young and had led too sheltered a life to effectively rule, while Set had proven himself a capable, if uneven, monarch. That's what they want to be, monarchs, the Moors and everything. Even though Heru won every contest against his uncle Ra would not be moved. This trial went on for over 80 years, while the people of TaMeri suffered under Set's chaotic reign. That's what we're doing now, y'all, okay? That's why I call on Heru. The 9 gods, we just read. The majority of the 9 gods, known as the Ennead, decided that Horus was rightful king. Heru, okay? Isis, wait a minute, okay, I'll do it. Yeah. Isis understood that she would have to intervene for the good of the people, and so transformed herself into a young woman and sat down outside of Set's palace where he would have to pass her. She cried and cried until her cheeks were red and streaked with tears when Set, walking by, saw her and asked what the matter was. She told him how a wicked man, her husband's own brother, had murdered him and taken his land and flocks, and how she and her son had been driven from their inheritance. And further, how the evil man now even sought her son's life. Set was deeply moved by her story and became enraged. He swore that he himself would destroy the criminal and restore the land to the poor woman and her son. Isis then revealed herself in the presence of the listening gods. Ra was convinced at last that Horus should rule, or Heru. and Set was driven from the Nile Valley or from TaMeri to the desert wastelands of Africa. Horus then, or Heru, became king of the world with Isis as his consort and ruled wisely as his father had before him. Order was restored to the land, and the equality of the people was renewed with Heru. The Nile River again overflowed its banks, sent by the mercy of Osar, his father, and the land became fertile again, and the crops were again abundant. Heru followed his father's example in all things and continued those practices of kingship and stewardship of the land, which the mortal kings of Egypt would hold as their standards and incorporate as their values. Okay. So, yeah. In another version of the contendings of Horus and Set, the gods cannot come to agreement and consult the goddess Neith. Neith was very wise and often called on to mediate disputes between the gods. She suggested that Heru be given rule of Egypt and set free of the desert. Wait. Rule of Egypt and set free reign of the desert regions and foreign lands. So Set was made a foreigner. See, like sort of how the Moors were they became foreign when they were expelled, right? Okay. And then all of a sudden they all about the foreigner. And we forget that they started out that black Moors, excuse me. Okay, so she suggested that Horus be given rule of TaMeri and Set free reign of the desert regions and foreign lands, recognizing that no land could equal the splendor of TaMeri. She also suggested the Ennead grant Set the foreign goddesses Anat and Astarte as consorts as a kind of consolation. This version of the story may predate the tale of Isis resolving the contention, as Neith was an ancient goddess very popular in the pre-dynastic period, okay, whose attributes were later absorbed by Isis or Aset. Okay, so yeah, that's why I reach for the most ancient, because I find justice here. Is there something wrong with that? Do you think that's unwise? What else do we have, indigenous? What religious stories do we have? Jesus? That's not going to work for us. And unfortunately, the God of the Hebrews is for the Hebrews, right? He doing their work for them, not for us, right? And if we do go with him, there's a lot of talk that you become slaves to, who, if you don't go with your own deity, you will be slaves to the other man's deity and that other man, right? And we don't want that, right? So do you understand why TaMeri has become everything to me, as I am making this week made 3 damn videos since that damn Mongol Empire video done rocked my world? This is the story. This is from TaMeri, y'all. Did you hear anything demonic in that story? Did you? Are you scared of it? Did it offend you? It doesn't, does it? This is a great story of triumph, of a rightful heir getting what belongs to him. Again, with Jacob and Esau, we don't get that, right? And Esau has to wait until he gains the dominion. You see, he has to gain the dominion. But he, it is already decreed in that story that his brother takes his place. His younger brother takes his shit. And it's just a sad story, man. It really, really is. I'll say it again. I don't understand how Cain gets away with murder, but there's no hope for a Esau who gives his own brother his legacy. Is that so terrible? It's not like he gave it to a foreigner. And wasn't there some kind of edict that if your you know, if you were a brother and you couldn't fulfill your duties to your wife, then your younger brother took his place. So even there's like somewhat of a justification for handing things to another brother or something. And then again, if Esau gave it to him, why did he have to turn around and steal it and use deception? What's that about? See, it's confusion to me. I don't understand that. Do you? No, you don't. You just told her you better believe it because that's what that book is saying that you better get on the program with. But see, that works for their people, right? And we will lose anything that we ever have if we keep going into other people's stories. Now, we don't have to fight these people. We don't have to condemn these people. We just got to go for ours. That's all. Leave them alone. You don't have to bother no Hebrew. And the Moors, we just got to steer the freaking clear of those motherfuckers. We just got to really leave. We got to really, that's a problem, okay? That's the serpent, the slimy serpent, the whisperer telling you tidings of lies about who you are and how great you were, but yet you was the lowest and the lowest of the low in the world right now as we speak. And what have the Moors done to fix that? Nothing. All they want is us to convert to them. That's their fix for everything. Just be us. No, I am not you. Skin folk ain't kinfolk, not all the time. And in this instance, you sure ain't my brother. Not until you tell the truth, and then maybe we could think about it. But until then, and you still lying on me and my ancestors, and you think I should go against my ancestors and get with your program so you can dominate me and continue to be the god of this world? That's not going to happen, Moors, and you know that's why you have us in the position we are. You don't even want us to rise up to a normal state in a land like America. We shouldn't be at the bottom if you were ever in charge, Moors, and you were, you know, but we were not your priority. You were too busy giving your offspring our land and our identity. So, you know, you could have several seats, Moors. I don't care who out there is going to try to make you look good, baby. You can't take the spots off of a leopard. A snake is just a snake. You know, and there ain't nothing you can't hide behind these people forever. You just can't. Clearly, we are your threat. Clearly. And everybody else is your friend. Why? Because you've made sure that they have status in our landmass, and you made sure we are at the bottom. If our brothers can't see that, they are blind. They are blind. You get these Moors to paint themselves white, and you think that means it's a white man doing this. You think because King James likes to be seen as a white man that he was a white man? Man, oh man. I am tempted. Like, pause for a minute. I'm going to pause for a minute because I'm going to see if I could show this. Pause, and then we'll look to close out. Thank you for staying with me this far, but I shall be right back. I want to see if I can email myself something that I want you to see, but I have to get it to this laptop because it's not saved here. Okay. So let me see if I can do this. Otherwise, if I can't, I'm just going to come back and say, till next time. Thank you. So I shall be right back. And I'm going to stop the share and I'm going to pause again. Okay. I hope the break wasn't too long, but we're back. And I just wanted to show a few more slides. So I know this is a very lengthy video. I've been at it all day. But yes, on the note of King James, I talked about this a few times, and you know, since I'm trying to go all the way today, it seems, with all of this stuff, we're going to just take a look at a quote from King James that kind of lets us know that he had something to hide. Okay, Okay, so I'm going to share my screen, and we're going to start with this photo, which he kind of is giving us an ethnic version of himself, but it's still, can be debatable, right? But that's your King James, right? France, King of France, Hibernia, Spain, what's the other? Britain, France, Hibernia. Jacobus, he's representing Jacob, Yakub. Okay, he is Yakub by the account of those who know the story and know how he represents himself. Okay, so that there you have him. But it would seem to be that you only get these type of pictures where you just can't be sure, of his race. I mean, there is an ethnic thing about this, but still, it left open enough, just like with the Jesus character. You're given just enough to, well, you could say because his feet are burnt brass, but they never say it. And I think we have to be aware that when you're not outright saying something, but you're hinting at it, you're still not really telling us, right? But anyway, here is what I've always I've spoken to this, but here's a profile from BritRoyals.com. Now, I tried to look for this and I just couldn't find it. I don't know if it was changed, but I took, this is a screenshot I took when I first saw it. So I don't know if it's still around. And maybe we could hit that link and see what happens. But there you have him. Now he looking, they gave him the white skin again, got the, So let me see. So this is some information about him, King James I, born June 19th. He's a water sign like myself. 1566. He's, born in 1566. Mary, Queen of Scots. Now, this is a nod to Scotia. Yeah, Scotland named after Scotia. And so there you have that. Her name was also Mary Totten, but Mary for short, but Akhenaten's daughter's name was Mary Totten, and Scotia was another one of her names. So you kind of see her here, and that King James appears to be a relative, I'm gonna say it would be interesting to put his face next to Akhenaten and see how it lines up. Because that's Akhenaten's daughter, Mary Totten, Scotia. And anyway, so he took the throne in March 24, 1603 at 36 years old. Yeah, West crowned July 25th. Westminster Abbey, also as James the Sixth of Scotland, and Stirling Castle on July 29th. So he was the King of England and Scotland. Married Anne, daughter of Frederick of Denmark and Norway. So the families are mixing up. There's some mixing going on. Children, 3 sons, 5 daughters, of whom survived 3 whom survived infancy. Henry, Elizabeth, and Charles died March 27, 1625, age 58, 9 months and 7 days. Buried at Westminster. King James' body is in Westminster right now. Well, what's left of it. we could figure out what his race is, but they will never do that, right? Reigned for 22 years, 3 days, King of Scotland for 57 years, 1567 to 1625. Succeeded by his son Charles. And it's so funny that we have Charles now, right? People named after his son, right? Son of Mary, Queen of Scots. And her husband, Henry Stuart, Lord Darnley. Okay. So that's just about him. You know, wait a minute. There was something else. I thought they said how he was related. Well, it's not here. Is it? No, there was one where they showed how he was related to Queen Elizabeth, but I don't see it. So what I want to focus on here is how do we know that he seemed to be, there's indication that he did not want his face to be seen. Here it is. Here are some of his quotes. Okay. Where's it at? Okay, God's womb. Okay. So, on being told that his subjects wanted to see his face, so that I had to unpack that. So his subjects don't know what he looks like, right? So he's not seen by his subjects, although he's their king. How do you say yes or coronate a king that you've never seen? But his answer is God's wounds. I will pull down my breeches, and they shall see my arse. King James the First. Why doesn't King James want to be seen? Is it that he's too busy being painted Caucasian? Why that attitude? His subjects, they just want to see what he looks like. I mean, after all, you are ruling over me. Can I at least see who's responsible for the shitty life? Of course not. Then I wouldn't want you to know who I am if I'm giving you the life that you're living, especially as an American Indian. So you just ponder. Maybe the comment section, you can let me know what you think about why doesn't King James want his face to be seen? Yet so many of his portraits of him and his family are showing him as white. Well, you're showing us your painting. Why can't we see you? They've never seen him. Do you not think that that's suspect? When a king doesn't want to show his face, is it that you're not as beloved? It doesn't sound like it, right? It doesn't sound like he gives a shit about his subjects. And why, if I were king and my subjects wanted to see me, why shouldn't they? If I'm all that I'm said to be. So this is one for the Hebrew Israelites to try, ponder this. What Caucasian ruler do you know who didn't want to be seen? You see them, right? You didn't have a problem with that. But King James doesn't want to show his face? God's wounds? What the hell God got to do with this? I will pull down my breech. It's so nasty. A simple no will do fine. I will pull down my... So he doesn't really care about his subjects. He has no regard for them, does he? Why such a response? he's saying kiss my ass, basically, right? They shall see my ass. Well, even if we see your ass, we're gonna know what race you are, you fool. So that really is as sassy as you think that and clever as it sounds. It's rather stupid because all I'm gonna see is the color of your face from your ass. And that, you know what? That maybe that is your face. Maybe that does resemble your face. So I just want you to show his attitude, okay? King James, that everybody is, loving up on this man. What was he doing with you? There's some other quotes from him. Smoking, a hateful to the nose, harmful to the brain. But you didn't mind owning our tobacco crops, did you? Hypocrite. I mean, wasn't that what you were here for? Oh yeah, this would be something he would say. Kings are justly called gods, for they exercise a manner of resemblance of divine. This was a overprivileged ass, okay, who had a god complex. He really, really, and this is a water sign, speaking about a water sign, okay? I just can feel, how ignorant he was. Kings are justly called gods, for they exercise a manner or resemblance of divine power upon. No. What you were doing had nothing to do with God, mister. It was all about greed. You didn't care. You don't even want to show your face. What the hell do you have to do with God being called a god or justly called gods? This is King James. I'm here. It's the same arrogance that Moors display so often. So yeah, those are two interesting quotes. A gentleman. What do you know about being a gentleman when you telling people that you're gonna show your ass? That doesn't sound like a gentleman to me. Sounds like a little bitch. We don't have to respect anything about this whatever he was. I don't have to. We don't have to respect this name, this person. He certainly didn't show respect on our land that I can see. And truth be told, he's still having his way with America as long as the Indians wish to be part of a corporation. I hate to say, we're not supposed to be. That's all I know, and that's all I really can say. I had. Could you believe it? I had something else I wanted to show before getting out of here. What was it? It was. I just thought it would be a good. Was it that? I don't think it was that. It was. So, maybe I will show that, but I thought it was something else. Oh, when rocks cry out. Okay. So in the video, we heard Mr. Williams say, and now we're going to, oh man, but if I play it, you're not going to hear it with my headphones. I take my headphones out. In the video, this is from his book. Here it is. Where's that? Come on. When Rocks Cry Out by Horace Butler. And this is page 18, I believe. Yeah, page 18. Wolsey Muller removed the name America when he published the map again. Now, in the video, we heard him say TaMeri was removed. So this is what I was meaning when I told you that in his book, he has to say one thing. In the video, he's saying something else. He's saying, and then they even showed us that America was still on the map. He said by, was it something 57 of 1507? That name was gone. That was gone, he said. But America was on it when he showed us the map. In fact, the screen went blank when he was telling us that TaMeri was removed from the map. So I just want to show you how the book is not consistent with what he said. He said that Wolsey Muller removed TaMeri when the map was published again. This book is saying he removed America when the map was published again. But we saw it was right there on the map. Some believe Wolsey Muller had been forced to remove the name that TaMerians had given to the Americas, along with other curiously accurate details about the quote-unquote New World. Okay, so that's what we wanted to see. That, you know, I don't know if I'm gonna have to take my headphones off to play it again. Is it that deep? I need to go that deep. Because I'm gonna have to take my headphones off. So let's see. Will it let me just make that transition without having to stop? Okay. Okay. So I'm going to start playing the video here.
$10 million map.
Fair use.
That
Fair use. Fair use. Fair use. Sorry, I always forget to say that. So here he's talking about the map now.
Mary became America. We simply say America. We kept the name that Egypt gave to the Americans. So that was the big mystery behind that $10 million map that Martin Waltzmuller made and then put the name America on it in 1507. And then those who knew and those who were trying to hide things said, wait a minute, you can't put that name on here. And the next time he reprinted that map, it was off. It was gone. Because that's the name that Egypt had given the land, TaMeri.
TaMeri.
That's
It was
where
gone.
America came from.
TaMeri
So now
was
Egypt
gone.
writing about the Americas, but they go further. They don't just talk about we named the Americas. They say it where it was. They say our founders, Amenemhat, Osiris,
Should we do it
Isis,
again?
all of these, America on it in 1500, kept the name that Egypt gave to the Ta on the end of it. So TaMeri became America. We simply say America. We kept the name that Egypt gave to the Americans. So that was the big mystery behind that $10 million map that Martin Waltzmuller made and then put the name America on it in 1507. And then those who knew and those who were trying to hide things said, wait a minute, you can't put that name on here. And the next time he reprinted that map, it was
There it
gone.
is.
It was gone.
It's not gone. You see? You see? Now let him finish.
The name that Egypt had given the land, TaMeri.
Okay. TaMeri. They reversed it and made it America, and it started to be pronounced America. So he's saying it was removed. There it is right there. But the book says that America was removed. And not, he just said TaMeri was removed. But the book says the name America was removed. You see? So that's something that seems like very he's not permitted to publish such. You see? And so lastly, I think I wanted to show you because we talked about how Heru was
the council of the nine deities, the nine gods. Now, I'm inclined to believe these are the nine, except for Set himself and Heru, who are contending. So let's make this a little bigger. But let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, wow. It's 9 exactly. Let's highlight it. My guess is that these would be the deities, because Ra was definitely one. Can I highlight? You're not gonna let me highlight? Okay, thank you. Okay. Ra, Tefnut, Shu, Geb, Nut, Isis. Well, Osar was from the underworld. That's this. Hathor. Okay. So Ra is like the father. I believe Ptah was his father, or you know, because there's a deity Ptah. Maybe he was turned into Ra. I don't know, but it's Ptah. But Ra became, you know, the top king of gods, if you want to call it. These are his first children, Shu and Tefnut. Shu is the air. Tefnut is the moisture. Geb is the earth, and he is male. Let me put that back. Hopefully be a good transition, but I know that thing is going to pop up. Yeah, that popped up. Sorry. We going back to that, folks. Okay. So I was saying Ra, king of gods, like the father, the great son, you know. His first children, Shu and Tefnut, they were always basically coupled. Shu is the air. Tefnut is the moisture. Geb is the male earth, and he lies flat down, while Nut, but to indicate a flat, plain earth. Nut is the sky and the heavens over him with the stars in her body. Then the first human children are Aset or Isis, Osar or Osiris, Nephthys, we don't hear a lot about because she's the consort of Set. Set is fighting Heru for position of the father king, who is murdered in a version of the myth. So Nephthys is the consort of Set, but I do believe she ends up disguising herself as a Set, and they have a child named what's the child? That is the Anubis. Well, he's known as Anubis, but he was Anpu. So they have a child, Anubis. So Set doesn't have any children. And during the battles with Horus, he loses his testicles. So I don't think he's able to father children. And Hathor, she's, well, I guess she's said to be like the consort of Horus, which I never kind of got that because I thought she was an older deity. But she's the cow goddess, you know, with the, you know, Hathor. I believe that's Hathor, yeah. So again, at least a version of the Ennead would be of these: 1, Ra; 2, Tefnut; 3, Shu; 4, Geb; 5, Nut; 6, Isis or Aset; 7, Osar or Osiris; 8, Nephthys or Nebhet; 9, Hathor. So this might represent the group of deities that agreed that Heru should get his birthright and be the true king of
TaMeri, while Set would have to be on the boat with Ra and help him to make the sun shine every day. This is what Set was, that was his task from that point on. He would not be the king of TaMeri. So this story, again, this is the story that I would think would be the spiritual, ancestral energy that would fuel the indigenous in their triumph and regaining of their lands back, as well as their status, which was a white status. Again, Osar wears the white crown of TaMeri. So his son would wear that white crown, but he would also wear the red crown because he's king of all of TaMeri as a rightful heir. Okay. And I think this is why the Moors don't talk about Heru, because he would be their overlord. Okay. And the red hats would be his. We, as Heru, would wear the red and the white. So the Moors have a lot to run trade for. They don't want to give us that rightful position of wearing both crowns, red and white. They're gonna have to give up that fez. If that is, in as much as that fez represents the red crown, that would be ours. That's why they can't stand us. And you think they want to be your friend. Think again. This is the myth that we're dealing with. It's just fitting. It's just so fitting. Okay, and on that note, I think we are done. It's been a long journey today, but I've been wanting so bad to lay this out a little better than I have been. And I've been at this all day. It's already evening. I think I started like, oh God, this is about got to be an 8-hour video, I think. So I hope it wasn't, you just watch it in pieces. You don't have to watch the whole thing, but I would appreciate, your hearing and seeing what we had to say today. Your comments are welcome. And I don't, I don't know, maybe it's time for me to take a break because I don't think I've done so many videos in such a short time span. But again, it was based on the brother Re-Educated TV. He really helped me to get another view of what's going on. And I really am thankful for that. So we've come to the end of this video, I think. I cannot make this any longer, and I think it's time for me to get some dinner. So thank you so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. Till next time, I wish you peace, love, joy, wealth, health, your land back, your identity back, laughter, sunshine, Ra, and all the good things. I'm going to stop the share. We're going to end with Heru. Really, since I've taken this name, I feel like I've seen him at work, shall we say. I'll say it that way, and very happy with that. This feels like the old days when I didn't like saying good night. But again, this video has got to be damn near 10 hours, right? But I just hope it was I hope it wasn't, too much wasting of that time. Like sometimes you'll watch a YouTube video, and it's just a lot of it is, it could be cut out. So I hope this doesn't have a lot of cutout or cutting for material. I hope, it is edifying in some way that is useful. Thank you again. I've been at it so long. I don't want to say goodnight, but I have to. So thank you so much for watching. Any new subscribers, thank you so much. Thank you. And I hope you enjoyed this. Till next time, stay blissed.